morning and welcome to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations for 2022. We have a couple days ahead of us of heavy work, heavy lifting. I would call it exciting debate, but everyone may not agree with that. But I can tell you that it will be a very thorough process. Council is looking forward to this discussion. It's our 4-year budget. This Council's 4-year budget, that first and only 4-year budget we'll do. We will have other opportunities to check in on this budget as we work through the rest of this term. However, the next couple days we will go in order. We'll have some verbal updates as well as an economic update. We'll go through our operating budget, followed by our capital budget, and then at the end we'll have budget finalization and decisions of committee. So if you happen to be watching online, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time and to be engaged in our council discussion and decisions. And I'm going to call the meeting to order. First, we're going to start with our CAO address. Mr. Nicolay.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, members of council, for attending for this. I agree completely. This should be a very interesting budget process, and we're certainly prepared to dive in diligently with you. Just a couple of opening comments. I promised Danielle that I would not drone on, so she made me do them using notes to keep me from droning on. So I'll try and keep them succinct because I'm sure that there's a lot to be said as we get into the budget process itself. I just wanted to point out a couple of more contextual things that I'm hoping that we can bear in mind as we go through this. First one is that this really does represent the work of a very dedicated and professional management team. As you know, I've worked in lots of public and private sector corporations, been through this process a multitude of times, and what I experienced in Grande Prairie this time and the last time I was here doing this same exercise is an extremely dedicated and professional management team supported by 1,000 employees that are dedicated to making service delivery in this community impeccable. And they really do need to be excellent. When we think about the caliber of people that we bring to bear on running this organization, they need to be that excellent. It is a $275 million a year corporation by any other name, with billions of dollars of assets under management. Your management team manages that $275 million a year diligently, and you play the role of the board of directors of this corporation that is in that magnitude. So a very serious undertaking. I just wanted to assure you that your management team and your staff take this responsibility very seriously. Just in terms of the process itself, there's a multitude of techniques for budgeting, but the rule of thumb that seems to have been adopted here and creates a rhythm here that works is one in which council leads the effort. So council first sets the political and community leadership mandate for the budgeting process, and that's really where we get all of our direction. You shouldn't see anything in the budget that doesn't reflect your sense of the political and community needs in Grande Prairie. Management then takes that and manifests it into operating and subject matter expertise. So everything that we do is geared toward achieving that political and community leadership mandate that we get from City Council. And then management sets about building and proposing a budget. So we take it upon ourselves to build the budget using our interpretation, our understanding, our perception, and the directions that we get from City Council. And then Council approves the budget, reviews the budget, approves the budget, and amends as required. And I'm sure we'll see lots of amendment as we go through and refine this budget. But it's an exercise of teamwork, and I think many of us around the table have played on sports teams and know what it means to have to work together and do that responsibly and do that constructively. This is really an absolutely integral part of teamwork in this organization. And it helps when clear lines of responsibility and dialogue occur, and that all dialogue is respectful. And I can assure you that in the preparation that your management team has done for today, it will be respectful and constructive from management's perspective. If you ask a question, you will get a respectful answer. If you give a direction, you will get a respectful response. Our objective here is to be constructive and respectful through the whole process. And I am anticipating some very, as the Mayor pointed out earlier, some very interesting dialogue going forward. Just to elaborate on that perspective a little bit, the 2023 budget represents about $235 million in annual revenue. That's with the proposed 3% tax increase. About 70% of that, $235 million, is from taxes. So we're very tax dependent in this community, unlike some communities that have profitable ventures. 70% of our annual revenue comes from taxation. About $235 million in operating expenditures, and that is no coincidence. We are prohibited by statute to run a deficit budget, unlike other levels of government, so we must balance at the end of the day. So the $235 million in annual revenues is offset by $235 million in annual operating expenses. About $95 million of that is labor related. So we're a very labor intensive organization. At our peak, we approach 1,000 employees, and that labor cost is something that we need to manage. And from a service allocation perspective, about $44 million of that is dedicated toward emergency and protective services within the community, about $19 million toward transportation and transit services in the community, and about $16 million of this proposed budget goes toward recreation, cultural, and social development initiatives. We also have about $41 million worth of capital projects in this year's proposal. About 70% of those go toward roads and infrastructure. That's the billions of dollars under management that we must diligently keep our eye on. Most of the transportation, roads, and infrastructure investments are not very sexy. They don't involve a lot of ribbon-cutting opportunity, but they are a responsible level of reinvestment and investment that must occur in the organization. And just to point out perhaps something that's obvious around the table, you as elected representatives feel this every day. We deliver about 230 specific service responsibilities into this community, many of which are 24/7, 365 when you think of our fire department and our emergency services. So a big book of business, a lot of dollars moving through the organization, and a lot of services being delivered into the community. And that's what is encapsulated into the 2023 budget that you see in front of you today. In terms of technique, this council adopted priority-based budgeting several years ago, actually, and has evolved that to a process now that I think is best referred to as a refined priority-based budgeting technique. And just to put that in a simple phrase, priority-based budgeting is an approach that attempts to align areas of expenditure and investment into the allocation of council strategic priorities. So it needs to match, everything we do needs to match council strategic priorities. And at any given time, we should be able to explain to you why an initiative that's being brought forward by management is in alignment with the council strategic priorities that you developed in your strategy session that occurred earlier this year. The process also involves significant stakeholder engagement using a number of techniques, and that actually occurs all year long, most of which directly involves City Council, so I don't need to tell you what those techniques are. But even this year, we saw some results from engagement that I thought were quite remarkable, and they are reflected in the budget that you see in front of you today. They really reflect the engagement process started to ping back to us the importance that this community places on service levels. Things like emergency services, transportation, infrastructure, parks. Those are integral services that are provided into this community, and they're highly valued, according to our engagement results, highly valued by the community. Those might not have been things that were surprising to you. I know that you live amongst the people that we engage in these exercises every day. One that did surprise me a little bit, and as a bit of a fiscal hawk, and I know that many of you around the table have shared this perspective over the years, the engagement seemed to ping back to us the importance of service level preservation, even over tax rate increases or keeping those increases to a minimum. Not to suggest for a moment that people are disregarding the cost of local government. They aren't. But they're placing a very heavy emphasis on preservation of service levels in key areas that contribute to quality of life. So that is reflected in this budget as well. This budget in 2023 essentially attempts at least to preserve those levels of services using a proposed 3% tax rate increase. And I should just put that in perspective a little bit. It's the first effective tax rate increase that this community has faced in 4 years. So the councils of the day have been very diligent in keeping tax rate increases under control through some very tough times in the community. This is the first time one is being proposed, and your management team did not take that lightly. We would love to have been able to propose a zero again, but our fear was that in doing so, we would be looking at a degradation of those valuable city services that is not in line with the community expectations. Cumulatively, though, when we look at that same 5-year period, there is essentially no increase in the effective average tax rate in this community. 2019, as you recall, was a 4% tax decrease. So with the zeros that have occurred since and the 3 that's being proposed now over a 5-year period, there's essentially no tax increase to properties, tax rate increase to properties. And it's important to put that in perspective a little bit as well. That's occurring, that effectively keeping the tax rate at zero increase over a 5-year period is occurring when over that same period, this corporation faced a cumulative 16.5% increase in inflationary pressures that we face on everything from the pens and pencils we use to do the accounting to the asphalt and asphalt products that we use to pave roads. So about a 16.5% cumulative cost of living increase has been offset by zero tax rate increase, and doing that with preserving and even in some cases enhancing service levels in the community. Perhaps more important though than 2023, this is a 4-year budget process, and this council's vision is even beyond the 4-year process. And I just wanted to point out or acknowledge that council has also directed numerous initiatives that won't manifest in 2023, but will manifest in the 4-year budget cycle that's ahead of us now, and certainly in the years going forward. And they were designed, these initiatives that council directed are designed to effectively reduce the cost structure of local government in this community without compromising service levels. And that's a magic that can be done. You've done it here around this table many, many times. It's getting tougher, but your team was up to it. And I just want to point out a couple of those initiatives. One of the initiatives that council directed is a complete review of the feasibility of a stormwater utility to replace the stormwater infrastructure reliance on tax base in order to be funded. And granted, this moves the funding from taxation to another consumer-related recovery technique. So it's not a reduction in cost, it should be net zero, but it moves it into a more effective and what should be a more efficient model of operation that would see stormwater utilities starting to be run as a utility using the principles of utility management. That's a long-term structural change. This council has not even adopted it. Your direction was for us to go out and look at it, examine it, and bring it back to you. That feasibility will be brought back to you shortly. And that's one of the ways in which the cost structure of local government should start to see some downward pressures that will keep cost under control going forward. A second one is the police model review that council recently directed. The direction was quite explicit, arising from some very detailed work that was done by our own staff and by outside experts that were assisting, that looked at the delivery of one of our highest cost centers in this community, and that is police services. And it immediately, council immediately ascertained that we were to depoliticize this. So this had nothing to do with the province of Alberta's vision of perhaps a provincial police service or the RCMP's version or vision of continued RCMP service throughout the country. That is where our efforts are indifferent to that exercise. They'll be impacted by it, but it really, our results were indifferent to that. And what our preliminary analysis indicated is that there's a very high likelihood that police services can be refined using a local police services model, a local police department, refined to more closely match the idiosyncrasies and needs of this community, and that a local police service is very well designed to do that using a commission and management team. But not only the service level more closely aligning with the idiosyncratic needs of this community, but a possibility that the cost of police services can be decreased through the efficient use of a local police service in this community. And those were observations that council drew from the work that was done by management and outside experts on a police model review, which was enough to prompt us to say, prompt council to say, dive deeper, do a more thorough analysis and bring that back to us early in the new year. And that's underway. So service level increase and a very high likelihood of a cost decrease arising from the revisiting of a police model, police service model, is something that will have long-term profound impacts on this community, and we're looking forward to those manifesting as well. You don't see them in this year's budget because they have not been approved and they've not been introduced. And the last one that I'll just mention, because it's very active right now, is transit on demand, and this was done earlier by this council, directing that transit look at different service delivery models, that the conventional fixed schedule, fixed route model is very expensive and relatively inefficient, and that there are ways that that can be peaked without increasing cost. In fact, I would submit that a properly delivered transit on demand system actually decrease costs and increase service levels. And that's well underway. In fact, November is a pivotal time for transit on demand as that model is now taking hold in the community. These are longer term solutions. They will manifest over the current 4-year budget horizon, but they'll also manifest well into the future. I just wanted to point out as well that the budgeting technique that's used in the city of Grande Prairie is actually a quite well refined technique, different than what I've seen in many other corporations and local governments. Many years ago, the province of Alberta mandated the 4-year budget horizon, and there are still communities in Alberta in which the 4-year budget is set and effectively not reviewed again for 4 years. And that meets the statutory responsibilities of a 4-year budget in the province of Alberta, but it means that you don't really look at your cost structure for a 4-year interval. And that's too long. This council has seen that. This council has directed that management adopt a process of fitting the 4-year budget horizon for operating budget, the 5-year capital planning horizon for capital budget, but that each year we sit down and dissect and spend days together going through the budget, doing a deep dive and making sure that our performance and our outcomes are meeting the expectations of this community. And that's what we're here for today. We've set aside 3 days to do this. It might be done in 2. We've also set aside capacity for 4, and that can go on until council is satisfied that there's something that they're ready to vote on. And we'll just keep refining it until that occurs. Anyway, I did say my comments would be brief, and then they weren't really that brief. I apologize for that. But I thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to introduce this, and very keen to get underway today.
Thank you so much, CEO Nicolay, for your introduction. Your comments and information, I think, is valid and very valuable to council, so I appreciate your comments. Next on our agenda, we are going to have an update and an address from our CFO, Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Good morning, Council. So I'm excited to be here along with the corporate leadership team to present to you the 2023 to 2026 operating budget, as well as the 2023-2027 capital budget. As you may be aware, many hours of work, analysis, collaboration, and preparation go into this each and every year. And I'd like to just take a quick opportunity to recognize the work that's done throughout the organization. So it is a collaborative approach led by the finance team. However, we rely on all departments and their team members, their knowledge and expertise, and they commit many hours to ensure that we're preparing reasonable and effective budgets, and that's what's being brought forward to you today. So in addition to that, we've sought throughout this process some input from citizens throughout the community as well as some key stakeholder groups. So we held consultation sessions, there was stakeholder sessions, online survey, Q&A, forums, the idea space, and the balancing act tool. So there is a report available online that summarizes what we heard throughout these engagement sessions and the use of those online tools. So as City Manager Nicolay introduced, the budget being proposed to you today does include a 3% municipal tax increase. This reflects the costs of maintaining currently approved services. It's been adjusted for some inflationary pressures, growth, service changes, and capital requirements. The 2023 operating budget outlines a total operating budget of $235 million. $32 million of this is requisitions for schools, downtown, and the Grand Spirit Foundation. So the operating budget outlines the costs of daily services, so our transits, our roads maintenance, snow removal, recreation programs, and it ensures that there's enough funding for our equipment operators, our lifeguards, our engineers, planners, firefighters, bylaw officers, and many other employees that deliver the city's programs and services. It's the financial plan that provides the foundation for the city to execute your priorities. The capital budget makes significant investment towards facilitating and supporting growth and development and ensuring quality of life for the citizens of Grande Prairie. The 2023 capital budget that we will propose today is approximately $40.6 million. So with the 2023 budget, the city will continue to deliver top quality services and programs to all visitors and residents alike. Ensuring that Grande Prairie remains a place where current and future residents want to live, learn, work, and play. So just a bit of a agenda for the upcoming potentially 2 or 3 days. We're going to welcome CIBC Gundy to provide you with an economic update. We'll then have our Invest GP lead give a more local look and provide an economic update there. And then we will go into the operating budget for 2023, the proposed changes to the fees and charges bylaw, and the operating budget referrals that that you have referred throughout the year. We'll then have time for deliberations, debate, and decisions before moving on to the capital budget. We will then go through all of the capital proposed projects for 2023, the items that have been referred throughout the year, and then, of course, time to deliberate and decide. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Ms. Whiteway. As mentioned, the agenda is in front of you. We have one additional, our next item is Gundy. So I welcome the gentlemen to come on up to the table, introduce yourselves. As mentioned when we were off camera, it's great to see them in person. The last couple times we had the opportunity to get updates from them, it was over Zoom, so it's nice to see them here in person. Appreciate it. They always provide a great wealth of knowledge and information that I think is important to council as we head into these discussions and deliberations. And so I'll give them a moment to set up. But just something that CAO Nicolay and CFO Whiteway mentioned that I think is important for council to remember, and to be thankful for the fact that administration really did put forward a strong budget with a lot of work put into it, that it maintains existing services, it includes opportunity for growth, adding some new services and amenities, while all aligning with the earlier established council strategic initiatives. So right now, in front of you, you all know our strategic initiatives with the overlying lens of quality of life. The strategic priorities were established with council earlier this year, and I think that the budget that was put forward really aligns well with those. So I look forward to the next couple days. There will be great discussion, but for now, we're going to turn it over to the CIBC Gundy gentlemen. Please introduce yourselves and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. It's great to see everybody in person. So for those of you who don't know us, my name's James Hobson. This is my colleague, Chart Chahal, with CIBC Gundy, and we've been managing the long-term investment reserves for the city for about 6 years now. So we've got an economic update for you today. We work with 65 municipalities. We've never had such high demand for these updates, just given that it's even the brightest minds in the world are having a difficult time figuring out what's going on right now. So we're going to distill things for you, and hopefully we can kind of make sense of what's happening in the world. Does everybody have the presentation?
Not yet.
Okay.
We will.
Perfect. So we're going to start out talking about central bankers, and then obviously the elephant in the room, which is inflation, what the central bankers are doing to combat this. So we'll chat about interest rates and our forecast for those. Chart's going to talk about kind of what the outlook is for Alberta and the world in terms of GDP growth, and then we'll wrap up chatting about commodities. So as I mentioned, some of the brightest minds in the world are having a very difficult time kind of trying to figure out what's going on in the world right now. So on the right there, it just kind of illustrates the changing narrative that we've seen out of the US Federal Reserve. These are some of, like I mentioned, they've got the most data. So in first quarter of last year, Jerome Powell came out and said quantitative easing will not cause inflation, period. Q2 21, he said, well, there's some inflation, but it's transitory. Last year, the kind of buzzword was transitory. Everybody thought that, okay, we're coming out of this COVID recession. It's going to create inflation, but it's going to come down quite quickly. Q3 of last year, he was saying, okay, we actually do have high inflation, but we think it's peaking. And then end of last year, okay, inflation may not be transitory, but the job market is still strong and wage growth is still strong. This is where it really changed, which was the start of this year. We need to hike aggressively to curb inflation, but no worries, the economy is still very strong, and what's called a soft landing is possible. A soft landing is where you hike interest rates just enough to bring down inflation, but without putting us into recession. Now, fast forward to the middle of the year, we've got negative growth in Q1, but there's no recession risk. And then the latest is, okay, there's a recession coming, and inflation will be peaking. You can see there on the Wall Street Journal, inflation hurdles to the highest since 1981. So we haven't seen inflation this high in 40 years. And as you can see there, he's sitting at his table not looking too happy these days.
Because he's been wrong every time.
He has been. Okay, so this kind of also backs up that narrative. These are the consensus economic growth estimates from the economists on Bloomberg. They survey all the economists and come up with what are the estimated GDP growth for the US, the Euro area, and the UK. As you can see at the start of this year, they were forecasting real GDP growth in the US of about 2.5%. If we updated that till today, that basically drags all the way down to 0%. So it's not just the trend in the US and Canada, it's also the Eurozone and the UK. And again, it's being kind of exacerbated by the next slide here, which is central bankers have turned very hawkish. On the left, it shows you the current benchmark overnight rate that's set by the Federal Reserve, the ECB, and the Bank of England. Kind of interesting there, for the first time in years, the European Central Bank has taken interest rates out of negative territory, which has had a huge impact which is why we believe that the Eurozone is headed towards recession with quite a high degree of probability. On the right, it shows you what the expected rate will be in 2023. We've been making fun of our economists lately because they keep revising their forecast for where that interest rate will cap out. I'll show you the forecast in a minute, but bottom line is they've been hiking more aggressively than they've done in decades. Why are they doing this? To fight inflation that won't go away. Now, this just doesn't apply to only goods and services. This also applies to wage inflation as well. So we've kind of ended up in this situation where we have this, what we call a price-wage spiral, where employers are hiking wages to retain employees, but that's in turn creates even more inflation. The good news is, you can see there the dotted line are the forecasts. We believe that we have seen the peak inflation of around 8%, and we do see it coming down in the next couple of years. Now, one thing that is often kind of misunderstood by corporations and municipalities is, okay, if inflation's going to slow down, does that mean prices are going to go down? Well, no. Just because the rate of change is slower, it doesn't mean your prices aren't still going higher. So the bill's already been incurred. We've had high inflation year over year, which is why we're seeing pretty much broad-based tax hikes with the municipalities we work with. And again, that inflation rate, prices are still going to go up. They're just going to go up at a slower pace. We do see the rate dropping to sort of around that 2% mark within the next year and a half. So that's good news. But it's not just Canada and the US that are hiking rates. This just kind of graphically illustrates that more than 40 central banks around the world have increased interest rates by at least 0.75 at once since the start of 2022. To put it in context, a typical rate hike by the Bank of Canada would be 0.25% at a time. The reason you do this is because it takes time for the impact of those rate hikes to kind of flow through the economy. It takes time for consumer demand to fall. So this is a historic event. They are hiking very aggressively. So what's that done to interest rates? Yields on bonds have jumped more in 2022 than any full year since data started in 1962. To put it in context, about a year and a half ago, a 2-year Canada bond, we could get 0.5%. Now it's around 4%. Sorry, I apologize. So this has ramifications for the investment portfolio, which is good news. Our expected annual revenue will increase over the next few years as we can reinvest those maturities and cash flows at higher interest rates. So that's good, helps to offset inflation a little bit. But on the flip side, your debt and borrowing costs are obviously quite a bit higher. This chart just breaks down inflation by its core components. I won't spend too much time on this, but just one thing to point out, that red and green section there is what we call owner's equivalent rent and rent costs. So while we see the prices of core goods and services starting to come down in terms of inflationary pressures, it's going to take time for the housing market to correct as well. And that's a huge component of core inflation, is shelter costs. In chart, we'll get into that in a minute here. So we look at something called the output gap, and the output gap essentially shows you where's the economy running relative to our potential. As you can see there, during COVID, obviously, we weren't running near what our potential was. We saw a massive run-up, big rebound coming into the middle of this year, which is kind of why we've got inflation. The economy's running too hot versus what the central banks would like. So we do forecast, the good news is that the output gap should come back down to earth in the next year or two. And our forecast is actually that it will close faster than what the Bank of Canada is suggesting. So why is inflation so pervasive? The problem with this type of inflation is it's based on supply chain problems. A lot of it is based on supply chain problems. So COVID kind of threw a massive wrench into how businesses operate. So these are kind of some of the factors. So just-in-time inventory. If you're dealing with Walmart, for example, they don't carry a lot of inventory. They get it, it arrives, and then they sell it right away. So it's very difficult to catch up when you've gone through a period of low demand, if demand shoots back up, it takes time for businesses to rebuild those inventories. We've got the toilet paper problem, so hoarding goods or overspending. The problem is, governments dealt out a lot of fiscal stimulus in the US and Canada over the last year and a half, 2 years. So that created very cash-rich consumers. And now they're kind of revenge spending in a way. You go out and you buy things that you weren't able to do during COVID. Tight manufacturing capacity makes catching up difficult. There's resistance to paying market wages. And then to top it all off, we have the war in Ukraine. And then COVID continues to be an issue, which is the next slide here. So China is obviously a massive exporter of goods. A lot of the things that we use day to day come out of China. And what we've seen this year is actually kind of surprising, that with their zero COVID policy, as you can see there, during the peak of COVID, their export volumes dropped about 7%. This year, middle of this year, export volumes dropped 12%. Doesn't sound like much, but China's a massive economy, and that is a huge dent in what they're exporting. So the hope is that as we can kind of relax these COVID zero measures, we can come out of this supply chain issue, which should help relieve inflation. So what's our forecast for interest rates? Now, the good news is we believe we're nearing a peak in terms of what they're going to hike. Our economists now have the peak rate at 4.25%. And actually, the bond market is starting to price in rate cuts as soon as the end of next year. So basically, the bond market is a smart market. It's telling you that, okay, central bankers, if you're going to hike interest rates this much, this fast, you're going to push us into recession. You're going to have to ultimately start cutting interest rates. So a lot of data on that slide, but the key there is we'll probably see one more large hike in December, and that should be enough to bring inflation down. The last piece on kind of my section would be that 10-year government bond. We believe interest rates have peaked on sort of your lending costs and your investment returns. We see that 10-year government bond rate coming down by about a percentage point over the next 2 years.
Awesome. So it's a one thing to say that we're obviously in a rising rate environment. I always like to give context, starting with a world view and start peeling back some layers in terms of how Alberta's doing. But the one big thing James kind of touched on is this soft landing. The soft landing view of can we raise rates high enough without pushing us into a recession is not a universally adopted view right now. I would say that's very much a Canada and US view. Europe and UK, it's a little bit different. They're more comfortable with the recession word than our side of the pond here. And the reason being is they have a lot more geopolitical risk sensitivities than we do in terms of the war that's going on. So in terms of a growth factor, you can kind of see, I'm not going to say that Canada is leading, and obviously the average is going to be pushed up a little bit by China's growth as well. But we should fare decently okay with the Europe and the Eurozone there going into recessionary territory versus the global economies. Now, the internal optimist in me will always present you with a somewhat rosy slide. So this is what I have as my rosy slide right now, which is just the prairies are going to lead growth. It's weird for me to say lead growth with, 1.3 and 1.6% in the prairies. That's leading growth going into the next year, and same thing into the years following. And obviously that's going to be strongly commodities driven within our provinces. To give you context of how good 2021 and 2022 in terms of commodity growth was in terms of province, take a look at those nominal GDP numbers of 22%, 23% rates of return, obviously driving into inflation as well. But Alberta and the prairies should lead the economies kind of going forward here within Canada. Take that with a grain of salt. It is sub 2% growth, but obviously we're always going to be a little bit more insulated in here in Alberta versus our peers because our economy works kind of in a, I want to say, almost inverse bubble of what the rest of the population is doing. Now, me and James debate this all the time. Can Canada and can the US raise rates high enough to not create a recession? The probabilities change all the time. I'm not kidding when I say economists have it at 50% probability, which if you hear an economist say 50%, that means they don't know, and then it's a coin toss. So to give you context of what a recession actually means, what a technical recession means is 2 periods of negative growth in consecutive quarters. Now, if we look at the slide there, the third column, the 0% followed by 0.2% negative. That's about as close as you can get to, without having to call a technical recession as possible. So the problem with the recession word is, if you're talking about it, chances are it's already here in terms of the economy. So I'm not going to say that 0% and then negative growth after that, it's not going to be a recession. However, it's not going to be as large of a drastic increase as we're going to see on the United States side in terms of what we're seeing so far going forward. Because if we look at what's happening on the south side of the border there, housing affordability in the States now at the worst level since 1985. The data there just shows you the average income needed to cover the average price on a home over 30 years with 20% down. So what it shows you is the mortgage stress test not being as stringent in the States, obviously having a lot more effects than we are having in Canada. In Canada, our housing, as James kind of touched on, it's going to take a little bit time to kind of catch up because it is lagging as an indicator. But we did see a big kind of drawdown in terms of new construction, total residential investment going to the start of this year, which makes sense as central bankers raise rates rapidly. You're going to get a lot more hesitancy on new total residential investment, which makes sense. The reason for the data being a lagging indicator, and it's going to take time within Canada for that data in those rising rate environments to fully trickle out, is these two graphs right here. On the left side, it shows you how many of the current Canadians are not exposed to the high rate environment that right now. We'll call it about 75% of Canadians right now are not exposed to variable rate mortgages, variable rate loans in terms of their lending costs right now. So about 25%. That doesn't mean within the context of this year it's going to go 0 to all the way down to 100% there. It's going to take time depending on where people have locked in their mortgages on these 5-year resets. But to give you context, to anybody that bought a house in 2017 to what they're resetting to in the current environment, that's the right side there. If you had a 5-year fixed in 2017 to a 5-year fixed now, 1.8% is what your spread is and what you're going to have to reset to. Where you had your fixed to where your variable rates are at now, 0.8%. With the next rate hike, that's probably going to be close to 1%. So a material shift in the cost that's going to affect Canadians. It's going to take time to kind of trickle in and for these effects to be felt. And this is why the bond market is starting to say, they see this data as well. They're going, you can't keep these rates this high for this long. You're going to have to start cutting. We don't think it's as soon as next year. It's going to take some time. But this elevated rising rate environment that we're in right now, it's not sustainable over the long term. Now, pivoting a little bit to currency, it was a fun one to watch, especially when I had a travel vacation plan to possibly the worst time in history I could have chosen. The currencies are kind of an interesting one, as James kind of pointed to. You have world central banks rising rates at a very rapid environment. What that essentially does, I don't want to use the word currency war, but dollars will flow to where you get the most returns. So right now, the U.S. central bank's raising rates faster than Canada. We saw a large spike up of dollars flowing into the U.S. currency. Obviously, it spiked to $1.37 there. It's believed today it's back down to $1.33 as the Feds came out and said they're basically going to slow their rate of change on how fast they're going to increase that rate. It just kind of gives you context of what James was saying, that we think we've kind of getting to that tail end of these aggressive rate hikes that we're going to see. So the currencies, it used to be a boring one, and now it's started to come back down as well. But it always will trade in these goalposts because you can't let it get too cheap or too expensive because it will impact Canadians' imports and exports in terms of our GDP. So the U.S. central banks, the Bank of Canada, will always keep trade within a certain goalpost. Obviously, a large outlier over the last quarter there, but it has come back to a more normalization. Commodities, obviously, again, we have a rising interest rate environment that is intent is to slow growth. So we want to, and this isn't just a Canada's thing, this is a global central banks. Right now we're trying to slow growth across the world there. So obviously you're going to have a leveling off in terms of where we think our forecast for commodities is going to be. This is commodities across the board, and I will get into a slide in a little bit on why I think it is kind of supported a little bit on the downside. Specifically for WTI, it's sitting at around, I think, about $86 gas, about $6 as of today. If I stripped out the geopolitical risk and didn't show anybody $120 oil, $90 and $85 oil is a very strong, fundamental supported price for our oil, which I'm very comfortable with. The big news story that happened was that OPEC came out and said we're basically going to do a production cut. Obviously, the guys south of the border were not very happy about that because that further exacerbates the inflation problem. This is my personal opinion. I'm not as concerned about the OPEC cut because of two things. It creates a floor on the price of oil, probably around that $80 mark. So it creates a floor. OPEC is a lot smarter than I am. They know this. This is why they're doing that. And when it comes to inflation and exacerbating the inflation problem, personally, we break out inflation upstream and downstream. Downstream inflation is the price of food, the price of the gas at the pump, the thing that actually doesn't drive economic change. Upstream inflation, price of oil, price of commodities, that is not necessarily as bad. You have high commodity prices, people start hiring, more tax revenues. That actually has more of a material impact than downstream inflation. So I'm not as concerned of that from an economic standpoint. Now, even with that slowed growth that we kind of forecast for the price of oil, there is still good demand to going forward. So if we still forecast that slowed growth and demand going forward, 23, 24, we can see that based on where our exports are here in Canada, specifically for commodities and autos, there is I don't want to use the word output gap, but there is a gap there that needs to be filled. So what that means, again, is yes, global demand is coming off, but based on where we see supply and where we see demand, there is still room to kind of be supportive as well. So overall forecast for commodities across the board is very supportive. Obviously, oil and gas is supportive strongly. Gas sitting around $6, good amount of seasonality built into that, but we've seen that growth kind of and that capital trickle in as well. And just touching on like oil field services and company things like that, it has taken some time, but capital, we always say, flows from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Obviously, when oil is sitting at $120 oil, it's very strong for the large majors. We are starting to finally see a little bit of capital trickle down tier 2, tier 3, which is where you would kind of see that service sector start to benefit as well. Now, other commodities, when you have a geopolitical tension that you kind of are in right now, and I strip out the human capital element of it as well, and you restrict and sanction this country, and you sanction Russia, there's only so many physical geographical areas you can get that commodity from. And if I were to overlay a map like we did today for you guys here in terms of what Russia exports and what we export, it's almost like a mirror image. So from a Canadian perspective, you can pick a commodity here. Obviously, wood is a little bit different because it's going to be driven largely in part by more regional demographic economics. But our commodity here in Canada are going to be fairly well supported. So overall commodities, I want to say a little bit more range bound. It's global growth right now is calling for a decrease, but we have some factors in there, geopolitical risk and production cuts out there right now that are going to support it in the long term. Now, where the recession monster lurks, the risk factors that we kind of see for the economy going forward, things that basically these are factors that are going to affect growth going forward. So the first one is excessive rate hikes by central bankers. That one is yet to be seen. It's not a forward-looking environment. It's are we already there? As you kind of showed to you, we're kind of near that peak and we're kind of walking on a razor's edge from an economic data standpoint. A spike in oil price to $150 oil north, you're no longer in upstream inflation. Now you're directly impacting the downstream and the individual consumer. I don't see that being as big of a risk because global markets have a very good way of insulating and responding in terms of increasing supply on the longer term. Financial markets and the wealth effect, when the stock market starts to continue to decline and people feel less wealthy, they spend a lot less and they kill demand faster than the central bankers want to. Inflation expectations build or supply chain issues deepen. Inflation expectations building, we don't see that being a concern when you have this rising rate environment and demand start to come off. Supply chain issues, they're about as deep as you can possibly make them right now until you see something like China going away from its zero COVID policy. We're not going to see a whole lot of change on there, which is why, James, as you just said, their whole target right now is to attack demand over supply because you can't continue to wait for supply. More geopolitical risk, China and Taiwan, that would be one that's going to see another recession factor because that would drive the price of oil as well. And then we're hit with a pie in the face. It is spelled PI intentionally. Delta, Omicron, I don't know what the next wave will be. We don't know how that next wave will affect people, but I don't want to say the gift that keeps on giving because obviously it is not. However, we don't know what's going to happen with COVID going forward. So that's one to watch as well. So summing it up for you guys, because we do want to leave time for questions. Sluggish economic growth in Canada and the U.S. For the next couple of years. Recession risks are elevated, with Alberta being a growth leader. I'll put that in there for my optimism. And Europe likely going to see a recession because they're a little bit more tied to geopolitical risk than we are, and they have a lot more sensitivity. And slower growth and some supply chain improvements are needed to cool inflation, which from where we see the forecast and where we see the data, we see that starting to come into fruition from the slower growth, which is good. And then inflation to cool 2023 and wages to follow suit. So that's kind of the overall summary of what we have for you guys today, because we want to make sure we kind of leave time for questions as well.
Perfect. Well, thank you, as always. Very, very valuable information. I do have the queue building. So first I'll recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great. Well, thank you, gentlemen, and good to see you in person. A question I've got, and I respect you don't have a crystal ball, but I'm going to ask you to try to gaze into one anyways, is I expect a conversation we're going to have this week is about some capital projects. If we put them back a year or two, are we likely to save money on those capital projects? And I just want to make sure I understood what I heard. I think you said, hey, when it comes to inflationary costs driving things up, probably don't expect those inflationary costs to come down, so the actual cost probably won't be lower if you delay them by a year or two. But it sounds promising that interest rates, if we need to borrow, might come down. Is that a fair summary of what I heard when it comes to that conversation?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Thanks for your presentation. When we talk about supply chain issues and the lack of goods that are coming out of China that we have traditionally relied on, do you see an uptick in other organizations, other countries starting to fill that gap, making chips, for example, or any of those commodities that have slowed growth because we rely on them for manufacturing?
I would say not materially to the point where it would make an actual effect on the data. Right now, because of basically where China kind of sits in terms of a opportunity cost in terms of being a trade partner and being able to produce the cheapest amount, that we haven't seen a large uptick in terms of what we've seen. We did see in the U.S., obviously in the previous election, the whole buy domestic kind of push and that whole America First kind of push, and that was largely in the manufacturing data as well. But directly to your question, we haven't seen anybody right now kind of offset that, fill that void, because the infrastructure is just not there, and it takes time for that infrastructure to be built to then fill that void. I think everybody was just kind of sitting and waiting and hoping for so long that now we're out of tools and we have to raise rates in the interim.
Okay, that's unfortunate. I'd like to see us starting to fill that gap. And I have another question about, I'm not sure about what our restrictions are as a municipality and what we can invest in. I have a pretty good idea, but what I'm not sure if we can invest in foreign currencies.
No, we can't.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
All right. Councillor Thiessen.
There we go. My finger wasn't working for some reason there. We got it. Thanks for the presentation, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. Knowing the volatility of the market and this recent year, there's big impact, especially in the stock market world. You have companies like Alphabet, who owns like Google, Apple, Tesla, and others that collectively have lost $3.4 trillion over the course of the year. So how does the economy bounce back to that, and how do we deal with that on a local level?
Yeah, I mean, I actually I make fun of Chart. I say I called this, right? Because when you raise interest rates, you're not just increasing the cost of borrowing, you're almost intentionally bringing down the stock market to take advantage of the wealth effect, right? When your portfolio falls, you feel less wealthy and you spend less. So until we get to the point where, we start to see those interest rates level off at least, or we see inflation start to tick down, which is why you kind of saw the market rally significantly in the last couple of days. There was inflation data out of the U.S. that came back a lot lower than expected. So I think the outlook is positive, but it's going to take a bit of time. Tech stocks are very vulnerable to interest rates.
And just building on that, exactly that, tech stocks being significantly more sensitive to interest rates than other sectors. If you actually break it down and you look at the volatility in terms of when, even today, when the expectations for inflation kind of dissipate and everybody thinks that those interest rates are going to kind of slow down, the tech stocks will rally, but the Dow Jones, where you get the manufacturing and a lot of that data, that's where a lot of the capital has been flowing as well, because that is a lot more indicative of the GDP and the growth as well in terms of where we kind of see the actual hard data from manufacturing coming back.
But it is remarkable what's happening. I think Amazon was the first company in history to lose $1 trillion in market value, right?
Yeah, I actually have that in my notes here too. I just excluded them because they're the biggest. So where does that money go? Essentially, I'm not an economist or whatever, but Amazon made $1 trillion and then they lost $1 trillion. So where does that money go in the flow of things?
So the value of anything in finance is just the discounted present value of the future cash flows or future share buybacks. So essentially, it's just how much is somebody willing to pay you for that company? It's like anything, right? How much is someone willing to pay you for that house? It destroys wealth. That's essentially what it does. It brings down the value of retirement portfolios, the value of pension funds, all that stuff. That's where the money disappears from.
Okay. No, thank you for that.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you in person. My question is, I've heard from just media about other municipalities somewhat banking on federal stimulus dollars. What is your anticipation on that would trickle down to municipalities?
From what we've seen with the municipalities we work with, that's more in terms of their operating budget, in terms of the timing. So it's more region to region and their specific budget dependent is what we've kind of seen. We've seen more of it from our side. Honestly, the biggest thing is from a timing perspective, not like they're relying on it, but more so just hesitancy in terms of timing. That would be the biggest thing we've seen.
So we don't really have any knowledge of what will happen for us. Perhaps, like Edmonton, for instance, is banking on it, right?
Right.
We have no thoughts of that?
The feedback from our 65 municipalities is that, there's a lot of uncertainty around those funding.
And yeah, we've tried to do the whole prediction thing on government grants and revenues. Like it's hard because it's a lot dependent on the current administration that's in there, and internally as well. So I would hesitate from kind of giving a forecast on that one as well.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
Once again, thanks for being here. And I got a couple questions. My neighbor got in a vehicle accident. He got T-boned by somebody, and it's 6 weeks to 16 weeks before they can get it into a body shop. Reason, can't get parts. You go to this, I got on the news this morning, can't get lettuce. Restaurants are not going to be serving salads, I guess. And also the children that are sick right now can't get medications. So when do you think this is all going to turn around?
That's going to be largely in line with that inflation forecast. In terms of when is it all going to get solved? Every year, the economists say next year. It's just been what they've been saying from a transitory inflation to whatever it may be. The reality is from the supply side issues like auto parts and like children's Tylenol, right? Auto parts is more of a global manufacturing supply issue, and when you have this just-in-time inventory to create super efficiencies in companies, that takes some time. It's been quite a while for that manufacturing process to catch up. We'd probably say mid to late next year for that to be fully caught up. The children's Tylenol is a regional issue. I do know that south side of the border, they're not having that issue. That's just a Canada issue right now as well. So it's important to remember when you're looking at these things, the price of lettuce, that is inflation driven and in terms of produce and inventory. So that's going to dissipate with their forecast of inflation. The supply side issues with things like inventory, same thing. But the regional shakeups is going to be some of these small factors that come out that are going to have their own idioms. But basically mid to late next year is when we would think that a lot of that has kind of had time to dissipate in terms of the environment.
I would just add that food inflation, I think, is going to persist, especially with this war in Ukraine. They're looking at renewing an accord right now for another 180 days as to whether Russia can ship, grain and wheat out of the Ukraine ports. Anything that would disrupt that would, further add fuel to that food inflation fire.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult when you look at your power and gas bill right now, and it's about up a third than it was last year. And I'm thinking all this, you go to buy groceries, and the groceries are almost 50% higher than they were last year. And I look at the people that, single moms, immigrants coming to this country, and all of a sudden they can't afford to eat. So our food banks are very busy. So,
Unfortunately,
as well everywhere else they are as well. So looking for some not days where there's not so doom and gloom in the future.
Well, again, the other side of that coin is when those type of events are happening, those are generally the catalyst for, like, as we were saying, demand and forecast growth to slow down. So that will actually, it's brutal, but those are generally the signs that inflation numbers are going to start to come back down because it's starting to materially impact us versus a year ago when interest rates are so cheap, everybody was just trying to buy anything, buy cars, buy houses to try and get on the other side of that coin. So what you're saying is you're actually guys seeing the signs for inflation to start coming back down as well.
Thanks for your input. Appreciate it.
Councillor Berg?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So one of the things that I've seen recently is companies like Shell having record profits, and here across Canada, some of the grocery chains having record profits. Do you see this as, I guess, a real inflation in some cases, or somewhat manufactured and profit-taking?
In inflation in terms of, like,
the price of groceries, price of fuel.
Yeah, the price of fuel is largely going to be based on more so like crack spreads and things like that. But in terms of the price of commodities, I wouldn't say it's generally manufactured. Obviously, geopolitical risk is what shot that through the roof. The record profits that a lot of these majors are having right now is because when that price is rallied, the difference between history and what we've seen right now is we didn't see capital expenditure programs. We didn't see massive hiring. We just saw these companies that spent better part of a half decade solidifying their balance sheets because they've had so much volatility over the short term, basically say, we're just going to pause, we're going to hold, we're going to do absolutely nothing. And when the price rallies, you're collecting more revenue, you only have a couple options in terms of what investors demand, either spend it on capital projects or give it back to us in terms of dividends and share buybacks. So that would be what you're seeing on the other side in terms of the food aspect as well. It's kind of similar in terms of what you're seeing, but the food inflation, I wouldn't say is as manufactured. That one is just more, again, geopolitical risk causing issues in the supply chain, which is what's driven it up as well.
Okay, so essentially they're spending less, maintaining that revenue.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore?
I did have one question from the beginning of your presentation and forgot about it, but you do work with a number of other municipalities. We're looking at a recommended 3% increase this year. I'm wondering how that fits in with other municipalities that you work with, if that's pretty normal, on the low side, on the high side?
We did County of Newell economic update yesterday. I believe they're at 2.5%.
Yeah.
Some of them, so I would say the range is sort of between 2.5 and 4.5. That's kind of what we're seeing.
So we're right
You're
dab
right.
in the middle. Okay, thanks so much.
Councillor Plott?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. You had mentioned about oil not hitting 150 or hoping not to hit 150, but our area is so oil and gas, or very oil and gas dependent. Can you just give me your thoughts? I mean, we've been in that $6 to $8 for gas and that $90 oil range. Where do you see it being the next 1, 3, 5 years for those two commodities?
Oil 80 to 90 range is where I would see it. And I would say the caveat being no further geopolitical risk in terms of that's what's going to exacerbate that to the 150 higher number. Okay. If we don't see that, that $80 to $90 range is where companies are comfortable seeing it as well, because it's a sustainable forecast of what they're going to see kind of going forward. Gas is a little bit different. Obviously, it's seeing a good run up recently. It's no different than the catalyst of COVID being positive for everybody else as well. I don't see the $10 gas, but I think that kind of 5 to 8 short-term range based on seasonality built into there as well is where you would kind of see that over the next 1 to 2. 5 years is a hard one for me to forecast in terms of something as volatile as gas because it's so microeconomic dependent in certain regions, but yeah.
Okay, so both healthy levels for companies who are very profitable moving forward. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Gentlemen, earlier in your presentation, you talked a bit about bonds. Now, in 2020, the government of Canada, at one point, or the Bank of Canada, I guess, they sold a bunch of Canada bonds at a very low rate. And then about 6 months later, they bought them back at about 1.5 times like what their original valuation was. So I guess my question is, what was the methodology behind that? And is that a strategy that the Bank of Canada could employ today to help us bounce back or avoid an overall recession?
Yeah, great point. What you're referring to is quantitative easing, right? So you can do a couple of things. You can raise interest rates on the short end, but it's not going to impact the bond rates, like the longer term lending costs. But if you go out there and actually buy those bonds, you can actually push down the yields on those, on any kind of long term debt. So that's kind of a stimulative thing that they'd do. With inflation where it is right now, the whole point of what they're doing is kind of the reverse, raising, like not doing quantitative easing, which is why you saw bond yields shoot up so much, and then also hiking interest rates. So that's why we're saying, we were making fun of our chief economist because he put out an article called Coin Toss, because that's honestly, where it's at. I mean, obviously our forecast is for sort of very low to zero-ish kind of growth. But I think until we get inflation down, it all goes in cycles, right? So if we see the hike rates too much, push us into recession, then yeah, that's a tool that they could absolutely use.
And just to add to that as well, no matter how many ways you cut inflation, at the end of the day, it's going to be a monetary policy issue, which essentially means that you raise rates enough and you wait enough, inflation will come back down. So on the other side of that situation, when you get the fiscal policy, you get the fiscal quantitative easing stimulus that you're doing, that's a tool on the other side as well. So absolutely is a tool they can use. If they used it right now, it would just exacerbate the inflation problem.
Good to know. Thanks, guys.
Councillor Bressy.
Great. So we've talked a lot about the community, but I'm curious about our money. How have our investments done the last year, and what's the prognosis for the upcoming year?
Sure. So great question. So everything we own is principal guaranteed, MGA compliant. It's essentially senior debt obligations issued by the major chartered banks. So we're not worried about losing money. The good news is that the average yield that we can get has gone from like 2.5% to 3% all the way up to 6 to 8%. So it's going to take some time for that to flow through. But as we've got it set up as a bond ladder, right? So we have maturities coming due. We have cash flows coming due. So as we're able to reinvest those, we launched a bond the other day at 8.5%. So, your expected investment revenue over the next 5 years should move materially higher, bearing any major shift in the economy and interest rates.
Yeah, absolutely. And we work very closely with administration as well. So they have all those forecasts with us as well, where we can basically take a look and go, here's all the cash flow forecasts. Here's the expected rate of return on them going forward, which is materially higher. And then we actually work with them ahead of budget time for you guys to kind of get that data already built into that.
Great. And then I'm kind of curious what conversations happen in other municipalities in terms of investment policies. In terms of, I know that we're very limited what types of instruments we can invest in because we need to make sure that money's safe and we can't take risks. But in terms of length of laddering, timing withdrawals, things like that, are conversations starting to happen with other municipalities about different policies on investment at the council level, or is this very much something that's usually being left with administration?
Usually we work on it with administration, then take it to council for approval. I would say of the 65 municipalities, it's either the policies are very similar, right? Because we're only in this little small box that we can operate in. The things you can tweak would be credit quality, which we actually hold it more strict than the MGA allows. You could buy BBB bonds, but we stick to the A's and the AA's just for safety. Do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, just to give council kind of comfort as well, our internal process with administration is we will review the policy with them once a year. And if anything needs to be materially changed for the current market economics or whatever it may be, we'll let them know, and then we can kind of bring it to council as well. But it's an iterative process. It's not a set it and forget it. So we're always making sure that once a year we're at least assessing it based on the current market dynamic environment.
Great. And you mentioned that credit quality. Is that a Wood Gundy policy? That's the only thing you guys play in, or that's the City of Grande Prairie's made that decision?
So credit quality, to give you guys, we'll take a step back. The MGA basically says don't lose money, which is a very broad stroke brush to say. And then within the actual investment universe, there's different levels of credit quality. Investment grade can mean everything from like an Enbridge bond to the CIBC bond. So we'll make it actually further restrictive than that and say we don't want to buy anything triple B. We actually want to buy A or higher, so Schedule I banks, provincials, and government. So we make it significantly more restrictive than what the MGA allows us, and for that specific purpose of short-term volatility does happen, and we don't want to own any of those people that can be downgraded at any point in time. So it's not a City of Grande Prairie thing or a Wood Gundy thing. It's just within the context of the MGA.
Okay.
And the rating agency we use is Dominion Bond Rating Service. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
I'm just going to jump in the queue here. You mentioned that you don't see a reduction in prices in regards to capital projects in the near future. However, you mentioned that by the end of 2023, you think that the pressure on wages could cool off. Is it not fair then to assume there will be an opportunity for economic development growth in regards to new businesses establishing, because businesses now can afford to reopen their doors, reiterate themselves, because wages have come down, which in turn puts some pressure on competition in the economy. So is there not potential that we could see capital projects not continue to climb, at some point here level out and potentially reduce with the increase of competition as the market comes back?
Absolutely. Another way for us to kind of how we would interpret that is going back to a couple of the other questions in terms of right now we haven't seen those capital projects and it coming back. There's been so much pressure on just giving it back to investors or individuals, but growth has not been in the forecast. Growth is actually going to be slowing. On the other side of this coin, growth is going to come back. And that's going to be a pressure on a lot of, in terms of expectations going forward for a lot of companies. So when you do have that growth forecast coming, it's going to have a significant amount of competition coming back as well. So yeah, so you're going to have growth and competition.
So it's not fair to say that projects will remain high as they are now. There was an earlier comment that, projects are high now because of inflation, et cetera, but there is potential that in the near future growth could come. And when I say in the near future, I mean relative to this 4-year budget, that there is opportunity for savings in capital projects in the future.
Yeah. Our comment was more so in terms of the cost of those capital projects remaining elevated in the short term. Yeah.
Sure.
The other thing just to keep in mind is if we see supply chain issues dissipate,
right,
the cost of asphalt's going to come down. So
exactly.
We are seeing some municipalities choose to delay projects until that kind of resolves.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
I'm pretty sure I asked you this question last fall, and I don't remember the answer, so I'll ask you again. You're using bond laddering. I'm wondering what the rollover rate is. Are you looking at new bonds monthly, 6 months? And I know that with interest rates high, you're going to be locking some of that in for a much longer period of time. I'm just curious what your reinvestment rate is.
Without getting too technical, you essentially have two triggers, right? You either have bonds paying the cash flows and that needs to be reinvested, or a maturity coming due. So there'd be 3 triggers, or a maturity coming due that needs to be reinvested into the ladder. And the final will be if there's any excess capital gains. That's obviously not going to happen in a rising rate environment, but on the flip side of that, that would be a trigger as well. The reinvestment, you're looking in less than, in today's world, less than 10% is what you're, from a
Okay.
reinvestment.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. Thanks.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We talked a little bit about lots about oil and gas, I guess, but seeing the balance sheets get healthier, but they're not doing the major capital projects like they once have. What do you guys see in the petrochemical space? In that way, we've got a region that we're trying to move forward with some major petrochemical projects. What's your future of your view on petrochemicals moving forward?
I'm actually more bullish on petrochemicals than I am on other commodities. You see, that's where you've seen any type of capital expenditure programs. That's where you've seen it. Interpipe, now Brookfield, doing that large petrochem facility in terms of plastics and things like that. So where we've seen the infrastructure growth forecast right now is in projects like that. So I'm more supportive of those prices than I am general commodities as a whole.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Gentlemen, it seems at least of most recent, there are members in the global community who are taking Elon Musk's strategy of gaming the system and gaming the market. I'm speaking more to like fake Twitter accounts for Eli Lilly and Lockheed Martin that have caused their stocks to plummet. Obviously, it's good for the consumer who normally wouldn't be able to afford those stocks in their regular stock portfolio. But how concerning is that to you guys in the banking industry and to our investments that we could see a steep drop because somebody made a fake Twitter account and tweet?
Specifically for the investments, no concern. We're living in a principal guaranteed environment. The government doesn't let us take risk for quite its tax revenue. What we see for that forecast going forward, volatility. It's the word going forward. When you have information and communication developing at the speed that it is, it just creates a significant amount of volatility. Eli Lilly rallying significantly the next day after everybody realized that it was a trade error or it was a mistake. But if you want to add to that as well.
Yeah, I think one thing to watch would be the cryptocurrency space as well, and if that creates a ripple effect on the broader market. We saw FTX go bankrupt. They had 900 million backing up 9 billion of currency. There was some currency, there was more than 400 million got stolen right when it went into Chapter 11. So if we kind of see contagion across other cryptocurrencies, that could be an issue for sure. But it won't impact us.
Okay, so we're good with our low risk, no risk. No crypto. There you go.
We would definitely lose our jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah. There seems to be a theme. You want to invest at the same level of beef you like to eat. AAA beef, AAA investment. All right, there we go. All right, regardless, you've cleared the queue, so congratulations. Thanks so much for your time and your information. It's very valuable. I know Council really enjoys this part of our budget. So I want to thank you again for coming in person, and we'll see you again soon. Council, we are going to take a 15-minute break before we start the InvestGP presentation. So if you could try really hard to be back here in less than 15 minutes, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Deliberations 2022. Next on our agenda is an economic update from InvestGP. Ms. Pinnock, if you'd like to lead us through that.
Grande Prairie team and provide the economic update prior to your budget deliberations. This presentation will highlight a couple of things. We'll go over some major economic indicators that the InvestGP team monitors on an ongoing basis to understand what is happening in our local and regional economy. We'll look at a few of the major projects that are happening in the region. And lastly, we'll share a bit of a summary of what we're hearing from local businesses. So I wanted to start and just preface this presentation with a little bit of kind of what we're seeing overall and hopefully get into some stats that sort of support these pieces. So we're looking at some steady growth, which we'll cover as we look at our local population and demographics. We're seeing generally upward trends in several of the indicators that we're monitoring over where we were last year. And generally, we're seeing a more positive outlook overall from where we were last year. And so that's really encouraging. So we're fortunate this year to have had the release of some new census data from the 2021 federal census, and that allows us to compare to where we were 4 years ago in 2016 with that new data that's been rolled out in a couple of batches over the last couple of months. So overall, we saw a 1.5% change in our population between 2016 and 2021, with 63,166 in 2016 and up to 64,141 in 2021. Just to provide a little bit of context, if we look back at 2001, the city's population was 36,983, which is about a 73% increase in our population over the last 20 years, which is really significant in terms of growth. Our median age increased from 31.9 to 34, which is a good sign that people are staying and getting older. And we continue to see strong birth rates, and we'll get into a bit more data as we go through these slides. In terms of our trade area, so the city's been fortunate to have contracted FBM to do a retail market analysis and vacancy study. And while those studies aren't complete yet, they did provide us a little bit of preliminary data that will be interesting to council. So in terms of our primary trade area, so directly in and around Grande Prairie, we're up to 183,157, up from 171 and 19 back in 2018-19, so good growth there. In terms of our total trade area, which reaches farther into Northeast BC and down to Grand Cache and Whitecourt, that's up over 301,000 compared to 288,000 back in 2018-19. And as a regional hub, we have significantly higher proportion of retail services. And as things like the hospital and the other projects that we're going to go into come online, we're expecting to see that trade area grow and see some more growth in our retail. In terms of our median family income and our average house price, our median total income of an economic family in 2020 was $120,000. And our average size of an economic family was 3.1. If we compare that to Canada in 2020, we're about 12% higher. If we look at Alberta, overall, we're about 4% higher. If we look at some comparable cities, which I know in the past has been sort of interesting to see where the city fits, Medicine Hat were about 17% higher. They were at about 99,000. Lethbridge was at 102, so we're about 15% higher. If we look at some comparable cities across the country, Prince George was at 125,300. Thunder Bay was at 103,000, and Edmonton was at 112,000, so we're a little bit higher there. We saw our homeowner households saw a 1% increase between 2016 and 2021, with more people owning their home. We had 66.7% of households owning their home compared to 34.7% of renter households based on this last census. And our shelter cost to income ratio, which is whether or not you're spending 30% of your income, 30% on household expenses versus spending less than 30% on your household's expenses, we had 78% spending less and 22% of households spending more. So that's an indicator of housing affordability as well. In terms of our population overall, if you look at this table that we've got here, we're the 7th largest city in the province based on the federal census. We did see an increase of the 975 people and that 1.5% total growth. We're seeing centers like St. Albert and Airdrie in and around those big urban centers are growing at quite a faster pace than some of the other communities, but we're still seeing some really positive growth. And on the right, you can see the County of Grande Prairie is still 5th within that counties and special municipalities group. So in terms of population growth, just wanted to share a little bit about the provincial projections for population growth. So the data is typically reported July 1st to June 31st. And these population projections were released on July 5th of this year. And they were the 2022 to 2046 medium growth scenario. And interestingly, Alberta projects that by 2046, 1 in 5 Albertans will be a senior, and 4 to 5 Albertans will be living in that Edmonton-Calgary corridor, which is fairly significant. And they note that a lot of those people are leaving the regions to access education and employment opportunities. So there'll be some real opportunities in Grande Prairie with Northwestern Polytechnic and with some of the big projects that we have coming up to be able to keep people here in our community and to draw new people. Our census division, which is Census Division 19, is projected to have an overall population growth of 2% by 2022 at 129,665. And then by 2046, we're expected to be up to 192,925. That census division includes Fairview, Peace River, Spirit River, some communities that have different economies, a little bit older, a little bit fast or slower growing. So we're kind of lumped in there when we look at our population projections. The table that you have, or the chart in front of you, population growth, there's a couple of different components that includes. So that includes our natural growth, so births minus deaths, our international migration, including immigration, our interprovincial, so those coming in and out of the province, and our intra-provincial, which is those that are moving within the province. Overall, most of the areas are expected to see a net loss in intra-provincial, people leaving the regions to go to the bigger urban centers. That said, we're encouraged to know that because of our economic diversity and an uptick in conventional drilling, our census division is expected to recover more significantly than other oil-dependent regions. And we're also expecting to see a bit of a boost between 2021 and 2024 with those population projections. The other thing that I'll note, we have seen a bit of a reduction in international migration, but with our rural renewal program and seeing more of those permanent residents coming to the city and also both Afghan and Ukrainian refugees coming in, we're likely to see those numbers climbing again. They were impacted, obviously, by federal immigration policies and economics over the last couple of years. Our natural growth rate, I'll just mention, is still remaining strong. We still have in that blue bar there over 1,000 births per year, even more than that some years. And our fertility rate is 1.83, and our median age of births is 31.6. So compared to the province, which is at 1.5 for their fertility rate, we're doing pretty good in terms of general population growth. In terms of employment, so Alberta is broken out into 7 economic regions. Ours is by far the largest, covering the biggest geographical area across the province. So we include up to high level as far south as Banff and as far east as Athabasca. All of those regions have different economic drivers, so our numbers do reflect changes in these areas. But if we look at where we were the same time last year, we were at 7.1% unemployment, and we're now at 5.7%. So we're trending in the right direction. The province is seeing that same shift as well. And I understand that historically, just because the region is so big, that sometimes Grande Prairie was 1 or 2% even lower than what that unemployment rate for the whole region was reporting. in the absence of specific data to the community, these are the best numbers that we have. So in terms of residential sales, year to date as of October 2022, we've seen 1,306 sales within the city. That's up 7% from this time last year and 28% above where we were in 2020. So that's really good news. Our average sale price was about $327,000. That's about 3% above where we were at this time last year. Just this month in October, our average sale price was $308,000, and typically we're within 1% year over year. And so when we get to the end of the year and we have a year-to-date figure, we're likely to be right within that 1%. Starts and rental vacancies. This is always of interest to council. This information is reported through CMHC. And so if you look overall in year to date for September, for 2022, we're at 169 starts compared to 96 starts at the same period in 2021. So that's a 76% increase, which is really good. In terms of the rental vacancies, this is reported on an annual basis for the last October. A little bit problematic. It's a single point in time count. It's based on the previous year. It typically is not super transparent and only includes apartment buildings that are 3 and higher. So it doesn't capture some of our secondary suites and some of the other rental properties that we have within the city. So that one's at 13.2 compared to last year or 2020 where we were at 9.7%. But we did reach out to some of the local realtors just to get a sense of what they were seeing on the ground, and they're reporting a little bit closer to 5% for vacancy in the residential area. In terms of industrial vacancy, they've reported somewhere around 8%, stronger market for the smaller properties. The larger 20,000 plus square feet market is a little bit soft, and commercial is about 9%, but the market is okay. And some of that vacancy is just related to a couple of the bigger buildings that have been on the market for a couple of years now. This chart is really just to show that same information, but in a graph form. So you can see that trend line where we were kind of headed down in 2020, and we've spiked right back up in 2020, up to that 169. For 2022, the data is showing us that we have 104 single starts, 18 semi-detached, 0 row, and 47 apartment units. So definitely some really good growth there on the residential side. One of the other indicators that the InvestGP team looks at is our building permits volume and also the value, because 10 building permits worth $1 versus 10 permits worth $10 million makes a big difference. So in terms of our volume overall, they're a good leading indicator. And what we're seeing is that we've issued 674 building permits this year compared to 552 for the same period last year. If we break those down, you'll see the teal color is residential and the mustard color is commercial. So we've had 464 residential this year, year to date, compared to 359 last year. And on the commercial side, we've had 142 permits compared to 129 last year. And if we look at the value of those permits, year to date, we're looking at about $112 million worth of building permits, $53 million in residential compared to $32 million last year, $19 million in institutional compared to $2 million last year, and that one's really driven by the St. Patrick's School replacement project, $36 million in commercial versus $39 million last year, $2.4 million in industrial versus 1.2 last year, and 689 and change for garage permits compared to 391 and change for last year. So we're definitely trending back up in the right direction. So if we look beyond the city borders and we look at well licenses and drilling, that's a really good indicator of future investment across the region. To date, we've had 810 drilling licenses in oil and gas that have been issued in the Grande Prairie region so far this year. That's compared to 607 in the same period last year. That's about a 33% increase overall. And you can see the purple bar on the table is really spiked up, especially on the gas side of things. So we look at drilling starts and we also look at drilling completions. They're a bit of the truth teller for us. Completions are up 36% with 862 completions to date compared to 635 for the same period in 2021. We've also seen an uptick in our over-dimensional vehicles passing through the city, which is another really good indicator of economic activity. In September, we saw 813 over-dimensional vehicles pass through the city, which is a 27% increase from the 782 recorded last September. And that's a 45% increase from where we were in 2020. So definitely seeing a lot more activity and over-dimensional vehicles passing through, going out to those plays across the region. So for council's interest, this slide has traditionally been included in the economic update just to give a sense of who the top producers are in the region. We've got the last 3 years on there, 2022, 2021, and 2020. So for 2022, what we're seeing for top producers, those top 5 include ARC Resources at 109 wells, drilled Pipestone Energy at 65, CNRL at 54, and New Vista Energy at 51. And so if you look at the totals at the bottom, 2022, we're at 443 for those top 10. 2021, we were a little bit higher. And then 2020, we were at 314. So we're definitely moving, again, in the right direction and seeing more development happening again. In terms of capital projects and infrastructure, we have over $10 billion worth of planned investment for the region. This information is provided through the Government of Alberta's major projects listing. So we've pulled city, county, and the MD of Greenview as a part of this list. And a couple of things that are happening within the city. We've got the Sunrise Youth Shelter expansion at $5.5 million. We've got the St. Patrick's School replacement at $24 million. We have had a couple of those projects from previous years that have been completed, so they're off the list, and a couple of new ones that haven't quite made it onto the list, including one that we'll go into a little bit more detail on. But I wanted to share a little bit about a couple of these. So Alberta number 1 will be the first conventional geothermal energy facility in the province. That's a $90 million project in the Gold Creek area of the MD. And it'll be the first large-scale geothermal project in Alberta. And they received $25.5 million through Natural Resources Canada for that project. Siemens Energy is building a waste heat-to-power pilot installation. The project received $8 million from Emissions Reductions Alberta's Industrial Efficiency Challenge, and that one's expected to be completed in 2022. And then we have some other pipeline projects that are in the mix. One of the other things that we don't have listed on here, which we have been monitoring as an emerging area, is the carbon capture utilization and storage, CCUS. So Alberta continues to advance this technology to help our province capitalize on emerging opportunities and reduce emissions in industries across the energy sector. The Government of Alberta, through Alberta Energy, put out a RFPP, a request for full project proposals, and they did 2 rounds of that. And in the latest round, they did announce several sites that were selected that were in the Northwest region, so we're going to want to keep an eye on those. That includes Grande Prairie's Net Zero Gateway, North River Midstream, and Kiera Corp. And Entropy Incorporated, and that'll be for a hub north of Grande Prairie in the Greenview region. There's a project with ARC Resources for a potential sequestration hub in the southeast of Grande Prairie. The Grande Prairie CCS hub with Enhanced Energy for the potential sequestration hub northeast of the city, and one other one that's around the Swan Hills area. So this will be technology and growth and development that we monitor over the next little bit to see what's happening in the region. So one of the areas that we continue to keep a close eye on development when we look at the wider region is the Greenview Industrial Gateway. And that's the world-class eco-industrial park that's about 32,000 hectares. And nautical and NPC, are examples of the types of projects that are targeted for Greenview Industrial Gateway, and those are those big petrochemical projects. And our colleagues at CIBC indicated that those are the areas that they're expecting to see some growth over the next few years. So just a little bit more on a couple of those projects that are up and coming. Northern Petrochemical Corporation, this is a significant project that's been announced for the region. It'll be situated on 295 acres of land in the Greenview Industrial Gateway. It's a $2.5 billion facility that will use carbon capture, utilization, and storage to produce up to 200 million tons of blue methanol and blue hydrogen per year that can be converted into ammonia. The project's expected to create up to 4,000 construction jobs and 400 long-term jobs. And these projects are noting that they're choosing the region due to their access to natural gas, which we have lots of in that Montney and Duvernay plays that we have around here, their access to water, and their access to rail as well. One of the most recent announced projects was the Cerilin GTL project. So in April of this year, the MD of Greenview announced that they had signed an MOU with Cerilin. They announced the purchase of 200 acres from the MD, and they're proposing to construct a gas to liquids GTL facility capable of producing 24,000 barrels per day to manufacture clean, environmentally friendly, low sulfur diesel and specialist products. So the facility will also capture CO2 and implement that carbon capture and sequestration process, giving the facility the lowest carbon footprint of any GTL facility in the world. So it's exciting to see some of these projects that are using world-class clean energy technology coming to the region. We've reported in the last couple of years on these major projects which are now complete. So it's exciting that they're now online. We've got the composite high school replacement. That was a provincial project, 180,000 square feet, $60 million, 1,600 students, and that was opened in September of 2022. We also had the O'Brien Lake West School, officially named École Catholique Louis Riel. That's another provincial project within the Catholic School Division, 900 students, grades K to 9. $36 million project that was completed in August of this year. And there's also the hospital, which was a very significant project opening up just a year ago in December. $850 million project, 234 beds, 11 operating rooms, 43,000 square feet of programming for Northwestern Polytechnic, 756 new jobs, and $276 million increase to annual GDP. And that project actually has won the 2022 International Building Award by the International Federation of Healthcare Engineering, recognizing the importance of design in healthcare facilities that helps to accommodate patients, visitors, staff, and guests. So that's exciting that they received an award like that. In terms of retail, so this slide should also have a bit of a caveat at the bottom that these are preliminary figures provided to us by FBM. So our total annual retail spending right now is about $4.5 billion. Our total retail floor space is about just over 4 million, and total vacancy right now is just under 500,000 square feet. We did see some impacts of COVID on our retail spend. So we did see a slight decrease, a little more than a slight decrease of 9.8%, but we are seeing that trending in the right direction to recover now that businesses are open and restrictions are lifted, and they're feeling a lot more positive. FBM did also note for us that retail and the success of retail growth is really a result of the city's efforts over the past 10 years to focus on that. They did recommend that targeted attraction should be the focus moving forward. There is a little bit of a slowdown in household spending, despite continued population growth. But we are trending in the right direction now in terms of our retail and recovery there. A couple of other good news points that I don't have listed on a slide but are worth noting. Our airport saw a 44% increase in August, with 21,543 passengers passing through the doors in August of 2022 compared to 15,000 back in 2021. And also our average hotel occupancy rate was 61.5 for August, which is comparable to other mid-sized cities across the province. And traditionally in the colder months, we know that the occupancy rate goes up because we have a lot of oil and gas activity and we have lots of workers coming in. So we're expecting to see those numbers go even higher. So Small Business Week happened between October 15th and 21st this year, and it's a great opportunity for Council and the Invest GP team to get out and talk to small businesses. Last year, there was a phone survey that our Business Expansion and Retention Coordinator did. This year, we had an opportunity to talk to businesses in person and find out a little bit about how they were feeling. So we did ask them, how satisfied overall are you with doing business within the city of Grande Prairie? If you look at the chart in front of you, most people were rating us at 7 or higher, which is really good compared to kind of where we were last year. We had about 102 businesses that we were able to survey this year, compared to 85 last year. And we have heard from businesses that the restrictions lifting really had a big impact on them. And the biggest issues that we seem to be hearing over and over are the shortage of labor and also supply chain issues, which is no surprise. And they were very encouraged, I will say, to hear about the Rural Renewal Program and some of the efforts there and that extra tool in their toolbox now to recruit some more staff. In terms of how businesses are feeling and their attitude changing over the past 12 months, we had more saying the same or positive than we had last year. So in 2021, we had 51 saying they were feeling about the same. This year we had 56 saying that they were feeling about the same, and 20 in 2021 saying they were positive versus 35 saying they were positive in 2022. So definitely a bit of a shift in in how people are feeling overall. And just generally, we were hearing a lot of positive feedback from businesses. They're just really feeling like their outlook moving forward is just a lot more positive than where it has been the last couple of years. In addition to that, we did ask kind of an open-ended question of what can the city do to help support them conduct their business within the city to make it easier to do business. Again, we heard quite a bit around staffing and attraction, a little bit around garbage and cleanliness in a couple of targeted areas, a little bit about road construction and tax rates. But overall, we heard from businesses that Grande Prairie is definitely a place of opportunity, a place of diversity. They would love to be able to further communicate the diversity of the arts and culture that we have in the community, especially to professionals that are looking at relocating here. And they were pleased with the downtown reconstruction and the completed result that we have to showcase now. And a couple of the businesses, just to speak to some of the innovation within the community, have been working with each other to look at referrals when it comes to staffing, and others have been looking at unique ways to just partner. As an example, one of the massage therapy clinics was partnering directly with the massage therapy school to look at getting the students directly into employment opportunities in the community. And with that, I am happy to take any questions.
Perfect. Thank you for your presentation. A lot of information there for sure. I'll open the queue for questions, recognizing Councillor O'Connor first.
Thank you, Mayor Clinton. Thank you, Kim. Wonderful report. Just a question on your numbers. You said we had 4.468 billion in sales, retail sales, and a number of millions of square feet and the number of vacancies. Do we have comparable numbers and how that relates to previous years?
We do, and we will be bringing forward the full report from the consultant once that's completed. We did see an increase in total retail floor space between 2018-19 and 2020-21, but we also did see a bit of an increase in that vacancy rate as well. So once those reports are done in the next couple of weeks, we'll be bringing those forward, and the consultant will be able to provide full details on those preliminary figures.
Okay, supplemental, I also noticed just that I've spoken to a couple of leasing companies for rentals, and the rate is not 5% from what I'm hearing. They're full, and which is a real good thing. So that'll encourage house construction, hopefully, because you can't go anywhere, so they have to start building again. And I've just heard from one of the hoteliers, they're at 100% occupancy. And they've been like that. I'm not sure how long, but I can certainly find that out.
Perfect.
Councillor Blackmore.
I have a couple questions. One, on the very last slide you showed us where people had concerns, and I guess you call it bricks and bouquets. One of the phrases you had was construction routing, and can you tell me what you mean by that?
There was some feedback around multiple construction projects going on at any given time throughout the city, and just the challenge of a number of different routes being impacted at any one point. I would have to dig in specifically to further on any of those, but generally it was about having multiple construction projects ongoing at a specific period of time.
I was more or less guessing that was the issue. We did have times last year when getting east to west was almost impossible. So I look at Brian out of the corner of my eye. And the other thing I noticed is when you talked about oil field construction and the number of wells being drilled, what I've heard is that we would have a lot more wells being drilled if people had employees. That lack of staffing is their biggest handicap in expansion right now. So that's not anything we can do specifically in this room, but it is something to keep in mind that once that gap starts to be filled, we will see some more significant growth. That's it.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Can you reiterate some of your information? When you were talking about residential starts and you had apartments in with housing, if you took out the apartments, because those are the significant builds right now, where do we fall from year to year, or in the last 5 years?
It's a great question. I'll see if I have a bit more data on the starts. I only have here just where we fall between this year and last year, although we are up quite a bit if we look at, let me just go to our starts. So let me just go back to that slide if I could. So if we look at between 2018 and 2022, the starts, the single family homes are in blue, the semi-detached are the red, the row houses are above that, typically not too many of those being built, and then the apartments are that gold bar at the top. So we have seen overall a significant increase even compared to 2018-19, kind of pre-COVID, and residential has seen quite a big increase this year in terms of starts and construction overall.
Okay, perfect. This slide deck, I'd like to have that if that's available to council at some point.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you would like to have that. Councillor Thiessen.
There we go. I don't know. Maybe I'm just running cold today. Thanks for the presentation, Kim. Really appreciate it. So I think we're all aware of our low staffing numbers across industries and the ability for employers to get employees working for them. Do we have any insights through, or does InvestGP have any insights as to perhaps where those workers left? Like, I mean, our population sign, we had 68,000. Your slide deck said we had 64,000. So that to me intimates a bit of migration. But do we have any other hypotheses as to where all the workers went, or are they just sitting at home, collecting paychecks some way, somehow?
Well, a couple of things. So on the 68,000 versus the 64, those are reflective of differences between the federal census and previous municipal census data. So they use a bit of a different approach for municipal census. So we're always going to see a little bit of a difference there. Although the province is moving back to allowing municipalities to do municipal census and looking at a apples to apples kind of comparison in those off years. So some municipalities are considering that again. In terms of where people are going, traditionally we've kind of looked at that and said it's likely skewing to the females in kind of that 18 to 30 year old range, leaving the community to access employment and educational opportunities. We had significant movement over COVID with people returning to home communities, especially out east, but we are seeing an uptick and expect to see an uptick in the number of intra and inter-provincial migration numbers as we move over the next couple of years, just because of that service hub that we play in the oil and gas sector and because of the projects that we know are coming and announced.
Okay, so that sounds like good news. Looking forward.
And I will say, just in addition to that, that the some of the sectors that the rural renewal stream is recruiting is mostly in the food services and retail, but some of the wider work that several of the municipalities, including us, are doing on the workforce partnership to identify where those needs are and to use that information to sort of target recruitment. Those will be some areas that we focus on in the next couple of years.
If I may just have a quick supplemental. Thank you very much. So in regards to the rural renewal stream, I don't know if I'm alone in this, but over the last 2 weeks, I've received probably about 10 different phone calls from across the country. I just pick it up when it says Quebec now. I used to ignore those calls. Usually it's a referral and a question about the rural renewal stream, and I refer them right to InvestGP. Is that the right place to send people to get information about how this applies to them?
It's absolutely the right place. So we have an email that's set up, immigration@cityofgp.com. We also have a very comprehensive website that we've created, cityofgp/immigration. And it'll take both candidates and employers to our website, and they'll be able to go through and understand the program, all of the steps that are involved in that, all of what's required on the Alberta government side through the AAIP program. And we are getting a flood of calls from both employers and candidates. And we have endorsed a number of employers. They're all listed on our website. And every 2 weeks, our partnership meets and certifies more employers and reviews candidates for endorsement. So things are really moving on that front.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And yeah, there was an email sent out, Councillor Thiessen, a few weeks ago explaining more information if you needed that. So you just thought you'd ask. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Can you just maybe give me an update on where lease rates have headed the last year or two, where you anticipate lease rates heading on commercial and industrial and office space?
That's a very good question. And I may not be the best person to provide you good stats on that right now. On the vacancy side, those bigger buildings that we're seeing have been vacant for quite a long time. Lease rates in general, yeah, I don't want to get into too many specifics because I don't have like hard data in front of me, so I don't want to lead you astray. But we can certainly look into that and get you some additional information.
Okay, that would be great, because I guess my concern is what I'm hearing is that they're dropping, and that's not necessarily good for the community if they're going the wrong direction. Just want to echo Councillor O'Connor's comments. I've been meeting with property managers, and I do think we're probably closer to 0% than the 5% number on what's happening for additional vacancies. So I guess my other question is when we've seen 1% price changes in houses with the inflation that we're talking about, what are we going to build? Like, I'm saying that as an empathetic builder. I don't know what we're going to build for these people that we need to have come to Grande Prairie. One of the biggest hurdles we're going to have is where people are going to live. Do you have any suggestions or comments on what you're hearing or seeing from industry on what is going to be able to have these people move to Grande Prairie and where they're going to live? Because I have a real concern. There's not going to be anywhere for them to live, and so that's going to stagnate our growth potentially.
I would say that one of the things outside of the housing piece, which I know is important about what types of housing we're going to build, is also the quality of life piece. That's the real draw for people, and that's what we're hearing on the workforce front, is that those are the pieces that folks are looking at in terms of what's going to make them relocate to the community. That income to the income ratio and where we're at from our income versus, our housing prices still puts us in a very strong position to be able to be an affordable community. That still puts us in a good spot, I guess, overall.
Okay, and I'm not sure how much, one more, Mayor Clayton? Or, I'm not sure how much you weighed into it on the tax revenue portion of our budget, but when I look at from 23 to 26, we're proposing almost 10% increase in our tax revenue. I guess I'm just wondering where that's coming from. I know I'd asked that, and it's a speculative kind of number, but it's a large increase that we're forecasting the next 3 years in this 4-year budget. I'm just, with the interest rate hikes and the things that have happened, I don't want to be a pessimist. I don't know how I can be that optimist to think that we're going to have that sort of growth. So I'm just wondering if you're seeing something else there that I maybe missed that is going to create that kind of growth.
I would maybe look to our
CFO Wei.
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was a question through ECDEV or not, so my apologies.
Oh, that's fair. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we did take a look at growth, and we're optimistic that growth could be a little bit higher going forward. So Kim did present on some of the housing starts and a little bit of an increase there that we are hopeful will start to come to fruition in 2024. And again, as we discussed earlier, this is the benefit of going to budget every year. So, we can reevaluate each and every year what's actually happening around the city and make the appropriate adjustments from there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, Kim, for the report. I'm a stats nerd, and much like Councillor Bosch, I really enjoyed that, so thank you so much. So my question that I have isn't around stats, I guess, so there's a little bit of a gap there. You touched on culture, and we're talking about what we're going to spend here over the next 4 years. You touched it on quality of life as well. We saw it a little bit with the Cricket Association yesterday. Can you elaborate on, when you had that word salad there at the end, and culture, you touched on how important that is for labor attraction. Can you build on that a little bit in a non-statistical way?
So one of the things that we've been discussing with our colleagues in the other municipalities as well is that sense of place and placemaking, and people feeling like they're connected to the community, that they understand what's offered within the community, and that they're engaged early on when they relocate, so that they don't go 2 years down the road and still feel like they're a bit of an outsider. So community events where they're feeling connected to others in the community, they understand all of the services that we offer. Grande Prairie has a tremendous amount of services that we offer as a mid-sized city because of that larger trading area that we represent. So really connecting people to each other within the community and to the services, so that they really feel that this is the right place for them.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor, CAO Nicolay had something to add to that.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you got time for a story, but it's an interesting question, and Councillor Berg has asked it outside of the realm of statistics. And if I've already told Council this story, stop me, and I'll defer to the next speaker. This is a true story that occurred in Grande Prairie in 2018, early 2018. I believe it's relatively common knowledge, so I won't be revealing any confidential information. But Shell Canada, Shell International actually came to Grande Prairie. They were studying the potential of the Montney and the Duvernay to become a major capital focus area for Shell International. They have about 5 of them around the world. They essentially attract all of the major capital that's spent by that corporation in the development of hydrocarbons. They were coming to Grande Prairie to look at the area around here, and the strategy would have been essentially buying out juniors and intermediates that are currently operating in the area and creating a major capital investment area. They asked to meet with the mayor and the city manager, and so I was briefing the mayor at the time on what he would likely be exposed to in questions from 3 senior executives that were coming up from Calgary. And I talked to him a lot about oil and gas and logistics and pipelines and reservoir performance. So we were ready for that conversation. We sat down in the mayor's office and the 3 executives started to ask questions. And about 10 minutes in, I realized that they had nothing to do with the productive capacity of the Montney and the Duvernay and the takeaway capacity of pipelines. And I asked them if this is something that we were going to get to in the morning session. And their answer, reasonably respectfully, was, frankly, we know more about the Montney and the Duvernay and the takeaway capacity in the area than you do, so we wouldn't expect to be asking you questions on those elements. But before we can create a major capital investment area in a region like Grande Prairie, we have to ascertain that our people around the world will move here. There was a time when you would ask a geologist in Houston to move to a new capital investment area, and they would say, when do I leave? That evolved to be the geologist in Houston being asked to move, and they would ask, where am I going? And if it's a hardship location, what's my premium pay? And Grande Prairie would probably fall into that. According to their accounts, today, when you ask the young geologist in Houston to move to a new area, they're just as likely to say no. And they're happy where they are, and they'll continue to work here, and if you don't hire them or you don't continue to employ them, they'll go somewhere else. So he said the shift in major capital investment exploration around Shell's world now is, when we establish an area like Grande Prairie, are there going to be places of worship? Are there going to be cultural opportunities? Are there going to be educational opportunities? Are there going to be recreational opportunities like the cricket story that we heard last night? So it's anecdotal as well, but they left knowing everything they needed to know about the hydrocarbon potential in the area, but needing to understand why or how they can get a geologist from Houston or Dubai or South America to actually relocate here. And it was all about quality of life, which is what Council focused in on in their strategy session.
Great. Thank you for that. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is, when you spoke about roughly 65,000 people in the city, that whole little catchment area of like 20 kilometers around the city, so like Claremont, Wedgwood, Taylor States, so forth, what is that population base?
So the primary trading area is
183.
Yeah, and in CD19, I think we were at 127,000, roughly.
So that's just that close capacity, 127?
Well, no, if you're looking at.
Or are you talking about?
The county is at 23,000, so that would give you a more relative picture of ours plus the county at 23,000 is the immediate front door.
23,000 is the county?
The county, yep.
Okay. That's what I needed. Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Kim, this is maybe a loaded question, so if I'm out of order, Mayor Clayton.
Well, you'll know.
Okay. Moving on. Okay. The Chamber Labor Attraction Study has been put forward into our deliberations, and I have a couple of questions for you. Do you feel that this proposal would aid in InvestGP's efforts to attract labor force here? And do you feel that there is not a duplication? And lastly, this Does this help put boots on the ground and aid your ability to do your job? Loaded question.
So I just go ahead, Ms. Pinnock. I mean, we will discuss that item as a referred budget item, but if you want to give high-level information on the work to date that you've been involved in regards to that project, that may be valuable to council.
So, as you know, I've recently stepped into this position, but my understanding from the past 3 years is that the first year that the group was together, they did the labor market needs assessment. And the next year, they had the release of the sector strategies, so they targeted into those. And then in April, they had the actual workforce development strategy created and presented. And so where they're at right now is to say we now have a strategy, we have a number of action items that have been identified by the consultant, and we need to know if we can move forward on that strategy. And that's what Tanya was here yesterday presenting on. There is value in regional collaboration. When individuals are moving to the community, they're not always just moving to the city of Grande Prairie. They might be living in the county, working in the MD, working in the city, and looking at working collaboratively helps us to leverage all of the resources that we have collectively and to ensure that we're aligned in some of our messaging. We know that there's a number of regional branding initiatives that will be underway, and the group would be looking to align to those things. We wouldn't be looking at duplicating efforts in any way, shape, or form, and working collaboratively also allows us to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts because we're all sitting at the table. And the fact that Northwestern Polytechnic is a part of that partnership really helps us to deliver information that we're hearing on the labor market to our primary training institution, and they can help use that information to better integrate students into jobs and to support the work that they're doing. So it's exciting that they're a part of that partnership as well.
Thank you.
All right. So I don't see anyone else in the queue. So I thank you for your time and your valuable information. And I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next, council, I think with the timing, we're going to do the CFO highlights, and then we'll break at 12 for lunch. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I'll go through. I just have a few items to touch on, and before we break for lunch, and then after lunch, we'll go through the operating budgets. Okay, great. So first off, a reminder here on priority-based budgeting. So we had started priority-based budgeting in 2018 for application in the 2019 budget. What it is a comprehensive budget process, and it captures the hundreds of services that the city provides and the costs associated with those and how they align with council's strategic plan. It helps us as management to filter budget decisions. We assign scores to the services that the city departments provide based on the priorities that you've set, as well as other factors such as legislative requirements, demand within the community, and if there is alternative ways to provide such services. So the higher the score, the greater the alignment or the greater the need for those services. Quartile 1 indicates the greatest alignment, down to quartile 4, which has the lower alignment. We look back since inception, the 2019 operating budget had 83% of operating dollars in the top 2 quartiles, whereas looking forward to the 2023 being proposed, we should have 90% in those top 2 quartiles. Management continues to advance operations to ensure alignment and satisfaction of council's priorities, and priority-based budgeting has acted as a lens for understanding and decision-making. And we have advanced to ensuring that the budgets built and proposed to you each year are progressively more and more in alignment with your priorities. So as we've already noted, okay, thanks. We're good, everybody sees it, okay. So as we've touched on, the budget approach is done annually. So significant work goes into the budget each year before we present to you in the fall. This spring, you had set your priorities and developed a strategy for the term. We follow up with gathering of data. We look at analysis of past trends, what we're seeing with other municipalities and around the province. We explore different ideas, concepts of service provision. We of course rank the services according to priorities, and complete business planning. So each department revises their business plan to ensure that they've accurately captured the projects and initiatives going forward. During budget development, there's liaising and communicating with the community, exploring of ideas and concepts, and identifying areas of focus for upcoming years. We look for revenue opportunities, optimization of services to reduce costs. We develop those operating, manpower, and capital plans on a line-by-line basis for each service that the city provides. We also engage with community for feedback. So we had the online platform, we had in-person stakeholder sessions, and public consultation available for anyone to attend. We then integrate council's input into our manpower, operating, and capital, and draft the budget that you see today. So we're presenting the operating and capital budgets for your review and approval. The 2023 operating and capital budgets will be approved, while the subsequent years will be approved in principle, and we'll continue to do this process each year. Once finalized, the budget will be communicated and available to the public for anyone to explore. One thing that we have kept track of, and we've mentioned already today, is inflation as a comparison to tax rate changes over the last 5 years. Inflation's a factor in any budget. It doesn't only impact goods and services that the city services and supplies that the city uses, but also employees of the city as well as taxpayers. When we look back over the last 5 years, we can see that inflation has outpaced tax rate increases by over 16%. The range and scope of services have also dramatically increased over the years, while the tax funds used to support the services provided have stayed significantly lower than inflation. Council has approved new services. We've had the mobile outreach team join. We've had the outdoor pool come on board. We've also had our contractual obligations with our RCMP contract costs. So there's a lot going into the expenditure increases for the city while taxes have remained unchanged. Tax funding as well, to note, is approximately $123 million of the city's budget, whereas inflation could directly or indirectly impact $200 million worth of expenses. So there's still, as we spoke about before, only a portion of our city revenue is even tax-based supported. Another piece of information that we monitor and look at as an indicator of reasonable spending is our operating expenditures per capita. So what we do here is we compare our budgeted costs per person to a number of municipalities throughout the province. We adjust the data to ensure comparability. So if a municipality has different operations, such as utilities built into their budget, we do normalize for those factors to ensure comparability. On average, these municipalities presented spend about $2,865 per person within their respective city. Grande Prairie's budget requires slightly higher at $2,909, but remains below others and quite close to the average within the province. So this brings us to looking at higher level changes within the 2023 budget. So to achieve a balanced budget, as we must under the Municipal Government Act, management is proposing the 3% tax increase. The budget we are presenting today has increases in expenditures rising greater than revenue sources. So incorporated in budgeted revenue increases are growth of the tax base, additional revenue due to ICF. We have anticipated increases throughout based on trends for things such as tax penalty revenue, franchise fees for electricity and gas. Expenses are rising much higher with contractual obligations for items such as salaries and benefits, our RCMP costs, inflation of supplies and materials, as well as rises in utility costs and insurance. Management has encountered both revenue and expense pressures over the last couple of years, but has brought forward a proposed budget that strives to achieve balance with a reasonable tax increase. So finally, I just do want to look at the full 4-year citywide operating budget. As I had said, we will be looking at approval of the 2023 with the further years to be approved in principle. And what we are anticipating is 3% for 2023, followed by 4.23% in 2024, 3.02% in 2025, and 2.36% in 2026. This is an average of 3.15% over the next 4 years. We will continue to revisit our budgets each year to ensure them to be the most accurate and bring back for deliberations. So the first service area that I'd like to introduce is fiscal services. So fiscal services is where all organizational revenues and expenditures are captured. It includes our property taxes, grants, interest on investments, as well as dividend and franchise fee revenues. General expenses are also included within fiscal services. This is where many of the transfers to reserves are budgeted, our long-term debt payments, our capital tax requirements, and our requisitions. When we look into 2023, the net revenue proposed for fiscal services is $125.9 million. It assumes growth in the tax base of $675,000, the addition of ICF revenue of $1.5 million, and some decreases to reserve transfers, including Council's adoption of the reduction in interest allocations and by amending the reserve policy.
So, yeah, I'm just going to jump in before we go into the operating areas, Ms. Whiteway. There has been some conversation sort of in pre-questions with council. The information that's presented to council is consistently presented based on a 3% increase. Just to sort of set the tone for the conversation so that it's not looming in the back of councilors' minds as they're making decisions on operating and capital. How do you foresee a conversation laying out if council had an overall consideration of a 2% or a 1%? How would you like to manage that conversation? And maybe if you can just introduce that to council so that they're aware of it as before we start deliberations and debates. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think we've had a little bit of conversation around what this might look like. The thought being that if that was the direction, that we could take some time and come back with an early 2023 amendment. So before the mill rate bylaw was to come forward, management could take the time to look at what, 1% is approximately 1.2 million to put into perspective. So for us to be able to look at the budget and see where, 1.2 million may be able to be adjusted, we could take some time and come back in the new year. So if that's something that council wishes for us to explore and come back and present on, that could be a great approach to it.
So just so that everybody's on the same page, budget deliberations discussions would happen over the next couple of days. You would have a fair evaluation of people's interest. Then at the end of it, you come back with a number that says it's 3.2, it's 2.8, whatever it is. But council's simply not comfortable with that and says, go away and show us what 2% looks like. We could do that before, obviously, we set our mill rate in early January.
Yes, that's right. And you can still approve the budget at, if the desire is 2%, we can still finalize and approve at 2% with management fleshing out the details and bringing those forward later on.
Perfect. So council is clear? No questions? I don't see anybody in the queue. So before we get into departments, I think it's a good time to break. So we will be back, for those who are watching online, at 1 o'clock. See you then. Welcome back to the 2022 budget deliberations. If you are just joining us before lunch, we did a CAO update and a CFO update. We also had an update from CIBC Wood Gundy, as well as Invest GP in regards to economic development activities and opportunities in our region. We have gone through a high-level highlights from the CFO in regards to our operating overview, pressures, strategies, and an update on our PBB, as well as an update on our fiscal services. We're going to start into department by department operating budgets. And the first department, I'm going to turn it over to CAO Nicolay for introduction to the council and city manager's office operating budgets.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll be relatively brief on mine. I'll go through them at a high level, and when I'm completed the areas that I've assumed as direct responsibility, I'll pause and we can get into any level of questions that any of the council members may have. Most of these things I'm going to be a little shaky on any details, but my team will be able to contribute. Most of these areas will be accommodated in the new organizational structure by a chief human resource officer and a chief of staff that will look after these areas. But to start out with human resources, the increase year on year is relatively marginal, and it's associated with experience that occurred during 2022 and is expected to increase or continue into 2023, related primarily to increased legal costs that we're experiencing in human resource matters, and contractual obligations that are prevalent in that area as well, including the licensing requirements for the recently installed ERP system that Grande Prairie adopted over the past couple of years. Went live this year, actually. So not much more to say on human resources. If I was to try to characterize, though, what's going on in human resources at a high level, we're trying to recalibrate the organization to get to have impact on the culture of the organization across every business unit. And without being disparaging at all about the culture that has existed up till this point, coming out of COVID is an opportunity for us to essentially switch on city employees to have even greater pride of employment, pride of place, and enthusiasm about doing their jobs with excellence. So there's been a real focus at the leadership level in trying to make sure that our human resource department supports that and dedicates sufficient resources to getting our team to feel like a team, act like a team, and perform like a team in 2023. Next area, now Arlen, were you going to speak to City Clerk? If we want to go through that area then, and then we can pause for comments.
And I just, I'm going to council just so we're gonna, as we go through the topics, and I'll clarify when we're doing our capital discussions, but as we're going through operating topics, get in the queue for the relevant topic as we go, because it'd be easier than jumping all around. So I'll recognize Councillor Blackmore first in regards to a question, I'm assuming, between council and city manager's office or human resources.
Yeah, my question is, we have a contractual obligation for releasing our previous city manager from his contract. I'm wondering where that shows up does it show up under city manager's office and or under human resources? And if so, when does it disappear?
I'll turn that over to CFO for explanation.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So in circumstances like that one, when we become contractually obligated, we actually accrue the entire expense and liability at that time. So it actually is all expensed within 2022 and not included in future budget.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thanks.
All right, so I understand I'm going to turn this over to the Deputy CAO for discussion under the column of Strategy and Communication Services.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So I just have 3 areas to speak to on as my acting role in the Chief of Staff role. So the first one, like Mr. Nicolay commented on, is the City Clerk area. So that just some highlights about what that department does on a day-to-day basis. Deals with council committee coordination, the assessment review board, the bylaw and policy management for the city. Also, all FOIP-related matters flow through that department. Records management, as well as they deal with elections and by-elections. When you look at the budget numbers, there's really nothing remarkable there. Service levels pretty much remain the same. And then you do see a spike in 2025, and that's related to the election in that year.
Okay, Councillor Bosch.
Hi. This was back in the other line items for human resources. So overall, in your citywide budget, you have salaries and benefits around 4.4% increase. Does that align? So page 14. Yeah. So if you do salaries and benefits and you subtract and divide and all that for about 4.4, is that in line with any of this human resources in each of these sections?
CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, and I'll just confirm, so the 4.1 million being the total salary lines within the citywide budget, right? So what that would encompass is all of our contractual step increases and any benefit changes, so rates for CPPEI, those sorts of things would be included in there. So as we walk through each department in each service area, they would be included within the expenditure lines that's being presented to you as we're considering total expenses by department. But it encompasses all changes in that 4 million for the entire organization.
Okay, thank you.
Before we get back to where we were with Mr. Miller, I'll just, Councillor Plott, is your question on HR or? Okay, so back to HR. Go ahead, Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Councillor Clayton. I actually had two.
Mayor, just so you know.
Sorry, Mayor Clayton. I had two, just to follow up on Councillor Blackmore's, if I understood the question right, was in 2022 we would have expensed our previous city managers when we left the organization. I'm just curious how that affects 23 then, because it looks like the numbers are still trending. So I would have, just curious where that differential would have went in 23.
CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the 86,800.
I guess what I mean, I don't know the exact dollar amount that it would have been with our previous city manager, but if that was expensed in 22, I guess my head would think that 23 should be lower because we don't have that expense in it again. Oh. I'm just wondering, is that expense been absorbed with other things, or I'm just trying to understand where that money disappeared to, I guess.
Okay. Through the mayor. So we wouldn't have budgeted that in the first place. So it was something, exiting a contract early, a penalty for exiting a contract early would be a decision that would be made subsequent to budget and not something that would have been included in 2022. So you wouldn't see a change or anything there. We would run a variance in 2022 as an unbudgeted expenditure.
Okay, so this 3.574 doesn't include that amount, or it does include that amount? Sorry, it's the 2022 number.
What page are you
on? Page 19, the 3.754, that I guess maybe I'm assuming wrong. What I'm thinking that includes the severance package in 22 with that number, but is that a variance outside of this number?
CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Okay, so if we look at the total council city manager's office total budget in 2022, we have 3.6 million. And then in 2023, we have the 3.7 million. So we did not include any contract cancellation charges in budget. It would include, city manager's office would include salaries for the city manager. There's expenditures for events within that budget. There is admin support in that budget. City council is all the council. There's no contractual obligation related to terminating a contract.
Sorry, CAO Nicolay, and I just caution, if you want to talk contractual, maybe we should go in camera. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I can see through the chair what Councillor Pilata is getting at, and it's budget to budget, not actual to budget.
Okay.
So the actual will appear in the audited financial statements at the end of the year. This is just comparing budget to budget, and that would not have been included.
Okay, fair enough. That actually clarifies it 100%. And so my other question was, when I look at HR for 2024, there's a fairly substantial jump for the budget and just within the HR policy. And so I'd asked a question about this, and I think it was, I just want to understand again if it was around an ERP software programming was the bigger change for that?
Ms. Whiteway?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Absolutely. So we will begin to have to pay the licensing costs associated with the ERP software. Historically, HR has not had software, so it's not a cost that they've had to incur. So that is what would be causing an increase in 24.
Okay, and so for that increase, is that kind of a one-time and it lasts for 10 years or something with a licensing software agreement, and then we'll see that again down the road, or is that?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Typically, we can keep licensing costs for a few years, so 3 to 5 years. But like anything else, we'll get normal cost inflationary increases on them, but there'll be an ongoing operating cost for HR.
Okay, and sorry, just one last one on the ERP. I've been a year pause, so I'm still trying to get up to speed on what ERP is doing for the organization, but is there a report that I could maybe see that I can see the effectiveness of what ERP is doing? Because I mean, that's a substantial expense, and there's a few substantial expenses when I ask questions that are specifically about ERP implementation. I just want to know if we're breaking even on it, I guess, so to speak. Like, is ERP something we're going to see results from in the organization moving forward? And I guess, how do we quantify those results? I'm not sure if there's a report that I could see about that. But I'd be definitely curious to see something like that.
Sure. Before you do that, I'll just give a little bit of background, and then Ms. Whiteway, if I'm missing anything, let me know. The ERP program was an $8 million budget. It's currently on budget, and you can clarify, to my knowledge, you can clarify that. We still do have costs going forward each year, which are programming and staffing costs. So maybe can you sort of expand on that, Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So when we had proposed the project and it was approved at council, we had put it over 3 years in capital for a total of $8 million. We have revised and come in below the $8 million. So when you see the 2023 ERP amount, it is only $800,000 as opposed to the original thought of $1.5 million. With the ERP, we are not only replacing aged out software that was not serving the size of our organization. It had been implemented a number of years ago and wasn't able to keep up anymore, as well as allowed for, like, an example is human resources didn't have any software. So it allowed for expansion to help support one of our greatest assets, which is our employees. So we're catching up. We're now up to date on what we need for an organization. That will have ongoing costs associated. Software costs are embedded into going forward. When it comes to measuring success, that's something that we will be looking at as we get into more of a sustainability mode with the software. So then understanding that this is a very big organizational change and that it will take time for people to learn their jobs again, to learn new steps, to learn a new program. And then we can start to measure the times that it takes for people to do things. If, you know, there's a lot of different things that we'll be able to look at and gauge the success of the ERP.
Okay, thanks for that.
CEO and Nicolay had something to add as well.
I won't elaborate much because CFO did cover it, but the question you're asking is one that has been discussed extensively at the leadership team level as well, that when we make these $8 million or multi-million dollar investment decisions, there should be a business case and there should be a plan to gauge a look back against the business case to see how we're performing. CFO is absolutely correct. These will take a while to manifest, but we should be able to report back to council on the success of that kind of an investment. So we're refining that process in early 2023, and you'll see it manifest as time goes on.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
What we are watching for, just to add to what we are watching for every time we see an opportunity at CLT, is any areas in which we can impose efficiencies on an operation because we've now allowed a greater degree of automation in the services that are being provided through the ERP.
Yeah, and if I just may have a question on that, and then I'll check on the queue who's on ERP. Ms. Whiteway, when ERP was initially discussed with council, it was discussed about its efficiencies. It appears that there seems to be continual money, licensing fees, potentially bodies put to it. At one point, are we going to see not just operational efficiencies, but labor efficiencies?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And I think I'll go back to what City Manager Nicolay alluded to, in that we do need time to be able to gauge that. I can't tell you when that'll come, but it is something we will watch. It may allow for moving of responsibilities, or being able to just reevaluate a person's day-to-day and capacity, but it will take time for us to get to a point where we can measure that and see it and report back on it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Berger, are you on HR or were you on Mr. Miller's topic? Okay, go for it.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Clayton. So my question is kind of a big high-level umbrella question or a summary question, but since Councillor Bosch brought it up and it's still relatively fresh, I thought I would ask. So we're looking at 4.4% roughly increase in salaries. Pulling out the RCMP's 805 and the fire department 611,000. I'm just curious, are we planning on hiring more, or is that wage increase, or how does that exactly look?
So we're going to go through those buckets. Maybe let's wait till we get to that.
So the summary then.
Yeah, yeah. Or no, as we go to each sort of department. So when we come to Mr. Lemieux, we can talk about that. Okay. Councillor O'Connor, on HR or on Mr. Miller's?
HR, please.
Okay, go for it.
On the third year, unless I missed this, I don't understand why there's a 151,000 increase from 23 to 24, and just wondering what.
Sure, she just explained that, but go ahead, Ms. Whiteway, if you can explain that again.
Yeah, absolutely. So in general, and perhaps this will be in all the department budgets that you see. So maybe this is a good opportunity. When you see the expenditure line, one thing we do when we budget for manpower, for example, is we assume that all staff that are here today remain with the city in the positions they're in. That helps us to be able to forecast what they're contractually obligated to receive for perhaps a step increase under their union agreements and such. So that's how we budget for a multi-year budget. Specifically to HR, you would have within that expenditure line salaries and benefits. You have your normal operating supplies and materials. You have your software costs. There's a number of items rolled into that expenditure line. Specifically for HR for 2024, one component that's making it a little bit more of a jump is the ERP software licensing costs.
Okay. Councillor Bosch on HR, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that, Danielle. I guess my question is on this ERP program in particular, this $8 million purchase. At point of sale, when the city was dealing with this company, they would have told you what the average maintenance software licensing costs would be per year for an organization our size. That's the number I'd like to know. Is it 50,000, 350,000 a year? What do we know at this point that this is going to cost us to run?
Ms. Whiteway?
That would be something I could get the dollar amount and perhaps answer that one later.
Sure.
But we will have by department affected what the licensing costs are. But what I also do want to be able to showcase is what we're paying already. So it may it's not necessarily 150,000 in HR for an example.
Right.
And you know, we have departments with existing that will go away as well to help offset. So that's something I can get and bring back.
I think for me, it gets lost in each little area of service, and to know what it costs us overall, and then split up. That's fair. But I think we need to know what it overall costs us, because that's part of doing business. I get it, you know, and we're going to need to pay it. But it's interesting to know what that program will be year after year.
Just for a point of interest, I mean, it's not changing anything, but you're not going to not renew the licenses and stuff at this point in the stage.
Right, but did we ever talk about that to begin with?
Yep, we did. Yeah. Extensively.
Okay.
Yeah.
We would know that.
Councillor Bressie, on HR, I'm assuming?
I'm just trying to understand how duty to accommodate works. It appears in this budget, is this just paying for, is HR just paying for the resources to help figure out a duty to accommodate plan? Or if somebody's being accommodated, there's costs accrued with that, does that show up in their department, or does that show up here in HR?
CFO Whiteway?
Thank you. We do house a bit of budget for the actual salary costs that we would incur for duty to accommodate.
Great. And I don't know, and I honestly don't have any knowledge about the city. I know municipal worldwide, there's been a lot more issues with disability and mental health and things like that in recent years. What kind of assumptions are we making with duty to accommodate in the long term? Just are we seeing those costs go up here in Grande Prairie, or are they staying pretty flat?
Ms. Whiteway?
If you don't mind, can we take that away as something to look into?
Perfect. Okay. All right, Mr. Miller, back to where you were.
All right, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So the next department is corporate communications. And as you'll see on the slide, the highlights are they deal with external communications, internal communications, engagements, strategic services, web management as well, and then brand management and graphic design, and also Access GP and the dispatch services that they provide as well to our different departments and to the citizens as well. And then the customer relationship solution management software program. Speaking to the budget, really no major changes in the upcoming years.
Councillor Blackmore.
We had discussed brand management at our strategic plan, and then council is eager to work on creating an improvement in that area. And I'm wondering, was there any additional money added to brand management and graphic design or in this budget? Or are we continuing with the previous year's more or less regulated expenses?
CFO Whiteway?
Or I can
Okay,
start
go
that
for
one
it.
off as well. We
Thank
just
you.
had a quick chat here, but if council will recall, there was 250,000 that was set aside by from the CSI, Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, towards brand or to rebranding is what the process would be
It was already
in 2022.
allocated. Okay.
All right.
Okay, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for the presentation here, Mr. Miller. Question in regards to the revenue line. So there's $40,000 in 2025. We're generating revenue from our communications then, or we're just putting it back in? What's going on there?
Sorry, what page are you on, Councillor?
36. It's on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Under 2025.
Okay, thank you.
So the explanation for that is I did reach out to our finance department, and the response back is the revenue in 2025 has to do with the $60,000 for the website redesign that happens every 3 years. And the 2 off years, we put $20,000 per year for a total of $40,000 into transfer to reserves, which is an expense account, in order to balance out the budget over the course of the 3 years. And then in the year that the comms department does the website redesign, we flow
that 40,000 back into comms through the revenue account transfer from reserves to cover 2/3 of the $60,000 cost of the project.
Okay, yeah, that answers it. I was just hoping we could make more revenue out of that. Thank you.
Great.
All right, so we'll move on to corporate
Oh,
marketing.
sorry, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I promise this will be quick. So out of that $250,000 that we're putting into rebranding, now is that kind of like an ad hoc thing where we're going to just a one and done, and then when we find we need it again, we'll reinvest?
Mr. Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I believe that is the intention, and Mr. Nicolay did have conversations with council if he has anything to add in that regard.
CFO Nicolay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, it is a periodic expenditure, and it's not even routinized. It's been a long time since we did this kind of an investment. So that's what qualified it for council's strategic reserve, and we wouldn't expect that to be a recurring expense.
Perfect. No, I'm 100% behind it. I just wanted to know recurring or not.
Mr. Miller?
All right, so then we'll move on to corporate marketing, please. And so as you'll see on the slide, it deals with marketing, photography, and videography, and social media as well. And no major changes in the budget. Well, you do see the one change from 2022 to 2023, 151,000. And that was actually a transfer from the comms department budget. And we are in the process of hiring a director of marketing and branding, and should be able to, within the next few days, share the news on this successful candidate. Our plan for the future is to be more robust on the marketing side, and I think the individual that we're in the process of hiring will certainly achieve that for us. So I think it's a really exciting time for marketing for the city of Grande Prairie. So unless there's any questions, I think that...
Councillor Thiessen.
Sorry, Ireland. I know it seems year over year. I tend to ask you a lot of questions. So there's a transfer, which I think is great for our corporate marketing and a much needed position to help us grow our city. It says that it comes from corporate communications and it's a transfer from that area. But I don't see a significant drop or any drop actually in the 2022 to 2023 on corporate communications. So did we add a position over the course of 2022 and are we just caught in this, we didn't update this as the old one, or?
Mr. Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. There's actually a number of factors the way numbers worked out, and I do have a list. I could provide it to council if you just give me a couple seconds, I'll read through. But what we did is we removed 155,000 from comms and transferred it to marketing. We also transferred 105,000 from ITS, to ITS to the Citizen Contact Center. We added 71,000 to the Citizen Contact Center supervisor position, so it's no longer split with strategic initiatives. There's a new website specialist position also included in the budget. There's 30,000 for the external website support. There was a $20,000 transfer to reserves for the website redesign project. There was 64,000, which was a temporary one-year Citizen Contact Center position included in the budget in 2023, and then a small amount, $4,000 towards increased software costs, a $12,000 cost for the internal computer equipment, and then a $23,000 cost, which has to do with step increases for the existing staff as well. So all those different figures is how we landed on the $39,000 increase.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't see it reflected in the direct numbers, but your explanation makes it crystal clear. Thank you.
Thanks. I think that's it, Mayor Clayton, yes.
All right, so last chance for questions on strategy and communication services. Moving on to financial administrative services, CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So within financial and administrative services, there's 5 departments: financial management, GITS, legal risk management, procurement and supply chain management, as well as tax and assessment. So the financial management team is responsible for strong internal controls, maximizing returns on the city's investments, providing access to financial information, efficient budgeting and budget analysis, facilitates accounts receivable and accounts payable, consults and advises departments with monthly financial forecasting, capital project tracking and budgeting, accounting, payroll and benefits, and contract negotiations. Newly integrated within financial management will be corporate asset management. Asset management is responsible for policy development, strategy development, planning, capability development, knowledge management, risk management, and performance management for the city's infrastructure assets. When we look at GIS, they provide expertise to implement.
Sorry, Ms. Whiteway. Councillor Blackmore. Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
I'll pause next time I finish a department for you. So GIS provides expertise to implement and manage everything from the network architecture, which makes up the backbone of the overall system, to the application hardware and software infrastructure that enables departments to do business. The city has a significant investment in critical infrastructure, applications, sensitive information, and corporate assets, which the IT department is responsible to protect against unauthorized access. GIS enables the organization to visualize, question, analyze, and interpret data to understand relationships, patterns, and trends. GIS is the key to better decision-making from day-to-day operations to long-term planning, and is a cornerstone to municipal governance, an essential service for corporate management. It is fully integrated throughout the city's internal operations and external public information.
Councillor Blackmore.
So the revenue that shows up here, is that actual revenue or is that transfers from other city departments who are using GIS services?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So there's both. There is internal revenues within IT, and there is some external revenues for, there's lease towers, things of that nature, or technology within city facilities that we do get a little bit of revenue from.
Do you know what the split is on that, percentage-wise?
I can look it up, and if I can have a minute.
Okay,
I'll come back to you, Councillor Blackmore. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. This $400,000, basically $396,000, what is that basically going to?
The change from the budget of 22 to 23. Well, I see the explanation as increased software costs and business system analyst position transfer from corporate comms.
Okay, 43. He just told me, thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
And I can move on to the next department.
Were you able to find the split for Councillor Blackmore?
Maybe I have it now.
If not, we can move on.
It's quite minimal. So probably 5% of that revenue is external. The rest would be internal.
Are you leaving GIS? Just because I have a question. If not, I can wait.
I was going to, but
hey, can you tell me, I find that IT and GIS is one of those buckets that laymen typically never want to touch because they're afraid of many cyber risks, all the things that we're told about, etc., the needs of that department. But can you tell me, on a mid-sized city average, are we comparable in what we're spending in GIS and IT for a city that has, the demands of ours, the transactions that we do? Is there any comparables out there that would give me a little bit of comfort that we're spending $5 million in this operationally makes sense because other municipalities of our size are doing the same?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I actually did get this information from Mr. Bowman recently, and when we look at our IT and GIS budget in comparison to some of the ones that we actually have here, so we have a budget of going into 2023, a combined budget of 5.2 million. When we look at a Red Deer, they're at 8.7 million. When we looked at a Medicine Hat, they're up at 6.7 million. So IT is, perhaps for lack of a better way to say it, an expensive but very necessary part of the corporate side of our organization.
For sure. Thank you for that. And it's not at all to discredit any of the work they do. It's just nice to have some comparisons. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I got one question, and it's regarding GIS and IT. The question I have is, there's a year or so ago that none of our departments could actually communicate together because we had different systems, different software. With all of that in the last couple of years, are we pretty much on par with everything? Like the accounting can talk to parks and that kind of stuff?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So that was one of the driving factors behind our ERP implementation as well. And we do continue to practice IT governance. So what we're always trying to ensure that we're doing is optimizing the systems that we currently own. And so if we can have multiple departments on one system rather than 5 different systems doing the same thing, that's what IT works towards and has been doing a great job, and the ERP is an example of exactly that.
Good, thank you very much.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just curious within the GIS world, so if one of our departments wanted to enhance their IT or their software programs, would it land in the department, or does it generally land within GIS and IT's budget then?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. We've been moving towards, that was a change that we had made of putting some of those very specific software costs to the department that it belongs to. So an example would be if, transit was scheduling, if they have a program, they're the only department using that program, they will pay the costs for that program.
Okay, and so earlier, Councillor Blackmore asked a question about the revenue side, and I think if I remember right, it's so much per employee per department. That's kind of the model that we charge. Is that still the model that's kind of in place now?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mary Clayton. That's right. So we assign a charge to laptops and computers and this service desk that supports users, those things. So we have a formula for a reasonable cost estimate, and that's what you see there for internal cross charges.
Okay, so would it basically just be a parks person would say pay the same as a fire department person though? Is that kind of how it would work, or would it be on parks doesn't need it as much as fire department, so they pay more? Like, I'm just trying to get my head around. I know it's not true cost accounting. I'm just trying to get my head around how we build that through.
Ms. Whiteway.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll use parks as an example of somebody that wouldn't have technology, and so we wouldn't actually charge anything there. Whereas if somebody in fire had multiple pieces of IT assets, we would charge based on what they're using. So a laborer is not going to, that department's not going to be charged IT costs because they don't have a physical piece of equipment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
This may or may not be an appropriate budget question, but I'm wondering how secure our cybersecurity is, for example, to data kidnapping, or is our data backed up off-site to a different separate location regularly? And if so, how regularly is regularly?
Yes, so just in that, obviously we don't want to open the kimono and tell the world if we are or aren't unsafe. So there has been updates from GIS, and I know there is a capital ask for an additional asset in that regard. But if you want to highlight what you can, that'd be great.
And to Mayor Clayton's point, our actual steps and details are not something that we would want to make public, but I can assure you that we have a very strong cybersecurity plan that we follow. We've had audits to ensure that any gaps are filled and take every step and precaution to make sure that we're safe and our data is protected.
That's all I need to know. Thanks.
All right, legal and risk management.
Okay, sorry, let me get my notes back. One sec here.
Okay. Do you have a joke in the meantime, Mr. Miller, since we're looking that way? I'm sure you have a repertoire just waiting to be shared.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay,
off
good.
the hook. Okay, so our legal services provides the city with expertise and legal support. It supports council's priorities to ensure compliance with the MGA and other pertinent legislation as required. So this department has also got risk management included and supports the city by identifying and analyzing as well as prioritizing risks to prevent any unwanted liability and mitigate potential claims for damages against the organization. So this area is responsible for managing the insurance portfolio for all the city assets, which does include some external partners as well, claims processes, and final decisions.
Councillor Blackmore.
This is one department where I absolutely did not expect to see a reduction in expenses. So I'm wondering how that miracle happened.
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor. So work was done in this area to determine the best approach to handling the administration of our insurance claims. And so we were able to eliminate a position, distribute work to other staff. And so we were able to decrease the budget here.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you. And you may have just answered my question, is where is that revenue coming from? Is it a decrease in spending?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, through the mayor. Sorry, do you mean the...
Well, I just see the revenue line there.
The reduction from 22-23, where is that actualized?
Oh, sorry. So the revenue's increasing in 2023, just slightly?
Yeah, and where is that coming from?
Oh, okay. If you just bear with me one moment, I will look up exactly where
Sure.
it's coming from.
In the meantime, Councillor Bosch, do you have something else?
Now, maybe Daniel or maybe Mr. Miller can tell me about this. So the legal aspect, we have third-party companies that we go out to. So where do we put that as far as in budgets or in this budget or potential use of third-party legal advice?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So with our legal, we are in the process, and built into this budget is a city solicitor, which we intend to decrease any usage of an external legal support. So we have adjusted the budget accordingly so that if we have internal support, we won't be using as much external. But this is where we do more centralize any of the legal requirements that we have. So if we have to go to an outside and retain a lawyer externally, it would flow through this budget.
And this position that you're looking at, which area would it be in?
It's within this legal and risk management budget.
So it's
24.
If reduction of contractual services and the addition of, then there's a minimal change.
Oh, so it doesn't change that much from a third party,
the
hey?
numbers that are in front of you.
Okay. I thought there would
Do
be
you happen
somewhere
to
else.
have the number, the $2,400 change in revenue that Councillor Berg is looking for?
Yeah, so the revenue here is just for, we do hold insurance that external parties do, like so community groups, for example, may pay us back for. So it's their portion of the insurance increase that they'll be paying us back for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm trying to understand how we account for our insurance premiums, would this be all the insurance premiums corporation-wide, or would this just be management of insurance premiums for other departments?
Ms. Whiteway?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is just a portion, so there will be some insurance elsewhere. I can look up what the total insurance is.
No, that's okay. I don't need that exact number. But what I am curious about is, I know a lot of organizations are dealing with increasing insurance premiums. Do we already know what our 2023 premiums are? I know there's risk in the 4-year budget, I'm sure, but is there substantial risk in 2023 that we pay more insurance than we're thinking we'll have to pay?
Ms. Weiwei?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We work with our insurance provider to get an estimate on what it will be in the upcoming budget. Until we take the steps for policy renewal, of course, we wouldn't have the exact number, but we do work closely, and they've been fairly accurate on what they provide as a potential for the upcoming year.
Okay. And when-ish does that policy renewal happen?
I know we've been doing some questionnaires now, so I would imagine it's probably pretty...
So prior to our mill rate bylaw, for sure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Procurement and supply chain management.
Okay, so the Procurement and Supply Chain Management Department is responsible for the procurement of goods, services, and construction for all city departments as a centralized service. It is governed by trade agreements, and the department provides strategic services to internal and external stakeholders by delivering necessary resources, education, and training.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. I'm just curious whether it's next year or in the following years, what's built into the operating budget in terms of capacity for benefit-driven procurement? That's something that's on Council's strategic plan, and I'm curious if we've got resources set aside to start actioning it on the operating side, not just the capital side.
CFO Weiwei.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So it's something that we need some more time to be able to look at implementing. So it's been worked into 2024. We will need some extra in that beginning in that year. We'll take some small steps throughout 2023 to get to where we need to go and begin in a future year.
Great. And was that, personally, I'd love to get going on it sooner rather than later. Is that delayed to 2024 because just more work needs to get done before we're ready to really start moving on it? Or is it just because we wanted to push that budget ask back to 2024?
Ms. Weiwei?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So perhaps both would be the answer to that. Procurement has been one of the departments that has been heavily involved within ERP implementation. We did not bring on additional resources for the ERP implementation, so it's been done by those staff members within that department. Additionally, we had very big capital years with a lot of work on that team. So there was the readiness component as well as prioritization of new asks in a year where we were trying to bring forward a reasonable tax rate with a lot of cost increases.
Great, excellent, thank you.
Just on that, before I go to Councillor Blackmore, I had a conversation with CFO Whiteway in regards to opportunities that would be in front of council without rewriting our procurement process that potentially could be discussed at committee level in regards to benefit-driven procurement. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Whiteway, if council has specific items, we could do that through a committee level in regards to very specific, if we want to make sure that every facade in the city going forward has a purple stripe on it, that's something that we could, and for those who are watching, that's not my idea. But benefit-driven procurement, for example, I want to talk about the opportunity to support the forestry industry in our facades. So those types of things, we will have an opportunity at committee level to have discussion. It's the rewrite, overhaul of procurement that will be a significant task, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Blackmore.
The threshold before purchases move to procurement is $10,000. It's been $10,000 for a long time, certainly as long as I can remember. So I'm wondering if in your opinion, that's still a reasonable threshold, or if we could save money in procurement by moving it up slightly?
Ms. Whiteway?
With the 10,000, so I think it ensures that we as a city are following fair purchasing practices, and I think that is more the key to the decision than anything. 10,000 works well. Also, when it comes to financial controls, it's important for sometimes those larger type purchases to be seen by another separate department so they can vet them. I believe that is where it should stay, is 10,000.
Thank you.
All right, tax and assessment.
Okay, so the Tax and Assessment Department is responsible for generating and collecting funds from the public so that the city can provide the services to its residents. Assessment is responsible for determining and defending fair and equitable assessments for all properties. Taxation is responsible to collect the different taxes levied against properties on behalf of the City of Grande Prairie, the Province of Alberta, the Grand Spirit Foundation, and the Grande Prairie Downtown Association.
And 3, 2, 1, you're good. Operational services we're moving on to next, and I will turn it over to Mr. Glavin, our Chief Operating Officer.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. We'll start off with engineering services. So engineering is responsible for managing the city's linear assets. They'd be roads, trails, sidewalks, stormwater system, and the spillway, as well as permits for any external users of the roads, whether that be parades or private work done by the other utility companies, as well as development agreements for new subdivisions as they're being constructed. As far as revenue and expense changes, on the revenue side, this is a result in just a change in planning practice. So initially, there's an in and out for revenue and expense here with the TELUS fiber build that they were planning to do. As that didn't happen, we've taken that out. So what was initially going to be revenue in and then revenue out, as we were going to have to hire somebody to manage the build. So that comes out of the expense side, and the remainder of the difference on the expense side with the reduction is the transfer of the subdivision function. So we have a subdivision officer who is now located in planning. That'll take any questions.
I just wanted to clarify something that you passed over. So TELUS announced that they were going to put fiber in our community and have now chosen not to, correct?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm not aware of them pulling out of installing fiber. I just do not have a firm timeline.
Right. Thank you very much. All right. I see no one else in the queue if you wanted to continue.
Thank you. We'll move on to energy and environment. So energy and environment manages all of the city's energy, so around electricity, natural gas, environmental compliance, as well as some of the outreach, education, and engagement activities, so things like the orchard tours that they put on, Earth Week or Earth Day, as well as environmental emergency response. So this is whenever there's a discharge into Bear Creek or any other body of water, it's our responsibility in the municipality to manage those instances, and they coordinate that, as well as the emissions around the former landfill in South Bear Creek. We have monitoring wells that they're responsible to keep in compliance. On the revenue side, the reduction in revenue is a result of the ending of a grant that we had that offset some of the costs of a position. That position was previously budgeted for, so it was literally just offset the cost of that position for a couple years as we had that to fulfill some deliverables. And on the expense side, the increases in expense are largely due to increases in electricity and natural gas, cost of the commodities, and the distribution fees.
All right, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. With any of this energy and environment overarching area, how are the grants looking in the future? Do we know if there's any grants or more grants, perhaps federally? And then the second question with that is, do we do any work with the college as far as some of their students and doing like a student program in the summer for them to do any of the work for us and in turn get education-based training?
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. On the grant front, I won't say it's completely unpredictable, but it does change frequently. So we were able to secure some grant money for the combined heat and power unit that we installed at the Eastlink Center. However, even subsidies for those types of investments have changed since we acquired investment from the Alberta government on that. Regarding students, I don't believe we currently have an arrangement with the college. However, we do use volunteers on occasion. So a few years ago, we did some bioengineering. So essentially taking willow trees and planting them along the creek bank for slope stability. We did have some volunteers who learned how to do that and were able to, and I think those were actually other municipalities that we had at that point who came to learn how to use those techniques. But to my knowledge, we don't currently have a relationship with the college on an environment.
Sorry. This land reclamation programs that are out there, is there anybody outside of the college that does that we could bring people in?
Mr. Glavin?
It's all in that line. So anyway, just food for thought for the future.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That's certainly, something that I can take back. And I've just been corrected. We actually did have a summer student position who was working on a water quality project with Northwest Polytechnic last year. So we did have a relationship that I wasn't aware of on that.
Perfect. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Can I just, I had asked through some questioning, I just want to know if I'm allowed to put the information out, but how much is the breakdown between in this budget that we use for street lights and then actual staffing component within the energy environment?
Maybe a percentage might be more appropriate, or?
Yeah, just I'd need a minute here just to grab that number.
I wasn't sure if it was information I was allowed to share publicly. We had some stuff come, but I wasn't sure if I was allowed to use those numbers or not. So.
Currently. If we're going to talk about an individual position, let's.
No, we had emailed in questions and I did get an answer back from Ms. Whiteway. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to use those numbers or not.
Go ahead, Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So just to, I guess, put in perspective, it's about 80% streetlights, 15% staff there in that budget.
Okay, thanks. So that was the numbers I wanted to ask about. I'm just wondering, so at 80%, it's about just over $3 million a year we're running streetlights on. Have we looked at trying to use less streetlights? Are we in a spot where, I know I drive down some roads and I think they're lit up like a Christmas tree all year and it's nice, but I don't know if it's needed sometimes. So I'm just wondering where we're at on what's regulated required and what we're using for street lighting, and if there's an opportunity to maybe have less of it.
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So right now I believe we're building to what we've put into the design and construction manuals for the city. So I believe there's an opportunity to adjust those. Those are things that the city has the ability to regulate. There are standards from the Transportation Association of Canada that we integrate into those standards for lighting, for people's eyes to adjust. You don't want there to be bright then dark, because that can create its own hazards. But as far as getting into any more detail than that, it would probably be more appropriate for a transportation engineer to speak to.
And I just know CAO Nicolay had something to add as well.
Just correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Glavin, through the chair. We're also doing some work, even at the moment, with ATCO, looking at the potential to convert. Right now we have a mixture of some LED and some high-pressure sodium lamps or luminaires throughout the entire system. And we're looking at the feasibility of converting all of those to LED, which would materially reduce the consumption costs. Increased capital cost, and there's a bigger business case that'll be brought forward to council on this, but it's actively under investigation.
Okay, and just to go to a conversation Councillor Thies and I just had recently is, have we also looking at solar for a lot of these lighting instead of running wire to traditionally how we're doing it now? Is that something that is in the works in the future as well, or?
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd have to get back, but it's certainly something that we look at what's the most cost-effective installation.
Okay.
Councillor Bressy. Sorry, I apologize. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And following up on Councillor Palat's question, I know that we were doing a study on solar at the Coca-Cola Center, and I'm just wondering, are we any plans to look at other city facilities for doing solar, and if there is a potential for the right payback for us to save on our electrical bills?
Mr. Glavin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So solar is one that certainly, as grants come up, it can make sense to do solar installations from a return on investment perspective. Without grants, it can be challenging to make them make economic sense.
Thank you.
Are you on? Oh wait, then you go, Councillor Bressie.
Sorry. I'm trying desperately not to sing a song while I'm talking about streetlights. But while we're talking about streetlights, I'm intrigued by this report or this work that might come on. I'm just curious, is there work being done to, a lot of cities are using opportunities of switching out streetlights to, from a smart cities perspective, you've got an electrified outlet where you can also put a sensor. Is that part of the scope of this work as well?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I'm assuming you're talking about ones that can detect traffic as it's coming and will strategically turn them on and turn them off?
Well, there's lots of smart city things. There's everywhere from those to tracking air quality, to tracking noise levels, to tracking light pollution. Just smart cities. Streetlights are often a big part of these conversations just because you got electricity regularly. And if we're doing a review, I'm just curious if that's part of the review.
I do know that we're doing some pilot projects on something similar, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So with it, so on what the city manager was referring to was to invested versus non-invested lights, which is just the way that whether we're responsible for maintenance and replacement or whether ATCO is responsible for maintenance and replacement. That, however, they are, so ATCO as a company is involved with some of those technologies, so it's certainly part of the discussion.
Cool. Well, and definitely not relevant to my decisions of budget, but I guess just a heads up, if we're going to be talking about this, I had to ask since it got brought up. And next time we talk about it, I'll probably ask more.
So I have a question. It might be for Ms. Whiteway. Assuming that the operating expense increase, 80% of that being distribution, how did you budget for the following years? Because it doesn't appear that there was 80% of this year's increase allocated for the future years.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Clayton. The streetlights are about 80% of the expenditure line.
Okay.
So looking forward, we do project based on what we may know for utility costs. We do have the benefit of being in a contract for our utility costs as well, so it makes it a little more predictable. So that's how we've based those budget years.
Perfect, thanks. Councillor Blackmore.
Going back to streetlights, we just love streetlights. A number of cities across the world are turning out streetlights in certain hours of the night. Not all the streetlights, but say every second streetlight between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. Have we looked at that at all?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. No, that's not something that's been on our radar currently. The largest cost with streetlights, aside from the actual asset, is usually the distribution and transmission fees on our bills right now. However, obviously any electricity that we could save would be a savings. The other consideration is around just the potential for increasing the risk of driver hazard with having people's eyes having to readjust from light to dark and light to dark, which was a consideration in the streetlight design of the city.
I'm skeptical of that, but let's move on.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just on the streetlights, I'm wondering the best way to move forward because I feel like I could keep going on this. Is this something that we could maybe, I know it's going to be part of the MDP discussion, but is it something we could specifically have a conversation at a standing committee about streetlight usage and what we're doing and what's required to be done? I'm just, because I feel like I could keep going here on this, but I want to respect the time. But I do think this is a conversation that we should be having as a council.
Sure. Mr. Glavin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I think it would likely be more appropriate to have perhaps a report brought back to committee on this. The MDP probably won't have a significant impact on streetlights itself. It might be more so the design and construction manual for the city on those aspects. But I think if we brought forward a report, we could likely bring the relevant information and a path forward on how to properly change course if that's what we wanted to do.
CAO Nicolai?
I was just going to add through the chair, we are in the process of this very active review right now on invested versus non-invested, which was the impetus to get us started looking at this. But I just had the benefit of having read that report recently, and it does bridge into a lot of the considerations we're talking about right now. Even turning off and turning on high-pressure sodium lights are not conducive to that practice, but LED lights are. The smart cities technologies are very conducive to LED lights. They're not so conducive to high-pressure sodium lights. So I think Mr. Glavin had just presented me with a draft of that report. I read it a couple of days ago. I think there's a big matter coming forward to council for consideration on street lighting generally that will range from whether we ought to be invested or non-invested with those assets, and how we could operate them and change standards going forward. So I think it wouldn't take much to expand it to get at the subject matter that council's talking about today.
Okay. So no motions needed. That's sorry. No, that's coming.
Yep.
Great. Facilities, Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So in facilities, manages all of the city's vertical assets. They do this through conditions assessments, maintenance of our properties, and project management for new builds. So this would be things like the activity center, and then the maintenance, everything from changing light bulbs to doing minor renovations, building new offices within city facilities. With that, I'll take any questions.
Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just wonder, and when I've looked through the budget binder, there's some departments that are doing have specific charges in them because they're doing improvements. So I'm just curious, what makes some improvements go through facilities and some improvements not go through facilities? Is there a dollar threshold, or?
That I'm not 100% sure. I know some things that we may contract directly out to a third party, and other things that get done through facilities. I know that's part of it. Most of the revenue in facilities, which would kind of show some of the expenses that you're seeing. I think going forward we've eliminated cross charges, which is why the revenue has gone down $300,000 in facilities, and then the remainder of the revenue, I believe, is transfer from reserves in there. So I'm not sure if that completely answers your question.
Not really, but I'm not sure. So we'll get to it. So I'll think about that a bit more.
I'd ask a question for CFO Whiteway. We know that repairs and maintenance and operational expenses typically don't come from reserves, but when our facility manager meets with department managers in budget preparation, is there a thorough consideration given to work that may actually qualify to come from the facility renewal reserve as opposed to going through operating expenses?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we do look at renewal versus repairs differently. So, when we talk about repairing a pipe or repairing some electrical something, that would be done through the repairs and maintenance. Now, if it's something that's going to perhaps improve an asset or extend its life, those sorts of things, yes, are planned through, and we utilize the renewal reserve.
The operations budget is, it's relatively tight, and so every dollar I think that could be taken from a reserve should be considered. Was there consideration given, for example, to painting? If we're going to spend $100,000 in 2023 painting facilities because it extends the life of the facility, would that have been extrapolated and considered to come from facility renewal, or would that simply be as part of repair and maintenance and therefore be in operating?
Specifically for painting, I don't know the details. I'd have to get back to you on that. What I could say that we did do in terms of facility renewal this year is we did, at the management level, decrease the amount going into that reserve, not by too much. It was 150,000, so that helped the operating budget overall, 150,000. What we also did do when we were vetting the capital requirements coming forward for proposal is we did look to use facility renewal more there. So when we get into capital, you'll see that we're actually going to fund, we've recommended to fund a couple projects from that reserve. So we were taking that approach to the best use of our reserves and where we could put them, but that was the approach we had taken for 2023.
CFO Nicolay?
Just perhaps a bit of elaboration. I agree with everything I just heard. We talked a little earlier, though, that at the conclusion of the budgeting process, we're inevitably going to find we're not in balance in as much as the council perception of community appetite for a tax rate increase and the expenditures. So we're going to have some work to do once the budget's done. I've just made a note that facility renewal funding is an area where there's some discretion. There are some latitude, some gray area as to whether or not something qualifies. Short of violating the facility renewal policy, part of the exercise that might occur at the conclusion of this and prior to the mill rate bylaw would be to have a good close look at that and see if we can optimize use of that fund and take some pressure off taxes.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Blackmore?
I think I'm still having a little trouble following repair budgets to facilities to facility renewal. So can you tell me, for example, when the Eastlink Centre lost the boilers, and that was a very major investment to replace them, did that come under operations maintenance, or was that a different pot of money?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you. I can't speak to that one specifically off the top of my head. I think maybe what we could do is have our Director of Corporate Facilities give us a clear explanation on how we differentiate, how they decide which goes in what. Major, we do have, I will say, some emergency renewal built into this budget. So if something like that comes about, we have the ability to use the renewal reserve for certain situations. So that would be built into this revenue line that you see. Then, of course, if no emergencies come up, you don't use the revenue, you don't have the expenditure. So that's in one scenario. Otherwise, if it's significant, it'll be, and known, we'll put it through the capital plan and fund it from facility renewal. For the exact like painting versus building, I think that should be something we could just get from our director there and provide to you.
And when we charge fees for use of facilities, do we have any amount captured in those fees for rehabilitation or renewal, like an airport improvement tax, for example?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. No, we do not have that built in.
Okay.
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just to answer one of the previous questions with regard to the boiler replacement, that did come out of renewal.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is regards, because we have over 50 buildings, I'm wondering, are we looking at any kind of energy management system that looks at automatic lights that turn off so we're not reaching peak demand? Because the peak demand cost is what the rate is set at for the whole day and the whole month. Once you hit your peak, that is a costly amount to us that we're paying for. So is there a strategy in here to put, lights that turn off when you leave the room, that kind of thing, excluding the sodium lighting situation?
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And I may, if Mr. Miller has anything to add, but I know that they do look at this facility by facility and case by case. You'll notice in City Hall, there's some rooms here that the lights go on and off when you come in. You don't have to flip a switch. So it comes down to safety, practicality, and what the operating requirements are for a facility. If it needs to be on for a particular reason, or if it's a very infrequently used space, they'll look to see what technology they can use to reduce the amount of energy. It's a newer area for me, but I'm not sure if Mr. Miller might have anything to add on that.
Mr. Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I can add a little bit, I guess. Like Brian said on the lights, some are on sensors, but on the energy consumption as well for natural gas. We do have computerized systems that lower the temperature at night and then raise it when staff are in the building and lower it for the weekends when the building may be vacant for a couple days as well. But some of our structures are older and we are not up to date on technology in some of those. So we do also encourage staff to turn off lights and lower temperatures manually. So,
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is around, you have internal operations and external operations. So facilities managed by external partners. With issues of labor and supply and demand issues we just talked about this morning, in fact, is there costs attributed to that we see coming ahead of us? So maybe from 2020 to 2024, have you noticed any costs, and are you looking at seeing anything coming up through uncontracted contracts? Uncontracted contracts, does that make sense? Contract, no contracts. There we go.
Mr. Glavin.
So I think, more generally speaking, we haven't seen a significant increase in labor costs yet. However, we're starting to see that in other contract settlements that are happening within industry right now. Everybody's quite aware of some of the issues that we've had with COVID and lead times. We're seeing cost escalations, but lead times are probably one of the most consequential things that we've saw, where it's just difficult to predict when something's actually going to show up. So I guess the underlying thing is there's a lot of uncertainty with costs right now.
So do we have anything built into this budget that, if costs go up due to supply or labor for that matter, that we have the ability to cover it?
Mr. Glavin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So ultimately that would be yes. So things like reserves and emergency repair fund would be what we would use to manage some of those risks. And if we had something that came in outside of those, we'd have to come back to council.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great. Actually, just a question for Mayor Clayton in terms of process. I'm assuming if people want to make motions, you're open, we get through all the operating budget and then come back. We're not missing opportunities as we go. Okay, great. Thank you.
I had just a quick question, Mr. Glavin. In the budget book, you talk about key initiatives and projects. Besides playgrounds, are there other neighborhood amenities that are considered an initiative or a project within facilities?
Within facilities, it would be, so, the covered outdoor structures that may come up here in capital budget. But generally speaking, not a lot in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it caught my eye because, it would typically be in parks, but it's in facilities, so I was just wondering if I was missing something. All right, Mr. Glavin, Fleet Services.
Clayton, so moving on to Fleet. Fleet manages 143 vehicles, 32 accessible and public transit buses, and 230 pieces of equipment. Fleet also performs maintenance and asset management of all those pieces of equipment. In addition, we also service some external government partners, approximately 150 vehicles in that realm. And in Fleet, the differences in expenses minor on the revenue changes, and in the expenses, the reason for the reduction is a movement of a position that was formerly in Fleet into facilities as it better fit with facilities. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was actually expecting a spike in this. So if you could clarify, fuel and I guess items like fuel, is that capital or is that operational?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It is operational.
And so that the increase is built in already then?
As of right now, we have taken into account the increasing fuel costs.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Councillor Bosch, you almost missed it. Go ahead. You've wore it out. You pushed it too many times. You've wore it out. You maxed out.
There we go.
All right. Go ahead, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. So you have a 10-year capital replacement plan on fleet. So let's say the vehicles we're just talking about, trucks. Typically, there are a lot of trucks. Are we making more money off the used trucks? Are we like selling them for a higher dollar value right now and increasing our income?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, so the city liquidates older assets through gov deals. I know that we sold a old landscaping truck for more than we paid for it last year from a 2008. And I know we recently, I don't know if it's done or not yet, but we did have a 1989 Chevy Silverado, I think, that was up for sale that was getting bid up. So there's definitely a market for this old equipment with the current supply chain issues.
Okay. I see that, but we don't see any increase in the revenue line. So how does that blend?
Well, he doesn't have a crystal ball, so sometimes things are not exactly as budgeted. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And I don't believe that we account the gov deals revenue within the individual operating departments. I think
CFO Whiteway.
Danielle would know.
That's right. It's within fiscal services. We have a little bit of an increase there. Now with fleet, though, we would manage through the fleet reserve. So if we're getting a lot of extra proceeds, it would just help us with purchasing new and managing that going forward for capital.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I knew that we service external vehicles for other partners, but I don't think I quite realized how extensive that was as a proportion of the vehicles we manage. If you want to answer this in camera at some point, that's fine too, but I'll ask it publicly and for if you need to. But do we generally make money, lose money, or break even on doing that work for partners?
Mr. Glavin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I know that Mr. Miller was heavily involved in that when he was previously in this role.
Mr. Miller?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We do make revenue off fixing and maintaining for other agencies in the community.
Great. Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Councillor O'Toole. No, it does not include councillors or the mayor's vehicle. Let's be very clear on that. I'm happy to support local vehicle automotive shops in my community. Councillor O'Toole.
So I know during the seasons they change and the vehicles are flexible on how many we need. So approximately how many vehicles do we lease on per year? So that we don't own them, we lease them for students doing landscaping, stuff like that.
Mr. Glavin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd have to get you that number, but essentially we lease during the summer when we have our seasonal staff from, approximately May until mid-September, end of September, in order to not have to maintain that fleet of vehicles over the course of the winter when we don't need them. But the exact amount, I'm not sure. I'd have to get back to you on that.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that we do not have a whole bunch of vehicles sitting for half the year. That's all. Thank you.
That's correct.
All right. Parks.
Right, so Parks maintains the city sports fields, boulevards, parks, obviously, public utility lots, ditches, and natural trails, as well as maintaining our tree inventory, playgrounds, spray parks, outdoor rinks. We also do mosquito control, beaver control, maintain the baseball diamonds, and operate the cemetery. In there, you'll see a slight increase to revenue. This was a new opportunity. They had to sell some space in South Bear Creek. at the baseball diamonds, and on the increased expenses side, largely due to increases in insurance, utilities, and increased cost of beaver control. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I'm going to give people a minute to clear their cobwebs because I will be shocked if there's no parks questions. Wow. Okay. Whew. Transportation.
Right. In transportation, transportation maintains all of the roads, most of the trails that are adjacent to roads, and not the ones in Muskogee Park. Muskogee Park is operated by Parks, but heavily coordinates with transportation. They also, on the roads, do all the crack sealing, pothole patching, minor overlays, street sweeping, maintenance of gravel roads, traffic signals, signs, and then stormwater maintenance and snow and ice control. On the revenue side, there's a decrease, and that's just due to decreasing internal revenue transfers. So we had set aside some money from the transfer of the Highway 43 from the province to the city to buffer the expenses over the years, and we're just reducing that. On the cost side, largely just increased costs, not so much volumes of material, so increased salt, asphalt costs, electricity, and some additional work that we need to do with ditching and drainage in the annexation area. With that, I'll take any questions.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you very much. I thought I had put this in my questions earlier this week, but we got lost in the translation. I'm just wondering, what is a high load pole turns?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the only way to get south of the Wapiti is through the city of Grande Prairie. So if you look at the high load corridor, so up 116th Street, down 84th Avenue, and then south down 108th Street, all of those traffic lights can turn. So any of the companies that are doing that are transporting high loads or overdimensional loads through the city have to coordinate with the city and pay a fee to do that. So our transportation crews go out, turn all the poles, they go through, and then we turn them all back.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, so thank you very much.
All right, I'm just going to jump in quickly, and then I'll go to, I wanted to talk about, Mr. Glavin, has there been any revenue actualized from the ICF agreement with the county in regards to the light maintenance contract?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll have to confirm. I don't believe we've received anything yet, but we do have an agreement with them. I will confirm that number.
And on that same vein, and the opportunities that came out of ICF, I know I've asked this before in committee, but I'll ask it more hypothetically. To date, we haven't had any savings identified through joint procurement in such things such as salt. Correct?
That's correct. We haven't had it. It's not that we haven't in the past had some joint procurement. So 124th Street would be the most recent example where there's city and county jurisdiction where we did coordinate that project. So we jointly procured it. That was a few years ago now. But it is something that I'm meeting more regularly with my counterpart in the county to try and identify some of these potential projects for savings.
Thank you. Councillor Blackmore.
Brian, can you tell me, within the traditional boundary of the city, so not including Hughes Lake or any of the newly acquired lands, do we still have gravel roads, or have we moved to paved roads, at least to a rural standard?
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, we do have a substantial amount of gravel in the annexation areas. Not in the annexation areas.
Not in the annexation area.
So not in the annexation area. We have relatively few gravel roads. There'd be a few that just by way of the development agreements at the time, going back to the 60s and 70s, where we didn't require paving of some roads. So I would think 101st Street, kind of north of 124th Avenue, just kind of north of the would be Sargent GMC. There's a section of gravel road there, and then if you look in some areas along kind of east of 100th Street, in the kind of the northern part of the city, there's a few small sections of gravel there. Generally speaking, we don't have a lot of gravel in the traditional boundaries pre-2016 annexation.
And so for the roads that you just mentioned, which would be around Pat's Auto Supply, correct, up in there? Would those, could we pave those to a rural standard without going to a local improvement levy?
Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. It's something that council could consider doing. Traditionally, they have been local improvements. The landowners in the area of 124th Avenue that was paved a few years ago did have a local improvement that they paid into for that. So traditionally, that's been how those have been handled, and it largely just goes back to that the owners in that area didn't pay to have paved roads when they bought the land, so the land would have been discounted to compensate for not having that asset, as opposed to new developments that were required to put paving in, and the owners had to pay for that.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to convince people that it's not part of their land cost. The one road that I would love to see us pave is the road that leads to the recycling center. I feel that that is a black eye to the city, that piece of road that goes over the track there is unpaved. But that would be a capital argument, so we can have that argument tomorrow.
Exactly. Perfect. Councillor Bressie.
Great. I'm just curious about poll turns. If you don't have the information on hand, I can wait for it. But I'm just curious in terms of the fees we charge for that, if that's close to a break even, or if we lose money or make money on that. And we're talking industry spending tens of thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on that.
Mr. Glavin.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Good question. So it kind of depends on the year, the volume, but we are talking, I think in some years, over $100,000 in revenue for that. It's not a big moneymaker. Like, we do have to pay staff to go out at all hours of the day, weekends, holidays, to make that happen. So depending on, let's say it was on a stat holiday that there was a request come in, we would supply labor for that. However, you'd be charged more to compensate for the fact that under our labor agreements, we have to pay our people more to do that.
So we're breaking even-ish on it, it sounds like, is what we're attempting to do anyways.
It's not a profit center.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I don't necessarily want it to be. Thank you.
I think that it brings up a good point for another conversation, but it's an opportunity in regards to advocacy with our municipal partners in regards to the expectation of the road standards of that road that run south of 68 Avenue. We know on a regular basis that it's an inconvenience to industry. It's obviously an expense to industry. It's an inconvenience to the city. It's a safety concern for the city. Those trucks really need to be rerouted, and so I'm optimistic that we'll work with our municipal partners to see opportunities on the upgrade of that road heading south. I think that is it for you. I'm going to say that we're going to take a 15-minute break, then we'll go to public services. Thank you. 2022. We have now moved on to public services. We are going to turn this over to our Chief of Public Services, Mr. Dan Lemieux, for the first item of discussion, Community Knowledge Campus.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Just going to find my notes. So for the Community Knowledge Campus, you're familiar with the services they provide. So the Aquaterra Outdoor Pool, the Design Works Center, the CKC Hanson Lincoln Field, the Eastlink Center Aquatics and Field House, the Fitness Center, the Childcare, the gym right next door, and then the newly added Dave Bar Arena to this particular Community Knowledge Campus. Basically, the changes is positive in terms of there's a reduction, a net reduction of $95,000 in that particular budget, and most of that is because we are looking at opportunities in advertising, but also we've started rebuilding the membership, and we expect to continue building the membership. So that's the overview of the Community Knowledge Campus, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. I don't see anyone in the queue yet, so I will start. More of an operational question. I see the, and if you aren't familiar, I'm sure Mr. Miller will be happy to help you. But in the outdoor pool, I see that 7 days a week, weather dependent, we open as early as 9 a.m. on a Monday to Friday. And I'm just curious, do people actually go to the outdoor pool as early as 9 a.m. or is there an opportunity to potentially go 10 to 10 as opposed to 9 to 9?
And good question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So that is being reviewed by our staff. So they are looking at that and analyzing the numbers, the attendance that we had last year. And it's certainly something that's being evaluated. So you may see a change there.
Perfect. You know, we have long summer nights, so I think that people would love to be in the pool later if it makes sense. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just wondering on the Eastlink Center specifically, do we know what our, we're having revenue issues there like normal and we're trying to drive memberships, but have we ever looked into maybe not charging memberships and what that would do to the organization for cost savings? And I throw it out more just as a model of, as you can say to Councillor Bressy, I just was recently in a facility where I just walked by and I had a tap and it was $2 to walk through a turnstile. And so we could say it's not free, but it was $1 or $2 to walk in and just tap something and walk through it. I just wonder administratively if we could still see the building it further utilized and us see some cost savings on that at all. Yeah, thank you for the question through the mayor. So there have been some physical changes that I've made to that particular facility to facilitate access, and there'll be a report coming to committee soon, December 6th, with some proposed changes in terms of some of the membership structure that we believe will really benefit that particular facility. You're right, our membership number pre-COVID was quite a bit higher than it is now. However, the membership growth has been, in the last few months, has been very positive. And so the recovery is actually happening a little faster than we expected. So certainly we'll bring more information on December the 6th at that committee meeting with regards to some of the proposed changes. Okay, and one other question, Mayor Clayton, just have we looked at potentially putting turnstiles in there in general just to show the movements going through? I know I go there quite lots with my kids. They'll pay to go to the drop-in facilities, and I hang out and have a coffee, and I realize there's an awful lot of people that come into that facility that aren't using it as an actual sport and rec facility. Having said that, though, when we're trying to sell naming rights and sponsorship rights and things in there, we might not be capturing all the people that are actually coming into the facility to actually build a better case to try to potentially go after better revenues. If that's been looked at as well. So we don't have turnstiles, so we probably don't have the accurate number of how many people are coming in and out not using the facility, but I'll certainly ask my staff to speak to that when you come to committee. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. I'm curious for the outdoor pool, what the public can be expecting in terms of lessons offerings at it next summer.
Mr. Lemieux.
Yes, and again, that's something that is being looked at, and so certainly we'll bring back some information with regards to lessons
Absolutely. It's a big programming area for us, and we intend on continuing with that being a strong programming area.
Okay, I know that lessons were fairly limited this summer, which I totally get with lifeguard shortage is a new thing, but I definitely hope there's a lot of low-income families, especially where they have issues with transportation getting all the way to the Eastlink Center. I'm wondering, is there adequate budget to expand lessons or offers at the outdoor pool, or do I need to be looking to make a motion if I want to see a good range of lessons offered at the outdoor pool?
Yeah, so I don't have level of detail in front of me right now, but I'll try and get my staff to answer that question.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I have two, really, they're more comments than questions, but the first one is, as a user of the Eastlink Center, I still find our website presence on a mobile app, on a phone, to be really difficult to navigate. So, for example, yesterday I wanted to pull up a schedule for the yoga classes. Could not find it anywhere at all. I kept getting redirected to registering for swimming lessons. So that's a barrier that doesn't need to be a barrier and prevents people from maybe using the center when they would have used it otherwise. It's just a comment. And then the other comment is in relation to Councillor Bressy's comment about transportation. Have we considered running a direct line bus from, say, the Town Centre Mall to the Eastlink Centre on a regular basis, like, say, gathering that after school group of people? Or have we ever considered doing that? And if we haven't, maybe we want to look at that to see if we can figure out how to move people across the city to take advantage of that enormous investment in recreational services.
Do you want to leave that till we get to transit, or you want to know now?
Well, let's just say yes or no, and then we can take it.
Mr. Lemieux?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So thank you for the question. What I will say is that with the transit redesign, the Eastlink Center bus stop is now a hub, and so that I believe all the bus routes that cover the south side stop at the Eastlink Center, and we've heard mostly positive comments about that, although I rode the bus recently and talked to many people on the bus, and I had one person that thought that was an overkill to have all the buses stop at the Eastlink Center, but the majority of the riders told me they were happy with that redesign, that we have that hub down by Eastlink Center. So we're going to continue seeking feedback and listening to our clients to see what they say, but what we are hearing right now is that that was a good move in the redesign to have a hub and have those bus routes make a stop at the Eastlink Center, and that stop is well used.
It still takes a long, long time to get from Crystal Lake to the Eastlink Center, for example.
So I'll just make one more comment, if I may,
Sure.
Madam Mayor, and that is that with the redesign, it'll be much easier to get from the north to the south, and you won't have to change buses like you do right now. So that's part of the redesign.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question, thanks, Councillor Blackmore. I had a question in regards to the Eastlink Center childcare. We know that the facility is working really hard to increase memberships and activities there. Are we seeing a reduction of the play care? And if not, is it part of the facility that is cost recovery? Does it net any profit? Tell me a little bit about the operations and the financial implications of the play care.
Yes, so the play care is very well used. The feedback is extremely positive because we've looked at, is that something we want to do away with? And the feedback from our customer is that they really make good use, and there's a fee to use the child care center. Whether it's a break-even or a profit center, I'm not sure, but I'll look into that for you.
Okay. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, speaking of the Eastlink Center and Design Work Center, is there any real estate that's in the building that's not rented out now, or is it full capacity with rentals?
Mr. Lemieux?
I'm not aware of any facilities that are not rented out. I could tell you that the Second Cup has reopened recently, so I believe most of the spaces, I'm not sure about, there might be one room upstairs that may not be used right now, but for the most part, it's being very well used.
Okay. And how successful are the businesses for the Second Cup and the other two restaurants that are there,
Mr. Lemieux?
plus the Design Works, the little restaurant down there. Are they holding their own? Or are they going slowly dying? Or
Thank you through the chair. I can tell you that I recently spoke with the operator of the Second Cup, and he was quite happy with the way his business was going, and didn't speak specifically to the others, other than the vendor at the Design Works was quite happy with the recent event. The Grand Slam of Curling was a real success for them. So overall, I think the businesses are doing well.
well, it's good to hear. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else in regards to CKC, we'll move on to Community Social Development.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So with regards to CSD, the services are listed in the book. The Community Social Development Department supports community safety and well-being through the funding and delivery of high-quality social programs, and those are listed in your budget book. The changes from 2022 to 2023 amount to an increase of $265,000, and I just wanted to speak to that. The probably three or four biggest items there are that when the move occurs to the coordinated care campus, there'll be a tenancy fee that'll amount to in this 2023 budget to $157,000. We've added some funding to the Indigenous Liaison Advisor position in the amount of about $24,000. We've also budgeted about $10,000 for salary regular step increases for staff, and then there's $20,000 that's been budgeted for the eventual move from City on 99 to the coordinated care campus. So those are the main items in that variance, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Regarding your budget increases, I had Ms. Whiteway had sent some information to some councillors that had asked, and there was a line item for estimated moving costs of $20,000. I'm just wondering again, back to this facility renewal, is this just a one-time thing, or is there not an opportunity to be using a reserve fund for that, to do that move?
Thank you for that question. It is a one-time deal, and it is a one-time item in this budget.
Okay, and there's an internal building rent that's a fairly substantial number. About how many square feet are CSD going to be occupying when I look at this number on here?
That's a good question, and I don't have the answer at the tip of my tongue, but it's probably most of the second floor.
Okay, just a question, I guess, and I'm not sure who this lands on, but is it normal practice that we charge rent to organizations within the city? I guess I keep wanting to go back to that true cost accounting, but I'm seeing it in a few departments that we're now charging rent on something, and I'm just a little bit confused why some do and some don't.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I think perhaps more the intent with the coordinated care campus was to demonstrate the multiple uses that are there. So there's city facilities there. So it was to charge the rent was to show what we were occupying for operations versus what would be there for residential. So it helped us to be able to cost out what is city versus residential tenancy, so that we could be a little more accurate on the rent that we would receive from tenants in the residential portion, what those specific costs were. So that's why we took that approach with the coordinated care campus.
Okay, so it's only organizations that are operating within the coordinated care campus that pay rent?
Correct.
Wait, yep. Okay. Good. I had a question oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm just trying to think of an example off the top of my head. So it's only organizations there that pay rent, but in another city-operated department that's in a city-owned facility, So how would the costs of that department occupying space be reflected?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we wouldn't. I think the difference here is how this is the only area where we have residential rental operations. So it is a very different. It's a very different building from any of the other buildings that we have. So again, too, just looking at costs overall, we don't want to build a budget that looks to appear to have a lot of costs associated with housing when it's not. It's city operations that it's also supporting. So as a way to be able to demonstrate what would be attributable to enforcement and GPREP and the departments living there as well.
Sorry, all right. So an example, City Hall. You've got we were talking about GIS and IT services here occupy a significant footprint of City Hall. Is there nowhere in the budget that's reflecting utilities that they're consuming, space they're consuming that would just all fall under some other department's budget? There's nothing reflected in GIS IT?
Ms. Whiteway?
That is correct. Yep, that's how we would do it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore or Bosch, is it on this item? Okay, because, on this actual current conversation? Go for it.
So, Ms. Whiteway, would not one of the reasons be for indicating or showing rent from enforcement services, et cetera, at the community care campus be a requirement of the grant applications that have been made for that you have to show usage of the building? And that's one of the most clear ways to do it. It seems to me from when I did grant applications that would have been necessary.
CFO Whiteway? Or Mr. Manuel, sorry?
Yeah, I can speak to my past experience with the grant applications related to that project, that you do have to separate out the commercial rents from the residential rents, particularly for those grant application processes. Now, how that relates specifically to the annual budget, I think it could probably be done differently, but it is a recognized practice as far as what you're referring to.
Okay. On that, or can I? Okay. Then I'm in the queue, no matter even if it's on that. Councillor Bosch, go.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the cost to run, let's say, CSD or enforcement services in the current buildings that they're living in, is that very similar to these rental costs?
CFO Whiteway?
I don't have the exact difference, and perhaps maybe I'll add just a little more context on, when we had brought the coordinated care campus forward and the business case associated with, there was the expectation of the residential component not being heavily funded from taxes. So by budgeting in the way that we're budgeting, we're showing what city operations is costing with the revenue, with the rental associated by square footage, so that we can be able to isolate the residential piece and ensure that we have responsible budgeting without using a significant amount of tax dollars to fund. So maybe a little bit of context on why this is treated perhaps a little differently than what you've maybe seen with other departments in other city facilities.
I think what we're concerned about is if it's an arbitrary number that we've just pulled out of our hat, or where does it align to past square footage and expenses?
And perhaps Mr. Manuel can help with this, but we did apply a fair market value for what we had. If we were to go elsewhere to rent a space for those city departments, what we would have to pay.
Okay, that actually answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Plott, is it on this? Go ahead.
Sorry, I guess I'm really confused on this. So if they weren't paying rent before now, and now they have to pay rent, this is a operating budget item, so it impacts our taxes. How does this not impact our taxes? I appreciate it. It maybe makes the CCC project look more compatible, but it impacts our taxes by every one of these departments' costs going up to operate. So I'm a little confused. Like realistically, CSD, emergency and planned disaster planning, enforcement services, and mobile outreach are all seeing increases in their operational budgets, and a lot of it's due because they're paying rent now. So
CFO Whiteway?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton.
Or an increase in rent.
They weren't paying.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So this is an internal cross charge. So on the bottom line, there is no impact. So when you charge a department a rent expense, you have a receiving or revenue line within the other department. So if we're wanting to show an expenditure of rent of $1 million in one department, the other one's going to see the revenue. So there's no bottom line impact as a result of this budgeting practice.
I guess, but they're...
Sorry, go ahead. And then
Sorry, but there kind of is, because to get to the bottom line number that we're using in our budget, we're using the rent number inside of that to get the revenue piece. So according to Care Campus's bottom line number that we're subsidizing, it's including a bunch of rent. So it's there. Like, we're charging rents to make the CCC numbers work. So we're charging rent to these departments. And I guess to Councillor Bressy's earlier comment is, I'd be fine with that if we were doing it every department wide. If we were charging engineering for the space they use in a facility, if we were charging GIS for the space we're using in a facility, because we're using this facility in a different manner, I can understand that, but they're the only organizations inside the city that I see paying rent. Nobody else seems to pay their own utilities and their own rent and their own common area costs, except if they live on the CCC campus.
And the alternative would be that you would show the coordinated care campus incurring all of the costs associated with the city operating within there. So we, when developing this, looked at what the square footage was for our space versus the residential space, and then how we determined what to do here.
CEO Nicolay?
Fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Just a point of clarification, and I apologize if you've already covered this, but in moving the personnel from their former locations into the CCC, we freed up significant real estate that's being monetized now. So the monetized value of the fire hall and the city on 99 will be to the benefit of the city. That's not going against the CCC project unless council directs it there. So the opportunity cost of that, let's call it $1 million, just to pick a number out of the air, that at 10%, that was costing us $100,000 a year to have them sitting in facilities unmonetized. When they move over now and they're sitting in facilities in the CCC, that rent is notionally to reflect the fact that we freed up that $1 million. We'll monetize it and it'll go to the city's account.
Mr. Manuel?
Thank you. And just to build off that, so when the business case was first developed, as Councillor Palat indicated, it's not as though the departments that were in City on 99 had no expenditures associated to the building, but they did not reside in the building or in the department budget. For instance, off the top of my head, I want to say it was around $200,000 a year were being expended from facility renewal and those sorts of things for activities at City on 99 and at the old fire hall. Now, obviously, we still have City on 99 at the moment, so there still is some facility costs associated to that. The old fire hall has been divested. As a result, any of the money, regardless of what pot it was in elsewhere in the city, outside of the department, isn't being expended at the old fire hall. The difference on the coordinated care campus right now is it's not set up to receive facility renewal investment or anything like that. Right now, the business case for the coordinated care campus and the funding has that building operating its own capital plan versus that of the larger city's capital plan around facility renewal, those sorts of things, if that helps.
Councillor Plott, you're good? Councillor Bressy, is it on this? Yeah. Okay.
All right, so if I'm understanding right, it's these departments used to be incurring costs for operating a building. Those costs weren't reflected in these departments, so these departments are now have bigger costs, but those costs were reflected elsewhere in the city budget, so the city itself doesn't have new costs. Am I understand that right?
There is additional square footage, so it's not as though there's no additional cost because the footprint's larger than it previously was. That being said, the existing costs that were borne are being transferred to the as an offsetting revenue.
I'm wondering if it would be possible for, and I don't know if this should be public or not since we don't own the building anymore, and I honestly don't know, but could council maybe get the breakdown of operating costs of what it used to cost us to run the old fire hall and what it's costing us to run City on 99th? I think that might be helpful.
I'm getting a nod from administration.
Okay.
Okay. I had two questions. Mr. Lemieux, in the description under adjustments for 2023, it mentions other adjustments to maintain current service or levels of service. Can you expand on that for me? What are the other adjustments that are being made to maintain current service levels?
Yeah, and those are mostly step increases for a number of staff, so salary increases.
Okay. If I can, I forgot one question. On the community knowledge campus, in the explanation, it talks about increases to utility expenses. Remind me, Ms. Whiteway, where some utility increase expenses are put into individual departments, and then some are put into energy and environment. How do you decide what's what?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Well, the only utility expenditures within energy environment would be related to the street lights.
Okay, so then, Mr. Lemieux, do you know what the utility increases at the CKC are?
Yes, they're very significant. So I've got them broken down by different areas, but just to give you an example, the design works, natural gas is up $46,000. For the Akatar outdoor pool, natural gas is up $7,000, electricity $10,000. So
that's on the rate. It's not in the consumption. It's on the rate, I'm assuming.
That is what the additional cost that we've budgeted.
Okay. Okay.
And Dave Bar Arena, natural gas is up 17,000. We project, and electricity 30,000. So significant increases in utilities.
Okay. I think that's all I see for questions for CSD. Moving on to, just getting there. We're going to go to Mr. Manuel with Emergency and Disaster Planning GPREP.
Okay, so within GPREP, as council's aware, we're one of 5 partner municipalities that are investing in a common emergency planning, coordinated response resource. And through next year, there's no anticipated changes other than inflationary changes, as well as their move over to the coordinated care campus.
All right. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Again, on this one, we had $48,000 was being budgeted for rent. Because it is a partnership, are we eating all of that rent, or is that our portion of the increases, the $48,000?
Mr. Manuel?
So, off the top of my head, so their entire budget gets broken down and distributed amongst the partners. Additionally, one thing that is unique within the emergency and disaster planning budget is our emergency operations center for the city. The county has their own, and the city has one. That is going to be located over at the coordinated care campus as well. So that component of it, which is city only, is embedded in this budget. But the overall GPREP expenses are split amongst partners.
Okay, thanks. And just, did they used to live out of the fire hall as well? Or where was the emergency disaster planning before?
Mr. Manuel?
City on 99.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
All right. Seeing no other questions, Mr. Manuel, Enforcement Services.
Okay, and enforcement services. So enforcement services provides bylaw enforcement, provincial statute enforcement, traffic enforcement, parking control, vehicle for hire licensing, commercial vehicle inspection, animal control, oversees the regional animal care facility, animal licensing, and an assortment of regulatory activities. Within enforcement services, we have a projected revenue increase that's going to see the department expenses offset by $313,000 compared to what they were in 2022. This is a result of an initiative to staff a dedicated traffic enforcement unit for the city. It's going back to a prior practice we had, and it's really a focused attention on certain infractions under the Traffic Safety Act, traffic bylaw, and looking to offset some of the impacts resulting from provincial changes to automated traffic enforcement primarily.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. A question about this traffic unit is, personally, I don't like enforcement as a revenue method. I do see the merit of it from a safety perspective. So what's the case for this unit from a safety perspective, given that our stats are significantly better than they have been historically?
Mr. Manuel?
Yeah, so what the intent is, so the revenue expectations are still lower than past years. However, they've been adjusted to really meet what we believe to be the performance expectations. So if you're going to deploy staff to, they're certainly not going to create violations, but we understand a certain number of violations occur in the community on a regular basis. They previously would have been captured through the ATE program. The ATE program and the changes and restrictions that are in place now limit its use. So as opposed to having the ATE program to capture the violations that we were looking for, we're looking to deploy physical uniformed officers to conduct that activity. As a result of that, it's expected that we have an idea what the average revenues will be. So the exercise isn't to generate revenue per se, but it's a recognition that revenue will exist from the activities they're performing.
Great. So by changes to provincial enforcement, you mean less ability to do provincial enforcement, not the changes that have meant that we get less money per ticket that the province has made?
Yeah, that's correct. So it's the operational deployment restrictions.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
So just to confirm and follow on that, there's no change in the amount that the province is keeping?
On a percentage basis, no. That stays the same regardless of whether we do this or don't do this. What this will see is we've lost a volume of enforcement activity, and this sees it replaced with conventional enforcement. Conventional enforcement is not as efficient as automated traffic enforcement, but there still is corresponding revenues associated to it.
So is there a consideration in this reduction in revenue of $962,000 of how much of it is because of the change in the parameters of the provincial regulations, how much of it is because of the trend that we're seeing in people being driving safer in our community?
So there's certainly, it's actually too bad the chart doesn't go back years, because the corresponding revenue decline is millions more than what this is. So this is an adjustment to bring us to a historical state a few years ago based on the dedicated focus we were providing on traffic at that time. One of the challenges that exists in enforcement services, and one of the reasons that we're looking at a dedicated team, is several years back, we weren't dealing with as much social disorder and other community concerns that are frankly drawing resources away from what historically enforcement services did. So over this past year, frankly, we didn't dedicate a lot of time to traffic enforcement because we were just tied up with other activities that were important in the community. This is representing a program that's going to provide officers, a small number of officers compared to the overall size of the department, with a dedicated focus on things such as commercial vehicle enforcement, traffic safety initiatives, education, those things.
Yep, thank you. So moving along, Grande Prairie Fire Department.
Okay, within the Grande Prairie Fire Department, we have the core services of fire suppression, public education, fire inspection, investigation, as well as rescue services and dispatch 911 PSAP. So with that being said, the budget reflects the addition of 4 new firefighters who would be used as flexible firefighters, which is something that was added in our last collective agreement. And what the purpose of the flex firefighters are is to provide the employer with an opportunity to make last-minute adjustments that aren't permitted formally under the previous collective agreement without incurring overtime costs. So the positions are seen as an opportunity to not only provide additional capacity within the fire department manpower, but also an opportunity to offset overtime that would be triggered by not having the positions. If we don't proceed with the positions, there still is an expenditure that would have to be added to the budget to represent the overtime cost that would still need to be incurred.
Councillor O'Toole.
So just a question, to keep constant staff, when was the last time we hired new firefighters, not recruits, but to maintain the staff levels?
Mr. Manuel?
To the best of my recollection, firefighters specifically, it was likely the opening of the Westgate Fire Hall, which I believe happened about 2011.
Okay. So this was the concern that I have that you mentioned, overtime. How much overtime would the overtime cover the entire cost of the employees that are proposed on the budget?
Mr. Manuel?
So I actually have that number available to me. I'm just going to pull it up here. It doesn't cover the entire amount of the firefighters. How the breakdown goes is it's anticipated that each full-time position is going to cost us approximately $118,000. The offsetting avoided overtime is expected to be about $80,000. So the net cost per position is forecasted to be forecasted to be $37,750. So a total expenditure of $472,000 for the 4 positions. Of that, $321,000 are what are projected to be avoided overtime cost. So the net cost of the 4 positions would be $151,000.
If we were to hire them, we'd get more bang for the buck and not have to pay the overtime, is what you're saying.
There's still a cost.
Yeah, there's still a cost, but you pay the overtime or you have employees, and that's...
And the difference between the 2 options is $151,000.
Okay. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Councillor Blackmore.
Would there be a recommended path forward if we wanted to test what the actual savings would be? For example, hire 1 and run overtime for the other 3 positions, or some combination of that?
Mr. Manuel?
That's certainly a possibility that is in front of council.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I was just similar to Councillor Blackmore, just wondering if we were, appreciate we could have more bodies, but if it's going to come with a $150,000 cost, and if we don't need them more than that, I'm struggling with that a little bit, but I am wondering if a hybrid approach might be the best. So I'm not sure if administration could come back with some options on that, or if we just decide what the options look like.
CAO Nicolay had a comment. I just also wanted to weigh in on that conversation because I had a question. There's no additional costs, equipment, etc. The numbers you're talking, that's all in?
So based on the wages of a probationary or 5th class firefighter, they appear to me to be all in costs as far as what it would be required to cover their benefits, uniform, equip them during that first year for sure.
Okay. And the budget costs are based on a 12-month historical schedule, or are they based on volume? Like, you talk about overtime. Is that guaranteed overtime because of just the way the transition is, or is it based on volumes of potential call-outs, etc.?
No, so it's not primarily based on call-outs per se. I think it's more centered on, it started with historicals and then breaking down what was the cause of the historicals. So for instance, each one of these positions would be assigned to a platoon. So what a platoon is that's the shift that's covering all 3 fire halls at one time while they're working. So what the flex firefighter allows us to do is that if somebody calls in sick at the South Fire Hall and the North Fire Hall has, full staffing, we move that body over. Right now, the way the prior collective agreement worked is it was more challenging to do that. So we got the flexibility to do that. Back to your point, though, what's causing the overtime? Well, the present staffing model allows us to have about 2 off, I believe 2 firefighters at any given time off. Now, with people's vacation leaves and sick time, I would say they're regularly running that. So if somebody has an unexpected illness, for instance, all of a sudden you're in that overtime situation because of minimum staffing. So that's where the number comes from. It is based off historicals. It's not just a stab in the air, but we do have to prove it out.
CAO Nicolay, you had something to add?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was just going to suggest that this might be one of the areas that when we get to the end of this operating budget discussion and we realize how close we are to being in balance or how far we are from being out of balance, one of the things council should expect from management is some indication of how we would propose to move quickly and the things that we might look at over a longer term and come back before the mill rate bylaw. This would be a good one, just judging from the comments that I've heard, for us to bring back with some details.
Good. Okay, perfect. I see nothing else in that. So let's move on to mobile. Nope. Yeah, are you doing mobile outreach, Mr. Manuel? Perfect. No, but we're doing certain by person. Thanks. Yeah, so mobile outreach.
Okay, so with the mobile outreach, just gonna find my spot here too. So mobile outreach, the 2022 budget didn't actually fully reflect, we added 3 additional case managers in 2022, but we only funded them partially through the year. So 2023 obviously has them fully funded throughout the year. And additionally, they were brought under QP's envelope in this past year as part of our labor certificate. So as a result of that, their hours were adjusted from 35 hours a week to 40 hours a week. And there was a corresponding increase in their compensation as well. That's largely what's driving. Additionally, previously, the Street Outreach Center where St. Lawrence is housed, their funding used to be pulled out of community social development. That now rests within the mobile outreach budget. So the city's contribution to keeping the Street Outreach Center open, the budget for that now rests within the mobile outreach program, which wasn't previously there in 2022.
Okay. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. 2 questions. Just looking at the service overview, we've got the hours here. Is that just there's just one team on call every time when they're in service, or are there multiple teams at one time on occasion?
Mr. Manuel?
Yeah, so the way the scheduling works on the outreach team itself is that there's a team of 2 a.m. and a team of 2 p.m., so one unit, but they do overlap with each other. So the unit that starts at, I believe they're working 10-hour shifts.
Okay.
Off the top of my head for some reason. But the team that starts at 10 a.m., they have overlap with the afternoon team. So there is periods of time where there's 2 teams working at the same time.
So something I'm curious about is my sincere hope is, and kind of the reason we funded the Coordinated Care Campus is that we have less need of folks like this once it's running, where I would sure hope that when we've got 75 people off our streets, and hopefully more than that as those people even graduate through Coordinated Care Campus, that we need less mobile outreach. So what kind of conversation, what kind of work is being put into making sure that even if this is an appropriate level now, come summer next year when Coordinated Care Campus has been running at full capacity for 3 months, we're not overstaffed with the needs of the day then? And also, if council did want to adjust service levels here, what are some levels council could say, hey, we want to pull back over here because we just don't see the need as much now that our coordinated care campus is getting going?
So 2 points to that. So the first one is Mobile Outreach does do monthly reporting, in detailed reporting, and on a quarterly basis presents it to committee, and it has a breakdown of the various activities they're engaged in. One of the things that I would point out is even when the coordinated care campus comes online, for instance, or additional housing in the city, one of the things, primary activities and functions of mobile outreach that didn't exist prior to them and is incredibly valuable in my opinion anyways, is the diversion piece. They are often one of the first organizations or people on the streets that are interacting with new faces in the community and trying to figure out and recourse them before they become chronic faces in the street population in our community. There's nobody else really dedicated to doing that.
Sure. So I think that's a good point. So maybe they're not the folks we pull back, but I mean, the whole reason we support the coordinated care campus is because the evidence is that you need significantly less resources for people when you get them out of chronic homeless. So if it's not mobile outreach, where else in this ecosystem are we seeing potential savings as we get people out of chronic homelessness?
Mr. Manuel?
So the two places that the city funds, because there's a variety of provincially funded organizations that are impacted by that. One, you're right, is mobile outreach, and I'm not saying it's not worthy of a review when the time comes. And the other one's policing.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Bosch?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I am a proponent of this program, and I would actually like to see more dollars spent on this in the future, in the right way, of course. I see the value that they do. We're not just servicing, the people that go to the CCC. There's a whole bunch of people and visitors that come to Grande Prairie. So my question in this was, I thought in the past we had talked about 2 units running versus overtime. So is the overtime the issue of the higher cost, or do we have the capacity to possibly have 2 units and not have to pay overtime, similar to the firefighters?
Mr. Manuel?
I wouldn't say overtime is a significant portion of this budget. There is some overtime that occurs occasionally, and it's but that's not primarily it. What's driving the increase in this budget is, one, the biggest piece is the move of the street outreach center costs, the utility costs and all that, from CSD into the mobile outreach program. And then additionally, it's their regular wages and hours that were adjusted as part of the QP agreement.
Okay. I can't imagine that their office size is significant, though. I can't see that being a big space. No?
So just to be clear, they only have 2 offices that they, or I shouldn't say that, they got caseworkers now. So they're only using 3 or 4 offices presently. When I talked about the Street Outreach Center, that's not their space. That's the space that the St. Lawrence Center occupies. That's a city facility, right. And the city funds the lights and the power and heat and all that stuff, and it comes out of this budget.
Right, and you're talking about the 4 offices in that respect upstairs, right?
No, it's not even. It's
not even up.
That's not that.
Lawrence? No. Okay.
Councillor Blackmore.
I cannot really figure out why there's a revenue line for mobile outreach, and apparently it's new. So where's that revenue coming from?
Mr. Manuel?
That's easy. That's from the provincial government. It's a grant because we have a needle mitigation position. So we have somebody that goes around and cleans up needles around the city, and it's paid for by Alberta Health Services.
Okay, great.
Mr. Manuel, can you remind me, and some of these questions are going to be rhetorical, but remind me what the mobile outreach cost when we initially started this program? Do you recall the first iteration?
Off the top of my head, on an annual, because it started with a 6-month pilot,
sure.
But on an annual basis, I want to say it was approximately $800,000 for the 8 workers. That didn't, we had seconded a manager over. So they presently are staffed now. They have 8 outreach workers. They have a manager. They have a 0.5 admin support person that they work with GPREP with. And they have 3 caseworkers, which were added last year.
So this program...
in the NITO mitigation position, sorry.
So this program, when initially came together, the city took the feeling of safety, the comfort that's provided through this team, started at 800, now is budgeted to be 1.4. This program still is a city initiative that does a great job of supporting people, businesses, but this is all a community-driven initiative that has no support from the province of Alberta, right?
So correct. It doesn't have provincial support. One thing I should note, though, is it was presented as an alternative to hiring additional police officers, which were being asked for at that time.
That we couldn't get the positions filled.
Correct. They would not have shown up in that fiscal year, but essentially the cost was 1 to 2. So you could get twice the number of outreach workers for the cost of.
So we had anticipated a certain number of RCMP. We couldn't get the RCMP members. We took matters into our own hand, built this at a cost savings to the community. It provides direct wraparound services that makes the community feel safer, but it's all on our own expense because we took public safety into our own hands.
Correct.
Okay. So I have a question. Possibly through other conversations that Councillor Bressy's in, possibly through conversations that you've been in, is there any other models across the province that are getting provincial support in this type of model?
The answer to that would be yes. So I would say recently announced would be 2 hubs.
Calgary and Edmonton.
2 hubs proposed in Calgary and Edmonton, where on a pilot basis, it was announced there's funding for what they're calling an office space that has police officers, peace officers, and outreach workers, all 3 of which we have doing the same sort of work, but they do have funding allocated to that.
Yeah, that was the rhetorical part. Councillor Bressy.
Yeah, and I just highlight that anecdotally, there's a huge amount of areas where we're the least funded mid-sized city on this. And I think we've got a report coming to committee that we actually asked for an inventory of other mid-sized cities so we can go beyond anecdotes. But we're the highest per capita homelessness, some of the highest per capita opioid deaths, and we're the least invested mid-sized city. And I think that's something that we need to make sure gets rectified.
So this is a continual program. We know statistically that our community is safer on a daily basis, and continually we hear from residents that they don't feel safe. We know that the provincial government has supported other communities, and this continues to be not insignificant in the financial support that we give to our community to make them feel safer. I did have a question. How much of the $350,000 in increase in operating expenses do you anticipate is building expenses, and how much of it is actual just continuation of providing the service?
I'll have to look at the detailed budget.
90-10?
It's
90%.
Off the top of my head, I wanted to say in the first year with St. Lawrence Centre, it was around $200,000.
Okay. Okay. That's all I need from that. No other questions I see in the queue for mobile outreach. Let's move on to RCMP.
So the RCMP, as far as what they do, is pretty self-explanatory. They're our police service of jurisdiction. They're supported by a number of municipal staff. So this is the complete policing continuum in the city. You'll see there's a pretty significant increase of $805,000. That represents no change in the level of service from last year to this year. These are simply contractual obligations that if the city wants to maintain the same number of police officers this year as we had last year, that's what it's going to cost.
All right. So as noted, this is a almost $1 million increase to this expense that there isn't really options on that as there isn't a contractual obligation. Councillor Bosch.
So to me, this is essentially 1% of our 3, or very near it.
Pretty close, yep.
My question is on page 20, it says 805,922, but on page 16, it says 940,000. So what's the difference there in pricing? Not literally, I mean what it's for.
So possibly Ms. Whiteway, on page 20, the change is noted as 805, and on page 78, the change is noted as, oh no, but that wouldn't
Page 16, it's noted as 940.
Page 16.
Oh.
Oh.
Mayor Clayton?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would tell you that could be a typo.
Fair enough.
It happens. So I would go with the 920 rather than 40.
Okay.
Okay. Good, Councillor Bosch?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
It's a bit of a toss-up whether to ask this question during our conversation about mobile outreach or about policing, but we have, I believe, in the city 2 PAC teams, which is a police officer and a mental health worker, usually a nurse. I know from a previous life that although there's 4 people working in this section, you can rarely get a hold of them because they're either out of town, on holidays, on mat leave, on a variety of other things. I'm wondering if it would be more cost-effective or efficient if we eliminated the PAC teams in Grande Prairie and replaced them with mobile outreach, including a higher level of mental health support.
Mr. Manuel?
So I think this is something that's going to be reviewed in further depth with the policing transition report that's underway right now. And regardless of which way it goes, I think there's a discussion to be had there. One thing to note is of the 4 positions, 2 of them are fully funded by Alberta Health Services versus the city of Grande Prairie. And those are the psychiatric nurses, or they may be RNs as well. But do understand that, yes, if there's only one member of that team available, they may not be deployed in the manner in which you would expect. Additionally, you're right. I mean, with 2 of them, there is gaps that occur throughout the days.
It's a little alarming how many times they're just simply not available, given the cost of them. And if we could convince AHS to transfer the nursing funds to the mobile outreach program, as far as AHS is concerned, their results are the same, other than that they may actually be reaching more people.
So I would suggest that there is a good opportunity to look into this further. We probably wouldn't be prepared to provide any meaningful feedback on it this week. But
no, I accept that.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I noticed, and I'm not surprised to notice, the increase due to weapons. Is that just an increase for guns, or do they have the increases for body armor and cameras on the books already too?
Mr. Manuel?
So there's actually, the way that the RCMP billing works is that it's a per member rate, and they put all their capital items within that per member rate. So firearms, I don't believe that's part of it, but it's a multi-year expenditure, not just a next year. There is other items, hard body armor and an assortment of other equipment that's tied into that as well. And I guess while I have the mic, I did get an answer on the Street Outreach Center. So under MOP, of the 300,000, 200 of it is the facility.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just curious if you know then. Like I said, there were 3 major things. There was guns, body armor, and cameras. Are we expecting to see another significant equipment increase in 2024, or do we think this is kind of where equipment's going to land for this budget cycle?
No, it is going up every year. I have the specific estimates here. 1 second. Actually, if we can come back to that, I have the specific numbers.
Great. And while you're digging up that number, the other one I'll be asking you about is if you could just remind me when the current collective bargaining contract is over and when we'll see the next bump from collective bargaining as well.
This year.
Awesome. Thank you.
So there will be this year increase in Director Manuel. We'll get back to you on the equipment. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you this question just because we're live, and the $23,729,000, how many officers, or what does that actually pay for?
So the city has a complement of 110 positions we request from the RCMP. Now that 110 was moved to 110 because we assume that there's a number of vacancies that are going to occur due to transfers and those sorts of things. We project at budget that we're going to fund 104 positions of that 110. The last number of years, we've got nowhere close to the 104. Presently, we're operating about 93 was the last number I heard. So I believe this budget's built on 100, just 100, I believe.
Ms. Whiteway, do you happen to have that number at your fingertips?
Sorry, you just repeat which one?
This budget is based on funding how many RCMP members?
I don't have the count from the RCMP contract. We could look it up though.
Okay.
Yeah, so 104 is what we would regularly fund. However, what happens is they don't run a variance through the year where we pay quarterly. On the last quarter of the year, they do a reconciliation where we get a check back if we've paid too much. And in an attempt to not have that check be too large, we projected that we're not going to hit the 104. And I'll get you the exact number, but I believe it's about 100.
So just to continue on with this, if we did not give or pay the 805,922, how would that affect the number? How many RCMP members would that reduce?
Just over 4.
Just over. Okay, thank you very much.
CFO Whiteway.
Yeah, so the answer is 90. It's 99.5. So.
On that, I'll come to you in a sec, Councillor Bosch. On the same vein that Councillor O'Toole's on, what's the highest number of actual bodies we've had in Grande Prairie RCMP? And I don't mean working, because I know some are on mat leave and different things, but actual bodies signed contractually to Grande Prairie.
So physically charged to the city of Grande Prairie, the highest number we've ever had was 97.84.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Okay, so since you got that number back, the $200,000 for the mobile outreach team, that is for office space for the year. What is that for? You said at the St. Lawrence Center. Help me out here.
Mr. Manuel?
Okay, so the former Prime Property Management Building, which is now called the Street Outreach Center, right?
Mm-hmm.
City owns it.
Mm-hmm.
By owning that building, we have expenditures related to the building, utilities, maintenance, custodial, for the entire building, not for the outreach workers, but for the St. Lawrence Center, which is the nonprofit that's working in that building. That's the budget. The $200,000 is the
It's for
budget
the entire
for the
building.
entire building.
Oh my God! I was going to sell you some rent space for office. Okay, good.
All right, back to RCMP. Any further questions? All right, we are going to transition back to Mr. Lemieux, if you give me one moment. Mr. Lemieux, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're on housing and homelessness.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So I just want to refresh Council's memory in the recent reorganization. You may recall we pulled out housing and homelessness and made it a separate entity from community social development. So it used to be all under community social development. We are currently recruiting for a housing and homelessness director. And so basically we've broken out those two budgets. That doesn't mean that those two departments aren't going to work together. Those two departments are still going to work very closely together, and they share resources, they share financial analysts, they share some admin support, they share a number of positions, and that will continue. But we will have a housing and homelessness director that will oversee a lot of these programs. Basically, we've pulled out the budget, but really there's limited or no change to that budget. But I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Lemieux, going forward into the future years of the 24 to 26, the revenue decreases or the revenue increases, and then what we require is less. Is that 100% holistic in that $200,000 disappearing from 24, 25, 26, just as a reflection of the revenue, or are we dropping a position?
Thank you for the question. So most of the revenue there is those are projections for grants that we get from the provincial government.
Okay, so do we? Yeah, I'm glad you asked that, because that's what I was leaning towards. But are we losing grants going forward, or are we expect to get
that revenue amount is actually going up in 2024, 2025. So we're expecting the grants to grow.
Okay, and we have those in hand too. Or do we still have to write those grants and to be approved for them?
I believe I have to confer with my staff, but I believe it's something we have to apply for every year.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Whiteway?
I could just add a little bit to that. There's also additional rent revenue going into the Coordinated Care Campus from tenants in 2024. So it's also going to help with the revenue.
So why the $100,000 reduction in 2023?
So this is the phased approach. So because we've had to reevaluate based on the project and move-in dates, we won't have as much revenue as originally anticipated. So it'll be more full occupancy come 2024.
Councillor Thiessen, did you have anything further?
No, I was just trying to figure if we're getting it from rents or getting it from grants, and I got an answer through the team. So it was great. Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm not sure if where this question belongs. It may belong in housing because of Coordinated Care Campus, but I'm wondering, we had put extra security on that site and in that neighborhood. I'm wondering if we're still providing extra security in that neighborhood, if we're seeing an uptick in crime as indicated by one of our neighbors in that area, or what we're doing to get a handle on that.
Mr. Lemieux, do you want to take that, or would you like Mr. Manuel?
And what the costs may be associated with it.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So there's the public security unit does patrol the area, but not just solely that area. They're responsible for other parts of the community as well. A specific report coming back that shows the crime analysis for the area and how it compares to past years, I think is a good one to bring through committee. So I would suggest we make the request there so we can have the RCMP crime analyst prepare that and come forward. Based on the information I've received to date, the numbers are not more significant than they have historically been in that general area. That being said, it'd be useful to have a report come forward with that.
Okay, so currently we don't have a report coming forward and we need to request it, or it is coming forward?
So at this point, there's no outstanding item. Internally the reports are reviewed, but I can certainly proactively bring one forward to council, to a future committee date for your review. So I don't need a motion. I can do that.
That would be great.
And to the point, though, there is no expenditure specific to the Coordinated Care Campus. They have their own on-site security protocols for the site itself, but the surrounding community is serviced by enforcement services, the RCMP, and public security unit.
Okay, that's I'll wait for the report.
All right. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. On the 7-ish million in revenue, I realize a lot of that comes through from provincial and federal grants that flows through to the city. Again, it would just maybe similar to Councillor Blackmore. Is there any chance we can ever have a report come that where that actually goes? And for me, I'm curious of how much of it's going to go to Cornet Care Campus rent subsidies to seniors. Like I know it fills all these buckets, but I just want to make sure we're somewhat proportionally spending some of that money. I have concerns that we're not probably doing enough rent subsidies when I see how many people are on our Grand Spirit list for seniors and families, but I don't know. And so I'm speculating on that. I'm just wondering if there's a report that could be brought forward that actually break down how we're spending that $7 million from the province and from the feds.
I think Mr. Lemieux can break down some of that for you right now.
Certainly we can bring back more information, but I've just got some additional information here that basically says the existing grants for homelessness initiatives are around 5.8 million, and the rest of that budget is the increase is due to revenue from the rental at the community care campus. I'm not sure if that's providing enough detail for the councillor.
Well, I guess for me, I'd like to specifically know on the housing and the homeless initiatives are how much are rent subsidies to the family that just needs a little bit of support versus the traditional, we're going to help people move into the CCC center. I guess for me, I'd like to see a little bit more breakdown. I know they're all vulnerable people. I had a little bit of some data come to me, but one that hit me was that 8% of the spending was going towards youth, and that kind of broke my heart a little bit, that we're not being maybe more proactive, and I'm just wondering if there's anything as a council we can do differently in how we're allocating those funding. And honestly, for me, it's always been a mystery where that money goes and the rules around it to me. So, you know, it's nice to have the 5.8 million saying we're helping homeless initiatives, but I don't know if 5 million of that's going to street engaged and 800,000 is going to help seniors and families. I don't know the breakdown that way. And I guess for me, I would like to start knowing that to make sure that we're maybe as a council, we may have to just put a lot more into helping some other areas. And that's what I need to get my head around. If we're going to try to help Grand Spirit get some of those names off a list with seniors and families, this money is part of it, but I don't know if it's obviously not enough. So I just would like to get a better breakdown if that's possible. Maybe I'm the only one that council wants to know that. I just feel it would be, 5 years, well, pause every year, but for 5 years into this somewhat, I still don't know that answer. And I guess that would be really important for me to know.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if that needs to come to a motion or if that's just another one of those things that'll just show up at a standing committee.
So, Madam Mayor, I certainly don't have all those details at tip of my fingers right now, but certainly if that's the wish of council, we could certainly bring a report back.
Perfect. I think you get enough nods around the table. Councillor Bosch.
Look, my mic is working. Can't have said too much. So, since housing and homelessness has been separated from CSD, and you want to hire a director for this position, is that in this budget? Where is that director wage coming from?
Mr. Lemieux?
Yeah, so certainly it's something that we have worked into the overall budget, so we might have to make some modifications in that department, but certainly we've planned for the director to be covered in this budget.
It's covered, okay. And then for me, personally, I'd like to know what it costs to run the CCC per year, what it costs us outside of getting the grants. And it doesn't have to be today, but I think council would like that because that's a question we're asked often by the public. How much city dollars is going into the CCC on a yearly basis?
So, Madam Mayor, I think that when we bring back the report that Councillor Platt requested, we can make sure that we include that information.
Awesome, thank you.
All right. Now we will move to sport development, wellness, and culture.
So thank you, Mayor Clayton. So on this particular budget, there's an awful lot of services that are provided, and they're listed in the budget book for you. The net change in the budget for 2023 is an increase of $357,000. The big items there are with the closure of the leisure center, we're going to lose revenue in the amount of $118,000. We do have an additional position here, a recreation and culture supervisor. That cost is $136,000. And I just want to point out that in this budget, we have budgeted for a continued special event, large special event like the Experience Grande Prairie event that we had this year. So that's been budgeted for in this budget at an amount of about $85,000.
Councillor Blackmore.
I think my question belongs in this bucket. Because we have lost some of our recreational spaces, such as the leisure center, and we are, it takes time and money to replace those. I'm wondering if it's possible to look around the city and identify some unused commercial space that could be temporarily used to accommodate things like indoor soccer or any of those sports that require a big floor space that could be used as a stopgate measure for the next 2 or 3 years till something is built to replace. Have we ever given that any consideration or thought?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So certainly it's something that we've been thinking about. We haven't formally looked into it, but certainly it's a possibility. There are some empty warehouses that certainly in other municipalities they've looked at repurposing. So it's certainly something that could be looked at. But it's not something we've actually actively pursued, but we certainly could.
I think it might provide a affordable stopgap solution, and maybe even a longer term solution in some cases. Like maybe buying a warehouse and converting it is going to be significantly cheaper than ground up construction.
All right, Councillor Resi.
Yeah, I'll ask it now. I'm curious. I did share with the administration that I'm gonna, when we get to motions, making time push for us to create some free drop-in opportunities at the Recreation Activity Center in Smith. I'm just wondering. I'm not fussy about how those work. I just like there to be a free drop-in time during the week and a free drop-in time during the weekend throughout winter months. What would administration's estimates of the financial impact of doing something like that be?
Mr. Lemieux.
I certainly don't have those numbers at the tip of my fingers, but I'll ask my staff to provide me some background information in terms of what the impact on the budget would be if we did that.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Kind of building off Councillor Bressy's, similar to the Eastlink Center, I wanted the same thing about what it would look like if that facility was free, and again, potentially what the operational savings would be if we weren't monitoring, trying to charge people coming in, and what that would look like if there would be staff reductions or not, because the revenue is a lot lower than I was anticipating with that facility, which I'm fine, but I'd just like to see it utilized. So I kind of want to echo that. I think that's where I want to go. Also wanted to kind of piggyback on Councillor Blackmore's comments, because I mentioned it a couple of times around this table, but I've been in several sports facilities with my daughters in the last year that are converted shops, and they're being run by user groups. And I'd love to have that conversation user group specific, because I think there's user groups with enough bodies in them that could probably make a facility work. And although I know we've never wanted to prop up one user group, what I see it being is it opens up facilities for other user groups that are really lacking right now. So I'm just wondering how we maybe get that a little bit more on the table, whether it's through a strategic working group or something. But I do think there's an opportunity here in the next 6 months to work with industry and user groups to find exactly what Councillor Blackmore's talking about, and not necessarily have to cost the city any money. The one program I looked into in Edmonton, they just gave them free rent. They got the city didn't charge them taxes. They got a really reduced rent from the landlord, and the landlord had the naming rights to the facility. Seemed pretty simple to me, maybe too simple, but it made the user group's math work. And so I'd really like to look into that sooner or later, because I know there's an appetite from a few of us sitting here that want to see some more sports facilities built, but I don't know if I necessarily think it needs to be done on the city's dollar. And I'll use dance as an example. There's a lot of dance clubs in Grande Prairie. They pay rent. They're actually paying rent and they're paying taxes. We're not looking at volleyball and basketball and court sports the same ways, and there's facilities out there that would actually work for those kind of things. When you're paying $60 an hour for a gym rental, the math's pretty close now to start working. So I don't know how we move that conversation up so it becomes fairly topical fairly soon, because we're going to have a real problem in about a year here, and it doesn't happen overnight to get us a new facility built. like Councillor Blackmore mentioned, we're years away from a new purpose-built facility, but we could retrofit a building within 6 months if we had the right program for it. So I'd like to throw it out and where it lands and where it goes from there. But I think it's a conversation I'd love to see us happening through a committee or strategic working groups sooner than later.
I would suggest that there's multiple ways for that conversation to start. One of them being through community group, through committee structure. One of them being through strategic priority working group. One of them being through Grande Prairie Regional Rec Committee. One of them being through our ICC committee. One of them being you bring it up at budget tomorrow to earmark money. I mean, there's multiple options there.
Yeah, I like the last one too. Okay, thanks.
All right. Just to give you a smorgasbord of options. Councillor Bressie, I just want to see, I'm reading my notes if I'm on that. No, I'm good. You go.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit confused in terms of there's community events in this department, but there's also a whole new events and entertainment department. So what kind of event falls under SDWC and what kind of event falls under events and entertainment?
Mr. Lemieux.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. My understanding is the larger events that people pay for tend to be managed through events and entertainment, while the community events that tend to be free of charge are mostly managed through this department.
CAO Nicolay.
If I can just add to that, thank you, Madam Chair. To be determined.
Okay.
This is an area, in fact, when we get to that InvestGP area, it's an area that's going to be scrutinized very heavily. There are a number of areas that we're currently dispersed in our efforts to provide services through the community, and I think there's lots of opportunity for us to get more mileage from the same dollar.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah, I just will add, I think that you're on the right path there. Councillor Bressie, there is opportunities. We do have some programmers running community events that in turn could be probably more financially efficient if an event manager was running them. And I think that bucket starts to grow. I do have some concerns in that operating expense about adding another sports and culture person when we're currently engaging our community on event strategy. Council hasn't had a discussion to see if we want to carry on with every event that we talked about that we executed in 2022. Council's priority was to get people back together as a stream of COVID recovery. I don't know if we ever said or assumed that meant that every event we executed recently would repeat. So I think that there's lots of opportunity for discussion there. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, and I see a lot of opportunity we're talking about. I'm excited for that. I think the risk that I'm worried about too, though, is this department does a lot of work with a community organizer who's doing something where it will only impact dozens of people, but those dozens of people will have a really great time, and it builds that local community. I'm really excited that we're having an event strategy to have more pop for our big events, and especially the ones that are very branded with us. But my worry there, and just something I want to keep on the radar, is that we don't lose sight of those little events that aren't necessarily building the whole community, but they're sure building a neighborhood or a small subset of our community. And I'm sure admin's well aware of that, but just there's always risk with these changes too, and I see the opportunity. Hope we're aware of that risk as well.
Yeah, I don't know if an event strategy really, a survey will get the results you're looking for, but we'll see. I wanted to mention one thing. Oh, actually, I think Mr. Lemieux had one more. All right, moving on to transit.
Thank you. And maybe if I could just come back, Madam Mayor,
Sure.
I have an answer to the free drop-in at the activity center. So the budget impact of free drop-in is estimated to be $10,000 annually. This includes reduced revenue plus additional staffing costs, as it is anticipated 2 staff would be needed for all hours of operations on those days. So that's to answer Councillor Bressie's question.
$10,002 staff. Sorry, Mr. Lemieux, is that including 2 staff, the 10,000?
Yes, that's including 2 staff.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lemieux, moving on to transit. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bosch, you had a question? Oh, it's a transit question. She's jumping the queue. She's just excited to talk to you about transit. I'm actually going to clear the queue because you guys, there you go, you start over. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm excited to talk about transit also. So you're familiar with transit. We have conventional transit services. We have accessible transit, we have on-demand transit, and we offer private charter transportation. The proposed changes in the budget here is an increase of 189,000. Most of that is with the addition of an assistant transit manager proposed for 2023. We've also lost $60,000 revenue from the JP2 service that we used to provide to the John Paul II school. And then there's been a significant increase in our insurance in the amount of $40,000. So that's the variance explanation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Again, when we get to motions, I'm going to be advocating for us to increase transit hours by 3 hours on weekdays and a couple hours on Sundays. I'm just curious. I know the administration did some work on the budget impact of increased hours, but could administration share what that budget impact would be?
Mr. Lemieux.
Yes, I've misplaced my notes on that. I'm going to go off the top of my head, and I'm going to ask Mr. Harvard, who's listening in, to confirm the number. I believe we would need one additional bus. We would propose to use on-demand transit from 8:30 on till 11:15, and I believe the cost of that was, I'm going to say, about one full-time position. But Mr. Harvard will confirm that number for me.
Great, thank you.
All right, Councillor Thiessen.
Well, I guess I can assume this since Councillor Bressie is making it, and I've already seen the notes. But I just want to ask Mr. Lemieux in person. So this budget here, does it assume that we'll have later hours going forward, like from January on, or does it just presuppose that we're going to stick to the hours we currently have for transit?
So the additional hours is not included in this budget.
Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Mr. Lemieux, how are we doing with the 2 heated shelters at Town Centre Mall for this year?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. So we have tendered those. We've received 2 bids. Both bidders indicated that because of supply issues, they will not be able to have those operational until the spring. So they will not be operational, unfortunately, this winter.
So you can't do something that, for the time being, that sets it up? There is power there, right?
I'm not sure that there is power there, but something I'll look into, but not likely.
Okay. And I forgot to ask this question a while ago. At Eastlink, now that that's a hub, is there heated shelters there?
There is a shelter there. I'm not sure. There will eventually be heat to it, but I'm not sure that the work's all been completed. But the shelter's there and it's open and it's operational, but I'm just not sure about whether it's heated yet or not.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Last term, we did a fair amount of capital on our buses to make sure that when riders got on, we knew where they were going and where they're heading to collect better data. I'm just wondering if through that data collection, if we have an idea of when we have transit feasibility that's really low, if during the day at some point. And the reason I'm asking is in my recent campaign trail hitting seniors' homes in Golden Outreach Centre and some of the facilities that support the seniors community, it brought up quite often that they just wish they could get to Eastlink Centre and they wish they could use the facilities. And I'm just wondering if there's through our data would show from 1 to 4 is quite quiet, that we could actually do a loop and start bringing seniors right to the Eastlink Centre to get utilization of the facility, but also a quality of life for these seniors that are, a lot of them trapped at a facility full time that don't have a vehicle. And, for them to take the transit to, again, to Councillor Blackmore's point, if they're going to be outside and they're waiting and it's cold, they're just not doing it. And I really wish we had an opportunity for them to do that. So have we been able to collect enough data that we'd be able to see if we had a portion of the time that just ridership's generally low?
Mr. Lemieux.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I believe that there is, that we have some fairly solid data. I can tell you that with the hub at the Eastlink Centre that we are, the routes stop there every 30 minutes during peak hours. Now you're asking about non-peak hours. So I believe we have data on that, but I'll certainly ask my transit manager to look at that again. Yeah, and just to come back with regards to the budget for extended hours. I do have that information now. Roughly the budget ask would be $73,000, all in using costs. Yeah, so $73,000 is what the cost would be to extend on-demand service till 11 or 11:15.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, that came in a lot cheaper than I thought it would. So 73,000. That's great. I look forward to the motion, Councillor Bressie. Question for you, Mr. Lemieux. For a long time around these tables, publicly and between myself and administration, I've always lobbied because I thought it would be a good idea to just have like I don't know, a rapid access loop, so an express route that you just have two buses doing the loop around the city and making 3 or 4 stops along the way, one of those being Eastlink, the Prairie Mall, maybe the college and the hospital, all thrown in there, and going opposite so that at any given point in the day, the longest time you'd have to wait to go north to south and maybe even east to west would be maybe 5 to 10 minutes outside at any given bus stop along your express route, and hopefully you get these people to where they're going. And I bring it up because Councillor Platt brought up, hey, we got seniors that maybe want to get there and they may not want to get out there. I think the easier we make our transit systems, sometimes the better our usage might be. What's administration's, I'm not asking for a cost today, but I'm asking for a hopeful consideration that as we look at the tweaks that we can do to our transit master plan, what it might take to have just a route like that where we have 2 opposite buses running during peak times to get people to our major facilities and shopping centers and our hospital and college or polytechnic, I guess.
So if I could interject there, I think that that's a great discussion at committee level in regards to transit design and route consideration. I don't know if that really fits in right here. So if you want to have those discussions or if you want to try to fund it tomorrow and an increase in service, great. But to speculate on our transit redesign, I don't really know is appropriate right now.
Yeah, I get it. I just don't feel like I was ever heard when we talked about our transit redesign, and I think I shared those sentiments when we were going over with Councillor Platt. So I guess, yeah, is there a possibility that maybe there's a cost out? Like, can we do it within our own transit system to have an express loop that runs people around our city faster? And then they can make connections later. And what might that cost be?
Mr. Lemieux?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what I will say is that Mr. Harvard is bringing a report, I think at the next committee meeting, to talk about the changes that we are proposing, that we are implementing with regards to transit, and the fact that we're changing the interlining. So when a bus changes from number 5 to number 8, those are being changed so that people will be able to run from north to south quicker. That probably doesn't meet what you're asking in terms of an express route, but certainly we can have that conversation when we bring that report and that information to council. I also want to go back to Councillor Bosch's question, if I could. So I do have an answer about the downtown heated shelters. There is not enough power downtown to support that change at this time, and the Eastlink shelter power is almost completed. Probably within the next month we'll have heat to that shelter. So I hope I'm answering most of your questions.
Yeah. CAO Nicolai?
Just a general question or a general comment, Madam Chair. Urging, I can hear Council's interest in particularly in the intricate details of operating a transit system. It's very public facing and affects a lot of constituents. I'll respectfully request that we not move into motions that redesign the transit system in this venue. Chances are we've had Steve Harvard and his team working for months, he would argue years, to get at the point that we're at now where we're optimizing the fixed route, fixed schedule system. We're dovetailing in transit on demand, and we've got some pretty innovative plans that are already afoot. What I'm hearing here is a plea for more aggressive, more pointed, and perhaps different transit optimization strategies that you'd like to have considered. And I would suggest that when we bring Mr. Harvard to the standing committee, we ask that he deal with transit system optimization, both in terms of what's coming forward and what's hitting the ground right now in November, and some of these ideas that were generated during discussions today. So a motion that increases service hours, for example, will become action, and it may not be the best solution if we had Mr. Harvard here and his team here and could talk about how those would actually work. So I'm not trying to sandbag action. In fact, quite the contrary. I'd like to see it happen more quickly, but I'd like to see anything that does happen to happen with optimal likelihood of success.
Councillor Blackmore.
Councillor Palat's concern about seniors and transportation to the Eastlink Centre made me think that I haven't seen one of these buses for a while, and so maybe they've disappeared out of our collection of vehicles. But the seniors' homes used to have their own buses called the Grand Spirit Foundation buses that would travel around and take them here and there. What happened to those buses? Do they exist any longer? Were they absorbed into accessible busing? And if they're still out there, why aren't they taking people to the Eastlink Centre?
I think Mr. Miller might have a answer for that.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As far as I know, the buses still exist and are still being used, but if Mr. Harvard's online, maybe he could correct me, but my understanding is, it was a few months ago, but I had a conversation with Mr. Madden from Grand Spirit about the maintenance on the buses, so I believe they're still out there.
So I believe that that may be a solution to moving seniors to the Eastlink Centre.
I think it's worth exploring.
Yeah.
Councillor O'Toole.
Just to let you know, at Emerald Gardens, they have a bus, but they only use it a couple times a week because they have a volunteer driver. And they got the bus, and it's all in good shape. It's just that you have to have a driver with a special license, and he only comes in twice a week. So everybody at Emerald Gardens used to get their doctor's appointments on certain days so they could go there. So that's the Emerald Garden story.
All right, thanks for that information. Mr. Lemieux, I just wondered if you could tell me in the $300,000 operating increase, what percentage of it would be staffing changes and other operational costs? I mean, I know insurance has gone up and we're expecting an increase in revenue opportunities, but is a significant portion of that staffing increases?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking for that information.
Or it actually, it just says staffing changes, so it could be staffing reductions. I'm not sure, actually.
My notes indicate salaries account for almost $90,000 of that increase.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions in public safety, so I wanted to thank the Chief Public Safety Director, or the Chief of Public Safety. We are scheduled to go on to Invest GP, which in my opinion is not, I know it's a high level of interest from this council, so I'm suggesting that we end for today being 4:45, and we will rejoin tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thanks.